This is the GunChannels.com live lobby chat 1218. Christmas is the time of miracles, Theo.
There we go. Doop doo 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 doo. What are you up to, Aaron? You there? Woohoo! I see how it is. It's Moon. Moon, you there? And he dropped out. Aaron, are you there this time?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
All right.
Can't hear Aaron at all, so I don't know what's going on with him.
It's been like that for the past 9 chats I tried to join. I gotta refresh like a couple times until my mic starts working.
Huh.
It's Google's fault. I already wrote him a letter, handwritten letter.
Yeah, just tell him you know Edge.
Yeah, I do that all the time. Gets me places.
Yeah, I told someone the other day it worked.
And they were like, "Who the fuck's Edge?"
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Wonder if he's doing a chat tonight.
Doesn't he do it at like 10 or 11 or something like that?
Eh, yeah, he's been doing it at 10 his time, so that's 11 on the East Coast. So
Yep. Fun times, fun times.
where's Dr. Pink? You there, Doctor?
Pink.
See,
What is
CCR.
what is happening with Google Hangouts right now? It's being weird.
It's totally your fault, Aaron.
It hates certain people like me and Aaron.
Okay.
It especially hates Aaron.
Oh man.
Google hates you. Congratulations.
Yeah, Google does hate me.
You should send them an angry letter and tell them you know Edge.
What's up, Al?
hey man, what's up? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep. So Al, when are you gonna get a real rifle?
Um, yeah, when I buy some property out in the country, I guess.
Okay, that is a legitimate excuse.
Besides that, it's cheaper to rent one.
Okay, I'll give you that one. It depends on what ammunition you're using.
Well, ammunition's ammunition, you know. I mean,
No, I mean like what caliber?
look, I can rent one 100 times. I can go to the range 100 times and rent one, and I still haven't paid for one yet.
But you're gonna
It's
wish
like
you had,
$9.
you're gonna wish you had one when a herd full of Nazis comes banging at your door.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Yep.
Did I say Nazis? I meant ninjas. Not too many.
Nazi ninjas? Oh shit!
That's new.
They speak Japanese and German.
Nazi ninja zombies.
Oh god! Don't even start.
That's
Probably what
horrible.
I'll do is call Nathan and say, "Hey, can I come over? Be there in a half hour."
Yeah, he'll probably say not your life.
I'm bringing food.
Nathan doesn't even have an AK.
Really?
We have to, have an intervention.
Speaking of AKs, IB8888 is doing another AK meltdown.
Of the same Wasser or the same kind?
No, it's a Vepr.
Ah.
Why
That
are they
should work
melting
out a
down a
lot better.
Vepr?
You realize I don't have
Than the Wasser
an
that
AK yet
fell
either.
apart.
I know their washers fell apart, but a Vepr? Are you serious?
I don't have an AK either, but I've got an SKS. It's the same caliber.
What's wrong with
I
it?
got a 30-30. Well, I got Winchester 94 is what I meant to say.
Is that what you're holding in your picture?
Yes, sir.
Only deer I ever shot was with one of those, about 75 yards.
I suppose.
I was like, oh crap, what do I do now?
So yeah.
Yeah, I don't even have a real handgun. I guess one of these days I'm going to have to get a 45.
Get a 1911. You can get like a Rock Island pretty decently priced.
No, get a Springfield.
No, don't get a Springfield.
Why not?
You,
I will say they do look cooler on your hip.
with the Springfields, you're paying. Well, you're paying what you're paying, regardless. But I don't know. It's just to me, there's a stigma
All right.
with Springfield, and granted, it's personal.
What kind of stigma?
Well, the kind that when you actually get one of their pistols and you look at it, it kind of feels like you're getting ripped off because you're paying like a quarter of their advertising price.
Huh.
I don't know. That TRP looks pretty fancy.
Well, yeah, the TRP does look nice. I'll give you that. They look nice.
These are some 1911s I hear people never complain about. That's their Colts, their Springfields, and I'm not even going to go into like the higher like Blackhawks and Les Bears and all that because they're made to
And Kimbers.
satisfy. I don't know. I hear good and bad about Kimber, so
Timbers are nice.
Yeah, I've heard good and bads about Kimbers. You know, some people swear by them, and then some people can't say bad enough things about them. You know.
Yeah.
I spent this much money on a Kimber, and it shoots like shit. Granted, in that, it could just be bad quality control, you know?
Yeah. I don't know if I really got to shoot the Kimber. I mean, I shot a Kimber before, but I emptied the magazine. Like.
I mean, I'm happy with my ATI. It's made by the same company that makes it for Rock Island, so. It works. It's not. I don't have any problems with aiming it. I don't have any problems with, shooting anything with it. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
Unless I only paid like $2.99 for it.
Dang.
Granted, that's minus the tax, the shipping, and the FFL fee.
I felt it.
Because you know, I did the most outrageous thing. I got it from Palmetto State Armory off of their website. And you know how Yankee is about buying guns online.
Yep.
How much was your FFL fee?
$25.
That's not bad.
It's standard for this area.
I picked mine up at a pawn shop for $20.
Yeah, my
Local
FFL is
mom
a
and
pawn
pop
shop.
wanted 50, and I was like, yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't give money to the local gun shop here in town because they're, you know, their prices and the way they conduct themselves. You'd think they're just in business just to be in business for themselves, and they're not really there to actually be, you know, they don't want returning customers.
Well, you know, if
God
it's
forbid a business
if
be in
it's
business to be in business.
Well, no,
if it,
a business to be in business, that's fine. But the fact is, if there's no, you know, salesmanship, it's
I got one gun shop around here that's I don't go to much anymore because the guy's a dick. He'd look at you like, get the hell out of here as soon as you walk in. Their shit's overpriced. During the ammo scare, they would walk over to Walmart and pick up ammo and sell it like double the price.
yeah.
But they were mostly catering to law enforcement. Older guy.
ball ammo at my range is $17 a box.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's ridiculous.
And that's not
And
even new, right?
all their guns are full retail, all of them. And I'm
Yeah.
like, are you kidding me?
But I am also
Here's the
lucky
thing.
enough to have probably one of the greatest gun shops in all of Pennsylvania, about a half hour away. I'm a good customer there, so they always treat me good.
The
Their
one,
prices are awesome because they buy a whole lot of stock in bulk and try to blow them out. So sometimes you'll even get like wholesale prices where they're not even making a profit on a certain model, but they know they're making a profit on another model that they really can't go below. So that place is awesome. The only downfall for that place is that their transfers are $50, but I got somewhere even closer than that that manufactures ammunition, and they have a transfer fee of $25. No $10 background check fee, nothing like that. Just straight up $25. Because when I get a gun online and I get it for a good deal, I don't want to add another $50 to it because then you're not getting a deal, right? I try to find places with a good a good transfer fee.
yeah, but the gun shop here in my town, he wants to charge you like double MSRP.
Yeah, there's one like that I've been to. I had one transferred to, not knowing what their transfer rate was, and it was turned out to be $50. They had a couple of Turkish CZ clones. I think they're like SAR,
Sar Salamaz.
something like that. And they were $300 guns. Everywhere else, you could pick them up all day online for $300, or even at a good gun shop, $300. They were selling them there for like $680. And I was like, you gotta be kidding. So I went back there again.
Yeah.
So I did try to support them a little. I bought a few mags from them and stuff like that on my way out, but I never returned.
Well, I bought 2 lower receivers from this place, and I bought a couple magazines from them for my ARs. But when I was in the market for a 1911, they wanted to charge me like, well, the one I got, the one I was looking for. Uh, the MSRP on that is like $4.99. Okay, even though it's an American Tactical Imports. They wanted to charge me like I think it was like $600 or $700 for that same gun, same model, same everything
That's crazy for an ATI.
for an ATI. So even if I had to pay tax, I went on the Palmetto State Armory's website, looked for the same model. Guess what? $2.99. So I paid tax and paid the FFL fee from the guy, who owns the pawn shop in town. Done. What are you playing with, Aaron?
I don't know.
I heard someone racking the slide.
He's playing with an airsoft gun.
Probably.
So which 1911 do you have?
I've got the ATI FX military. Oh.
That's the Firepower Extreme.
Yeah, Firepower Extreme military model. Full size, 5-inch.
I don't have any 1911s, but I just shoot my dad's. He's got a 1913 Colt.
Here, I'll drop a link to it from ATI's website in this.
Yeah, I'm looking at their website right now.
And the
Currently
thing is,
out of stock.
yeah, they're out of stock right now. But the thing is, I got them because a year prior to me looking for a 1911, they had just moved down to South Carolina. So I wasn't sure whether I was going to get the old stock or the new stock. And apparently I got the new stock because it said on there, Summerville, South Carolina, instead of Rochester, New York. Because they left New York because of their whole clampdown on guns. Speaking of which, Beretta is moving from Maryland to Tennessee.
Yeah, what do you think about Berettas?
We all knew they were building a factory, but we didn't know that they were going to completely move operations. I had a feeling they might, but that was all supposition until they just said today that, hey, the new plan is done. We're moving down there. So, Berettas are nice. Whether it's the Italian made or the United States made, they're good guns. Yankee swears by his Berettas, though he's got them heavily customized from Wilson Combat. But I just have an import 92S. I've had to do a little modifications on it to get it to run how I want it to, and the fact that the slide came rusted, so I had to replace the slide.
Is that the one with the heel mag release?
Yeah. It's basically like an M9 with a heel mag release, more or less, but it doesn't have a ambidextrous safety, and it doesn't have a firing pin block lever that comes out of the top every time you pull the trigger. That's the only differences. That's the only changes they made when they took the 92S and started militarizing it.
Yeah, I wanted to get one because they were so cheap, but then I found out that the recovered tactical grips didn't fit on it because I just wanted to mess with it with those grips.
Yeah, because of the heel release.
Yep.
But you know what you could have done? You could have gotten the grips and just got an X-Acto knife and gone around that area, and then it would have fit just fine.
Yeah, I could have messed with it with a Dremel, but I didn't feel like bothering it.
I know it's all whether it's worth your time and whatnot. For me, I got it just because I wanted a Beretta in 9mm, but I didn't want to spend like $600 for a new M9.
Yeah.
Well,
you get the M9A3. You don't have to spend $600.
I don't want a gun with a rail on it. I don't believe handguns should have
You're
rails.
probably like me. You don't want to spend $1,000 on a Beretta either.
No, I don't.
Why do you believe handguns shouldn't have rails? What's wrong with that?
Well, rails are nice. They're great to mount lights and whatnot.
Exactly.
But here's the thing: a handgun is it's a close quarter weapon. It's not a 100 yards, 200 yards gun. Okay, at most with a handgun you get up to maybe 100 yards. That's it.
Yeah.
It's not meant for long ranging, and you don't
What does
need
a
a laser
rail
dart.
and a light have to do with 100 yards?
Yeah,
You
exactly.
can have QCB in the fucking dark.
I agree.
See, we're getting that Night Strike with this light and laser stuff on our.
It's up to opinion, and it's up. That's my opinion. You don't like it, you think it's wrong. Well, that's your opinion. There you go.
Well, it's also the opinion of like thousands of SWAT and military all across the planet. But who are they?
Just because you're entitled to an opinion doesn't make it right.
Well, it doesn't make your opinion right either.
I think Moon just qualified it.
I don't know. I don't think every law enforcement individual and military are always on the shot either, regardless of the equipment or the accessories they use.
No, but the ones that care enough to actually use those accessories are more likely the ones that are qualified to, effectively use those accessories. So maybe the ones that don't like it,
Don't need it.
probably not because they don't need it, is because they don't want to carry the extra weight or they don't know how to properly use it. Or maybe they think they don't need it, and one day they're just going to get shot in the dark. It's a tactical advantage that I think most knowledgeable law enforcement and military know that they should consider, and usually most of them do, and use it effectively.
Aesthetically speaking, I prefer my 1911s to not have a rail either. It's just a matter of how they look. But the rail has nothing to do with whether or not I'm taking a 100-yard shot.
Well, in the case of whether you have a laser on it or not.
I think in the future we'll all have sunglasses that can see like FLIR or infrared, so you can see your infrared laser attached to your gun. That would be sweet.
No, in the future we'll all have targeting reticles in our glasses, so we don't have to worry about that.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but guess who else will have all that shit too?
The military will have it first.
Sky.
Well, the bad guys. If we're gonna have it, the bad guys are gonna have it too. You know.
Yeah. They'll just have
But I can see the point of a light for screwing up the bad guys' night vision. But you don't have to have that on a rail, I don't suppose.
And yes, Robbie, that is correct. If you're going to put a light on a rail, you want to make sure that the light extends beyond the end of the slide, so that if you do have to make a contact shot, it doesn't push the slide out of battery. But that is where the TRRA came from. All hail, Islander Z.
That son of a bitch. Making us jealous with his fancy TRR8.
Where is he? Shouldn't he be on by now?
He just recently came back from his chat hiatus. Who knows?
Is his internet getting worked on, you think?
He might have a luau. Plus, it's like, what time is it over there?
Oh yeah, that's right. It's early in the afternoon.
It's maybe like 3 o'clock or something.
Yeah. 3 or 4 o'clock, I think. Probably closer to 3. I think 10 o'clock is 4 o'clock their time. And I mean 10 o'clock Eastern.
What are you drinking there, Aaron?
I'm not drinking anything. I guess I'm gonna show you.
Uh-oh.
Heard somebody drinking
It's a
something.
big old
sounded like-
50 caliber necklace.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat. Like, I bought this for like $7 at an NRA shop.
Does it just got one round on it?
Yeah, it's just this big ass 50 BMG.
I was thinking more like the Crocodile Dundee alligator tooth crocodile, whatever they got down under the tooth necklace.
I don't know. But yeah, I bought this for $7 at an NRA shop in Pennsylvania. I think it's pretty neat.
Did you call me and make sure it was okay to come to my state?
No.
Right.
I was going to the Great Outdoor Show in Harrisburg.
Was that last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to make out this year.
Was it indoors again?
Yep.
They should sue him for false advertising.
Yeah.
Right.
The Great Indoors Show.
Okay, so I think we should do a patch giveaway, you guys. We need to come up with a good idea for a patch giveaway if we're going to do one.
Black rifles matter.
All rifles matter.
A patch giveaway for what? For this lobby?
Yeah,
All right.
but we need to make it somewhat entertaining and challenging. So we need to come up with some sort of thing. We could give it to Robbie because he correctly pointed out the caution of rail-equipped 1911s and how the TRRA came into being. But last time I did a patch giveaway, he got it, so he's DQ'd from this session. No ideas?
No,
No, not that I can think of.
not yet. Still early though.
Okay, we'll keep it in mind. We'll come up with something.
Oh shoot! I have to give my pet snake some water.
What kind of snake?
He's a hognose snake.
How do they kill things?
How does it kill things? It just swallows it whole.
Is it a constrictor? Is it venomous?
I think it's mildly venomous, but I don't really know.
Okay, so patch giveaway idea. Wrap the snake around your neck, and everybody guess how many minutes it's going to take before Aaron loses consciousness.
I don't think it's a.
I'm down with that.
You guys are silly.
Oh, we are friends, Robbie, and besides, enough time will probably expire before I'll waive that rule, considering the barrage of good ideas I've been getting to give away one. So have you done your Grey Glock research, Moon?
Yeah.
Hey, there's a Grey Glock. Vickers. RTF. Really? Want one?
That was about it.
Research done.
Research done. Except I did notice that on this new Vickers model, they got some kind of funky butt plug on the end of it. That wasn't on the flat dark earth ones. I'm not a
The
huge
bu-
butt
the
plug fan.
the butt plug that closes the hole in the bottom?
Yeah,
Nah.
I'm not a huge fan of the butt plug.
But what about pony plugs?
I did like the gray base plates. I hope they sell them separately.
What about pony plugs?
Doesn't Terran Tactical make them for Vickers?
I don't know. I got some
Most
Vickers.
of the aluminum ones that I've seen branded or laser etched are actually made by TT, and he laser etches them for them.
Oh yeah, but these ones, the ones that came on those Glocks, and it looks like the same ones that comes on this Glock, are the plastic.
Right, the flat wide ones.
Yeah. And I picked up some of them at my local gun shop, and I also got some for my 42, these Vicker Tactical pinky rests, I guess you can call them, because they're like a minus or a plus zero. They're not bad. Got little serrations on the side, so I guess you can strip them if it gets stuck. They're cool. I do like the Terran Tactical one better, though. Got a +1 with minimal amount of added length to the grip.
One of my buddies was working security down here, and he was carrying a G19 with a +3 on it outside the waistband, a regular duty belt,
Yeah.
not concealed at all. And he's chasing a guy down the alley parallel to 6th Street, and there's a knee wall. It's about 3 feet tall. So instead of just jumping over the knee wall for some reason, he decided to put his hand on it and hop over it.
Yeah.
Landed right on the mag extension and shot 9mm up the street.
It came out the bottom.
The worst part about it was we were ribbing him so bad the next time that we were doing a concealed carry class. The topic came up, and another one of my friends goes, "I'll show you exactly what happens." And he whacked it. Boom, 9mm flies all over. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Somebody didn't learn their lesson.
they're pretty weird with the way they lock on to the magazine with that pin. I guess
I've
that's
never
what happened.
actually seen a TT1 in person. I know it's got some sort of pin on the bottom. I've seen on
Yeah,
the website.
you push it up basically, and it retains the mag from being able to slide off because it doesn't lock like an ordinary Glock one with those four little tabs that make it so hard to get them off in the first place.
Yeah.
They don't really lock on to that. They slide on pretty smooth, and then you push that pin up. So if that pin gets pushed down, that plate could easily slide off in that kind of situation where you hit the ground and your mag scrapes across or something. So in a law enforcement or tactical sense, maybe not practical, but they are, I think, more geared towards the competitive market where that is less likely to happen.
Plus, too, I know that some of them are, I mean, Terrans and Aranditos, they make them +8. They make some absurdly long ones because, BE was explaining, it has to be a certain length, and then they make custom springs and custom followers to be able to jam enough rounds in that length.
Yeah, yeah, they definitely come with their own spring when they're that big. So here's let me try to lock on my screen so I can see what the hell I'm doing. See that pin in the back? just pushes up through the bottom.
Is that covered at all when it's installed?
What do you mean?
Since I can't. Oh wait, let me move my screen out of the way and see if I can see it better. Like if the mag is in the gun, is that pin exposed? Can you
I don't
remove
know
the base
about-
plate with the mag in the gun, I guess is my question.
No, not really.
Okay.
Not on the 42 at least.
Oh, okay, I see.
It might on a full size frame, but I wouldn't know because I don't have any of those yet.
And so that pin sticks up into the cavity behind the magwell?
Yeah, but not that far. I mean,
Oh, I was going to say, because you just said that the new Vickers comes with a plug in there, so that I guess the plug must be recessed far enough so that it doesn't push the pin.
well, the Vickers, the plastic Vickers ones don't have the pin. They're just like regular Glock ones. They snap into those little tabs, those 4 little tabs on the side of the bottom of the mag, just like a Glock base plate.
Didn't you say the new ones have the aluminum Terran style though?
No.
Oh.
No, the ones that come on those limited edition or special edition Vickers Glocks, they're all the plastic ones. You can get 3 for $15 or whatever. Like a 3-pack for $15. And just slap them on all your mags, all your Glock brand Glock mags. And they're not plus anything. They're just there to aid in stripping the mag from the bottom.
I love it when you talk dirty. And that's sans bourbon.
What happened to Night Bright? Night Bright.
An eclipse.
He gone.
I used to do a lot of Night Bright making when I was 3 years old.
I didn't have one of those. I had Etch-a-Sketch,
I had one of them too.
the precursor of the iPad.
I would spend days trying to make perfect circles.
Etch-a-Sketch and
Here,
Spirograph.
there.
Did you have a Spirograph too?
Yeah, is that the thing where you put the pen in with the different plastic inserts?
Yeah.
Design, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty cool. If they would just make toys like that nowadays, we got nothing but shit toys nowadays. So get your Star Wars. Get your Star Wars action figures. Which we had them when we were kids, but or when I was a kid at least, but
The big Christmas thing for me, and literally, I mean, like we were poor, so it like literally was the big thing, the Hess truck.
yeah.
Oh my god.
My dad gets
grandfather always bought those for me.
My dad
On
gets them for my
every
kids
Christmas.
every year. You
Yeah.
can get them online now. I had a Hess right up the street from me, but I guess they got bought out, and now it's like a super speedway or something. But they had them. You could just go up the street and get them every year. Now, my dad gets them, and if he ever stops getting them, you can order them online.
Could you imagine, like, if even a Spirograph, you have Spirograph nowadays, it'd be like, oh, my kid got his finger caught in the gears, he stabbed himself in the eye with the pen.
Yeah.
Hey, my coolest toy gun when I was a kid was a 50 cal machine gun on a tripod that really worked and made banging sounds and all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah. They were just phasing them out when I was around 12, I guess. phasing out realistic looking guns for crappy looking guns, but I had a lot of ones that
I saw like this. Oh, hold on.
looked
Oh,
real,
my bad. My
function,
My
had
mic's
their own
unmuted.
special little realistic functions.
I saw this 1960s commercial about this cap gun that used to shoot. It used caps to shoot paper, like paper bullets. I'm like, what?
Yeah, was that 60s? I think that was 50s.
You sure?
Yeah, early 50s.
And we had the suction cup dart guns that we used to peel the
Yeah.
suction cups off of, and grab a sewing needle and warm the plastic up over the stove, and then press the end of the needle in the suction cup dart and make needle darts.
Yeah, I did that.
That's probably like a B felony now.
I used to make blow darts out of shoelace ends, pins, and a straw or a pen, like a pen housing. They were pretty sweet.
Then we thought we were slick. We used to make the pneumatic ones where you took the inside out of the big pen and you turned it around, and you put the dart or the spitball in it, and then you jammed the thing in the other end and made it pop under pressure instead of blowing it.
Yeah. Yep. And we used to shoot each other in the back of the neck while sitting in junior high.
Another B felony.
Like, I got a dart in my neck. No big deal.
No,
Get you back the next day.
You ever make a paper ball shooter out of a ink pen? You know, the clicky type ink pen?
I don't think so.
not the clicky type, the old straight Bic pens that used to look like plastic pencils.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did that too.
Was it because of the
How do you
spring?
do it with the clicky pen?
You you just take the end off of it with the button. You roll up your paper ball and shove it down in there, and push it in there with your the button, and it goes sailing across the room.
Talk about making the pea shooter, spitball shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard the big pencil bodies work the best. Like if you take out the, I actually got one in my hand right here. Like this. Just use that clear tube part. Take out both the, the
Oh yeah, yeah.
clear part and that part and this little body. Yeah, perfect. Shoot them like 30, 40 feet. Well, that's probably exaggeration. I mean, you can shoot them across the classroom, I know. 20 feet probably, at least.
Wish we thought of that back then.
Whenever you guys, older guys were younger, did y'all ever do Hornets? Where you take a piece of paper, well, that's what we called them. Roll, take a 2-inch, 3-inch piece of paper, roll it up into like a small, really tight cylinder, and then fold it in half so it looks like an arrow. And put that in a rubber band, and shoot somebody with it.
Oh, let me tell you something. I folded up a paper wad out of an entire sheet of notebook paper. And I had about 6 of the fat rubber bands doubled and tied together.
Okay, I'm about to say you gotta have the velocity there, but it sounds like you did.
Oh, listen, I put it through a suspended ceiling tile.
Oh, yeah. There was kids getting welts from when I was in school. Like and when I was in middle school, it was like when it was really like everybody was doing it, and like people were getting
I had one class in high school. It was not uncommon to walk out of there with whelps all over you.
Yeah. By the time I got to high school, we'd already, like most people, no one was really doing that anymore. I went to like the pretty, I would definitely the opposite of a rough area where I went to school at. I mean, sure you had a couple of rednecks and a bunch of country people in there, but everybody was generally nice and
We
mature.
embraced our youth. We just kept doing it because it was still funny.
Well, Moon, I don't know how old you are, but I graduated high school in the 70s, which was right on the tail end of the Vietnam War. So we basically grew up hearing body counts every day on TV, and we were guys. And
Yeah,
we
so
knew when we got out of high school, we were either going to college or going to Vietnam to get shot at. And so we were pretty wild and crazy in high school.
no, I just graduated high school 2.5, 3 years ago, 2013. So definitely different times. Yeah, sure.
And think about it. Like when I was a kid, it was Tonka trucks, erector sets, and guns. I mean, cowboys, Indians, military, soldiers, water
Oh yeah.
pistols, um, the suction cup dart guns, sparkler
Those things are
guns.
awesome.
We did like these space guns came out when science fiction got
Oh yeah, I
big.
forgot about sparkler guns.
Yep,
How old are you, Moon?
50.
Yeah, okay. I'm not too far ahead of you.
That's not Moon.
That's not Moon. That's No. Moon's like, hang
Oh,
on a second.
I'm sorry. I wasn't
That's
looking at
Bob.
the
Dr. Moon.
screen. I was.
He's on Pink's account. So.
We've been doing this.
Oh,
We
okay.
just roll with it. We share a brain.
That was funny. I knew Moon was gonna hear that and stop and say something. But hang on a second. 50? You're talking about the wrong person here.
But I did have those guns that shot sparks and stuff.
The most toy guns I had, like I had the little disc guns, that shoot a little foam disc, have like a donut, like a foam donut looking thing.
Yep, I
That's
remember
like my
those.
favorite thing. I had one of those. I played with a lot of Tonka trucks and tractors. I was really into like tractors and stuff when I was little.
Hell, when I was a kid, if a toy gun didn't hurt, it wasn't worth playing with.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't really grow up in a neighborhood. I
And
didn't
they
have
got
a lot
all
of
this
people.
foamy Nerf stuff.
I mean,
Hell, we used to
I grew up
shoot
with
each
two
other
older
in the
sisters.
ass with BB guns.
I grew up with two older sisters, so pretty much wasn't really,
All right,
shoot one of them with
wait.
something, screaming and crying.
Robbie's determined to win a patch. We built go-karts out of shopping carts, spare bike parts, and
If
jumped
you
those
don't
things off
know
of.
what it feels like,
We were training.
if you don't know what it feels like to be shot in the ass wearing a tight pair of jeans with a BB gun, you ain't played with toy guns. Is all I got to say about it.
That was called courting. Hey, sweetheart. No, so Robbie puts in the chat. We built go-karts out of shopping carts, spare bike parts, and jumped those things off of ramps made out of shit that would collapse. Bruised internal organs were the norm, but we were trained EMTs by 8. And it was true. Half of us would get the injured party someplace for medical attention, which would be probably like the calmest mom in the neighborhood, and then the other half of us would have to run interference as to why that kid was missing.
Well, it was like, hey, are you bleeding? Yeah. Are you okay? Yeah. Okay.
That was the first time I rode a motorcycle. I crashed it, of course, and I'm laying on the ground, and my mom comes over to me, and she looks down. She's like, "Get up," and I was like, "I can't." And she's like, "Why not?" I said, "I'm hurt." She goes, "Are you hurt or are you injured?" I'm like, "What's the difference?" She's like, "If you're injured, you physically can't get up. If you're hurt, you're just being a pussy. Get up."
Your mom said that to you?
Yep.
Oh, that's funny. That is hilarious. I wasn't a very rowdy child. I'm not a very rowdy person. I'm pretty laid back, pretty chill. So I didn't grow up in, like I said, I grew up in the middle of nowhere. The most like interaction I had, that kind of like neighborhood reaction, was at my grandma's house with some of the other kids, neighbors. We rode bikes, and they were all older. It's like my older cousin and his friends. So they were. I always just kind of hung out with them and watched them, whatever. They usually play basketball or whatever, stuff that I was too young to do. I'd ride my bike and stuff, and that's pretty much it. I didn't get into. I got a BB gun. Like I didn't really have a lot of toy guns. Like I said, I had like a little foam. The only one I can specifically remember is like a little foam gun I had when I was like 4 or 5. Then like I guess for a few years I didn't have really any. I'll take it back. I do have one I still have it. It's just like a solid block of wood that was cut, and then they put a trigger in it and a bolt, and it's like there's no barrel or anything. So it's just like it doesn't do anything. It just click, the trigger just moves. That's it. But I had that. But then I got a BB gun when I was like 7 or 8. By that time, like my dad had pretty much taught me how to respect it and everything, and not that it was not like a toy gun. So I didn't really use it a whole lot. I'd try to kill squirrels and stuff in my yard, but I could never hit them.
That's why you build a squirrelapult.
Oh, I did have a slingshot too. But I started hunting with a 22 rifle when I was like 10. So I only used a BB gun for like a couple of years, maybe 2 or 3 years. Didn't really have a lot of interest in it. And then I got a 22 rifle. I was like, this is way better.
Yeah, when I lived in Kentucky, we had squirrels that were always going in our backyard and our back porch where the basement entrance was. So what I did is, since we had a deck, I just tied 2 bungee cords with a colander and put some bait in the colander and had a tripwire. So as soon as the squirrels got into the colander to go after the bait, it would launch them into the air.
That is awesome. I saw a video the other day on.
Because I saw it on a video, on the internet years ago.
Yeah.
And a couple other guys have actually done it and posted YouTube videos on how they did it. So, the fact was,
wow.
Those squirrels did not come back to that back porch.
That's funny. You using negative reinforcement. I saw a video earlier of a squirrel spinning on a bird feeder. Like apparently, like the bottom of the bird feeder where the birds land, like spun, and he was grabbing on with his front paws and I guess his mouth, and he was just hanging, just swinging around and around and around for like 15 seconds. And then he fell off onto the deck below the bird feeder. He was like shaking his head. And he was running like sideways. He was so dizzy. It was pretty funny. It's the funniest squirrel video I've seen in a while.
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Good.
Howdy, partner.
Yeehaw. Yeah, I got one of my co-workers who gave me a set of dog stairs. Wants me to make her dad a holster and trade. So.
He gave you a what?
She gave me dog stairs for my dogs to climb up. It's a really nice set. I mean, probably like over $100 if they were new. She paid $40 at a garage sale for them, but her dogs won't use them, so I did it. My dogs are smart enough that they use them.
Right.
It's sad. One of my older schnauzers, he'll jump on the bed and he'll miss sometimes.
Okay, that's what they're for.
I feel so bad.
I was kind of lost there when you said dog stairs for a second.
It's just 4 steps so the dogs can go up the steps and get on the bedding.
Yeah.
So anyway, but yeah, so I ordered $40 for the stairs, and she got talking. She's like, I might give my dad something, blah blah blah, And she's like, he's got a gun, and I'm like, she goes, how much is a holster?
There you go.
Well, I $60 for it, but I tell you what, I'm not busy, so I'll make you one and trade for the dog stairs. Then your dad gets a custom holster.
That's nice. Yeah, good deal.
By the way, Nathan, did you ever find out who sent you that money?
No emails, no contact, nothing.
What happened? Money.
So,
free money. How did this happen?
Somebody paid me $79.99.
Uh-huh.
And they paid it through my website to me. and it's just a pay site. It doesn't record any information. So I know what their name is, but they didn't shoot me an email or call me on the phone. So I got no idea who they are,
Ruh-roh.
what they want. They just bought a holster, but I don't know what gun they want me to make it for. I don't know what color
They must
they
have been
want.
buying the. They must have been buying the inside-outside holster. That's only $79.99. Yeah.
Yeah. That's. I'm impressed. You know that.
Just make it fit a Glock 19
I mean, that's.
and a 1911.
But I don't know where to mail it. I mean, he literally has not given
Well,
me.
you don't have to mail it. I can drive over and pick it up.
Well, what I'm going to do is, if I still have not gotten any contact by Monday, is I'm going to call my processing unit and reverse the transaction back to his card. And then that way he gets his money back, and he's going to be like, what the heck? And maybe he'll call me at that point.
Yeah, that'd be good. So,
I'm changing my point of sale method because I wanted to go through my bank at work, except theirs sucks. So upon looking at it, PayPal charges. Stop.
they charge what?
PayPal charges. Can I talk? PayPal charges
A little over
slightly
3%.
more.
You're lagging.
You're lagging a lot.
Nathan.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. You were lagging. Try turning your bandwidth
Sorry.
down or something.
Why is everyone keep talking over me? What am I, a Yankee?
Well, it's because he kept lagging. We're like, oh, is he done? We're like, hello?
Why is
Oh, it
PayPal
was
bad?
me.
Night Strike. Why is PayPal bad for gun accessories?
They, if they find out that you're doing it, it's against their policy or something, because they've gone after people on eBay and just anyone who has a website and sells gun accessories. They've completely, canceled their PayPal accounts because it's against their policy or something.
Oh, well, I better let my.
There are other companies that do it. Have you heard of Square?
Yeah, I know Square.
There are a couple other companies like Square. There's one good one that I'm looking at switching over myself from because I'm using Square and I don't like the fees. I'm switching to a different company. So when I get that information, I'm gonna just send you an email. All right? If you're interested in something like that, because then you'll have you'll be able to do it on the website, and if you have to do it in person, you'll be able to do it in person as well.
Oh yeah, no, but I can key in stuff myself in person if I have an internet connection. But the problem I'm running into is, at least with PayPal, I get the email contact of the person paying. So I really need to figure out a way with my web guy to have it where they're forced to fill out. I guess I need to keep my current provider and just have it where they're forced to pay, not pay, where before they get to the payment option, they have to fill out X amount of information to drop down.
Nathan, you're just doing holsters, right?
Holsters and belts. Rigs.
Oh, sorry. There's belts, Mac carriers, yeah.
Yeah, you'll have no problem with PayPal. Their restrictions are on firearms hard parts like barrels and hammers and things like that, but holsters and accessories, even things that if you market them as airsoft, you can use PayPal. You can put them on eBay, so holsters shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
One thing that really pisses me off, well, it's more
I'm gonna
about
read the
eBay,
PayPal
but
thing real quick.
It's there. It says certain firearms parts or accessories. So use at own risk.
And since there are about 9 billion holsters on eBay processed through PayPal,
yeah, they just make it that broad so that they can have the freedom to pick and choose what they want to be sold to their system. That's why it's just
They've
such a
got really
broad
good
statement.
customer
Yeah.
support. Just call them up and ask them.
I don't think they're going to have a problem with chunks of leather. Yeah, I mean, I'm not selling anything that here's the thing is, like, when you sell gun parts, like, let's say I'm like cheaper than dirt and I'm selling all these accessories and stuff that go on ARs. I could see them being like, yeah, we really don't like that, but it just being strictly leather, that's not anything that goes into a weapon. A weapon is carried by it, but it's not something that attaches onto a weapon like an accessory or like an internal part. So I think they'd probably be okay because they'd be like, oh, he sells belts, he sells these holsters. And
Well, my guess is they're talking about like lowers and that kind of thing that have to be registered.
yeah,
But
so
call them and ask them.
yeah, I guess I could. I just don't want to get on their radar and tell them who I am, because if I call them and tell them that, because I already accept payments through the alias sheepdog leather through them. Like, if you guys buy something, you pay me a smaller fee, and I just have you PayPal it to me.
You use a burner account.
Like
Just
I said, if they can't
sign up for an account with a different email, so that way you don't lose anything.
Okay, I'll think about it. Thanks.
And don't do international sales because then you are
No, internet sales are fine.
international.
Just don't do what Yankee did and buy from Grab a Gun.
What about buying off of Gunbroker?
That's exactly like my show, Hit or Miss. Same thing applies there. Just make sure you get lots of pictures before you buy the item.
I'll tell you this: I got my used 44 Magnum from a dentist in Atlanta off Gunbroker. Worked out just fine.
So did you guys call, like, communicate, email, talk on the phone, or anything like that?
Yes, communicated via email and phone.
Cool.
Hey, Nathan.
I wanted it, and then before I was going to pay him, I was like, blah, 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 blah. And it was actually really easy because he banks at where I work. So I was like, rather than sending all this stuff, why don't I just put this right in your account? And, he had called my work and verified I worked there. So he was like, yeah, I'll give you my account information. Actually, I think I was just like, here, let me type in your whole name. Okay, are you the guy that lives at this address in Atlanta? Yep, that's me. I think I'd already found him before I talked to him in my computer. I didn't tell him that. But
No,
you have the power. If you have the power to vet random people that you may be doing business with, it's really cool. I was able to go in and see his accounts, how much he had, where he lived, and all that, and and he said he was a dentist, and everything looked like it matched up as far as stuff.
I bought a car that way one time and got a swinging deal because I knew what they paid for it because I wrote their software. But,
Who's that, Moon?
Moon, is that your next victim?
Oh, it's this
You doing
this
research?
evil teacher that traumatized 7-year-old teens by having sex with them.
17.
17. Does anybody
Oh.
truly believe that
I'm
Or-
turning 17
young
in
man.
about a week.
with their hot ass teachers are being traumatized by these teachers?
Why
Yeah,
are we,
well,
why are we
Understand
looking
the
at
other way. This is where we separate the sexes, and we can never be the same.
why are we looking at this mugshot? What happened?
Because she was arrested for, doing things.
Sleeping with high school guys.
Yeah.
She's their teacher.
Wait, she's a teacher?
Yeah.
My
Oh.
favorite was the one about 3 or 4 years ago. She was 23 years old and she was an ex-Playboy playmate.
Like,
And
where were these teachers when I was in school? What
yeah,
the?
and she got convicted 3 times and didn't do any jail time.
I think these
Ma'am,
kids.
I'm going to have to see you in my office behind the courtroom for about half an hour and talk this over with you, judge to defendant.
These
That's
kids are
probably what happened.
guys, these kids are blessed.
It all depends on the state where they're at. The state's consent laws. Some states can give consent at 16, so that's probably why that one you're saying she was convicted 3 times. That's probably why she didn't get charged.
The only way you got
What
any
state?
teacher gratification
17.
when I was a kid was if you were into fat nuns and bleeding knuckles.
Oh, those Catholic schools.
Yeah, I mean, there a lot of states 17 is age of consent. We have some pretty archaic laws related to sex in this country. Again, it should pertain to. They need to make more sense because they're really kind of just black and white. They need to make a little more sense in this day and age of our complete moral breakdown.
It's not just sex. We have some pretty messed up laws. Period.
Well, like for instance, there was this school in Colorado where the kids were having sexting contests, and then the administration found out there are like hundreds of these pictures. So guess what? If you are 18 and one of the 16-year-old girls who you could legally do it with sent you a picture of herself, you're in possession of child porn. You're an adult in possession of child porn. You could sleep with her, you just can't have a picture of her on your phone.
Wow. No, there's also archaic where some people still get tickets for jaywalking. I mean, is that really a thing?
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty damn old though.
Not really. It's very realistic. If there's a high traffic area, and you're just walking through traffic, it's very likely. I mean, that could definitely be,
Okay.
The only way I could see it applicable is if it's like in New York.
Stop real quick.
No?
If anyone wants to know, hold on. If anyone wants to know what jaywalking is really all about, watch Adam Ruins Everything Jaywalking. He explains how that law came into effect. In fact, back then when they put it into effect, being called a J was like the N word.
Oh, let's see. It was pretty much used as a way to oppress a race, right? Is that what you're saying? Well,
No, it was just a highly derogatory word like
oh,
if somebody called you a whore, if they called you a J, you were just, I don't know, whatever, but it was a very derogatory term.
yeah.
Hold on, I'll find it, I'll link y'all.
I just watched this video that Robbie posted from Live Link. That was pretty funny. Did you guys watch that? The guy, the U-Haul truck, knocked out some guy who was getting up in their face, being crazy. It was pretty awesome. He laid him out pretty fast.
Ballisti, your voice is very odd. I hope that you will be well soon. Because you are ill and your voice is so odd.
So old, yeah. So yeah, I've had a cold.
Odd. He said odd.
Oh, odd, yeah. I've been cold. I've had a cold this week.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm getting over it. I feel a lot better now.
2 days.
Yeah, 2 days ago I wouldn't have been talking at all.
And your voice is similar than another guy who is chatting with these chats. So I'm not sure who is talking, you or that another guy. I hope that you will be okay soon, very soon. Please, thank you.
Alright, I'll try my best.
MBE, notice how I made it through that entire exchange without one puberty joke.
Hey,
You're
do
welcome.
you notice
Merry
how
Christmas.
I'm glad you have learned restraint.
That's my secret Santa to you.
did anyone just notice that the guy from Finland commented on someone being hard to understand?
Well, you know,
Irony.
I'm already from Georgia, so I have this southern accent going on, and I'm sick. So I don't really have a lot going. Got two things going against me right now. So
What part of Georgia?
I'm from North Georgia. We talked about this, dude. I know you're in South Carolina, right? Like in
Yeah.
you're in
Are-
the
are-
or
hey.
eastern part of the state, right?
I'm near Charleston.
Yeah.
Do you live north of Incestville?
I don't know like how you rate the incest scale in Georgia, like what part's worse than the other. So I don't really know how to answer that question. I'm up here with the Appalachia boys in the mount. I'm at the foothills. I'm in the foothills of the mountain.
In the hills of cousinly love. I
Yeah.
know that area.
Yeah. Not completely in the hillbilly mountain area.
No wonder you carry a gun.
Yeah.
It's probably the only way to keep your anal virginity.
Do you live in Ned Beatty Bluff?
Well, my dad can pick a banjo, so I might tell you something about the area. Oh. I did watch Star Wars, the fourth episode. Nathan, Giant Strike. You guys were bugging me about it.
Did you watch 5 and 6 yet?
Episode 4? You watched episode 4?
Yeah, I
The
watched
New Hope?
Yeah, I watched it last. Well, you know, you guys told me to watch it last night, and I watched like an hour of it. Then I went to bed and watched the other half this morning before I went to work. And I could definitely see like why it's such a big deal. Like I'm sitting there watching, I'm like, this is made in 1977. I'm like,
Yeah,
no
that's
way.
pretty amazing.
It's pretty
When,
good.
when they made it,
Yeah,
when
exactly.
they made that, there was nothing like it beforehand.
I can see
It's
why.
set the new.
Yeah, exactly.
So go watch 5 and 6, and then you can watch 1 through 3 if you want to.
Yeah, I'll watch them all. That way I can go watch the new ones.
I would
coming out.
almost think it'd be better just to skip 1, 2, 3 and just go enjoy 7.
But you gotta get the storyline right, though, right?
But you have to understand real quick. 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so the first storyline is, let's just say that starts at 1900. The next story, and it goes on for about 15 years.
You're talking
And then
about 4,
the
5,
next-
6 does.
And then the next storyline starts off however old Luke and Leia are. So they're like 20, right? Hold on.
Just watch 4, 5, and 6 first, and then watch 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, so basically, then go get a Band-Aid.
Put some dirt in it.
Roll around a bit,
5-year-old.
you'll be all right.
Anyway, but yeah, so between episode 3 and episode 4, 22 years passes. So 22 years passes. So now we're at the point where basically this is 30 years, however old Harrison Ford is.
About 30
And,
years.
Yeah, it's about a 30-year stretch between episode 6 and episode 7.
Yeah.
So really, if you didn't watch the first 3, it really wouldn't matter. You would still be able to follow everything in the storyline.
So-
Like just because you watch and know Jar Jar Binks exists does not help you anywhere in 4, 5, 6, or 7.
So I have
In
a
fact,
question.
it's better that you never know what a Gungan is.
So is 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3 are prequels, right?
Right.
So 4, 5,
Right.
6. So it's before.
And what happened was when Lucas wrote them, he felt that 1, 2, and 3 would be too difficult to make with current technology, but episodes 4, 5, and 6 would be easier to make with what he could work with. And also episode 4, 5, and 6 is kind of the classic Clash of the Titans tale where it's the unknown hero with a destiny discovers he's important and has to save the world. So it was better storyline and all. So he did 4, 5, and 6. And then when they started getting CGI really good, he decided he needed more money. I mean, he could make episode 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, so how old?
And then he said,
how old is Luke supposed to be
make
like episode 1?
Luke's
Why
not
not?
born yet in episode 1.
Luke's
Okay.
not born.
Yeah, so it's really a way back.
Okay, let me put it this way. Episode 1, 2, and 3 can be summarized this way. How Darth Vader became Darth Vader. That's it.
It's like the story of his father and his uncle and Darth Vader.
Right.
Okay, I got
Right.
it.
More or less.
Yeah.
So basically, episodes 1, 2, and 3 is the father, Anakin Skywalker, coming of age, being turned to the dark side at the end of the last one.
Don't
And-
give him spoilers.
Well, he knows he
Oh,
becomes Darth Vader.
Yeah, I don't know all
He knows he becomes Darth Vader. I'm not going to give him too much, but
All
you know,
right.
it's that storyline, the progression. It's the Clone Wars occur and all this other stuff. The second one's called Attack of the Clones. I can share that much.
I'll probably watch them all
So,
anyway,
yeah.
because like
It's all about, basically, it's like a buddy cop show where it's Obi-Wan and Anakin and just him growing up and being a Jedi.
yeah. So I have a question. So I always hear the whole joke or whatever about Han's duel. His Han shot first. Is it referring to the duel where he shoots Greedo or not?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes. Okay, so let me ask you this. In the episode you watched, did Greedo fire and then Han shot him? Greedo shot over his head?
Yeah, Han shot first, and then Greedo, as he was falling, shot and missed. Because if Greedo would have shot first, there's no way he would have missed Han. He's sitting right across from him with a gun pointed right at his chest.
So here's what happened. In the original Star Wars that we all saw as kids and watched for 30 years,
Uh-huh.
Greedo's sitting there pointing a blaster at him and saying, I'm going to kill you and take you to Jabba.
Yeah.
And Han, who has a gun holstered, on a thigh holster aimed right at Greedo's nuts, blows him away.
Yeah.
So whenever there was a point when they came out with episode 1, 2, and 3, they remastered and put onto DVD the first 3 shows. And Lucas changed the scene to where Greedo blasted first and then Han shot him because he felt that Han just outright shooting him wasn't right, even though the guy was threatening to kill him.
What?
And that was because Joseph Campbell wasn't there to stab him in the forehead with an ice pick.
Yeah.
That's so stupid.
It-
But I
yeah,
think the
Lucas
version I
changed that
watched.
beloved scene to try to justify Han's actions, to be
Yeah.
morally correct.
See, the version I watched, I think it was. I don't know. Are they all like that now? Because I don't know.
It
if the
depends
one
on when
I
they
watched
were
was remastered or not.
Yeah, it depends on when they were made.
Well, this is. I mean, it said 1977 by the title, which is when I guess it was.
They all
No,
say
I mean,
that.
What was it on DVD?
No, it's on the internet. I just found it, Googled it, and watched it.
Okay, so you watched it on the internet, so you watched the original.
Yeah.
Yeah, because on the internet they got the original show still, probably off of VHS or something.
That would. Yeah,
I
I mean,
still have the
I didn't,
VHS
it didn't
and the
look
Betamax.
remastered. It looked. I mean, it looked like it was aged. Didn't look like remastered or anything. Yeah, because actually the version I watched, Hans pulls his blaster out of his holster, and then you see him pointing it underneath the table. And then the scene where he shoots him, like it's just like a flash, just for a split second, and you just see a shot go up above Han's head, and you see Greedo fall over. Of course, you see Greedo fall.
I don't know. You may or may not have watched the remastered version. In the one I remember, Greedo doesn't shoot at all. He just gets shot and falls over. He doesn't fire his
Really?
weapon.
Maybe I may have watched it. I don't know, but it happened so fast because I was watching it. Because after I watched it, I'm like, that's the scene everybody talks about.
It's hard to tell because they just put that scene in to make it look like Greedo shot over him, and then Han pulled the trigger when Greedo shot over him, which is stupid because Greedo's putting the gun right at him. He couldn't have meant.
Right? Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. He had to have shot
That's
first.
so ridiculous. It's like, I know you want to try to make this politically correct, but guess what? It's okay to shoot someone pointing a gun at you, threatening to kill you.
I guess in science fiction, in far into the future in science fiction, people still get Glock trigger finger. I guess that's just justification for Greedo missing.
That's bad.
I will say, hey, I missed a target before. It's like was like 3 yards away, but that was because I was on the draw. I shot before I even had the gun up to the target. But I made the shot up. I knew I missed with as soon as I shot.
So get this.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
I have heard that the best version is old Laserdisc version. That
It's the high quality version.
yes, of course the best version will be the original film without that marking that it's part 4. All versions before marking 4 will be good, and the Laserdisc version will be second next best. But I don't have Laserdisc player or that disc.
Because they're the size of records almost.
Mhm.
Laserdiscs are ridiculously huge. But they're the precursor to DVDs, so what do you expect?
Yes, but all the official versions, DVD or Blu-ray or tape, they are not original versions. They are something else. Like this new version where the Yabba is Yabba is what we know what Yabba is now, but the first Yabba, he was just a guy. He wasn't that slime big thing.
Right. And then there was, how in the redone versions after that they released on DVD, uh, where they took the old actor that played Anakin and replaced it with the one from the Clone Wars instead. I didn't like that.
Have you watched that Miglek video? He has made.
Oh, yeah, Jerry.
He
His
makes a lot of videos.
dude, I know that blaster he had is awesome.
Oh
Yes,
yeah, I saw that. That was
The
the
pretty
last
cool.
one.
Malibu C96.
Did you see his
Real
Halloween
fighting
special?
Star Wars master. And in that video, he's saying that Han Solo shoot first.
Of course, because he did originally.
Yes. And under the table. Because of course you can do some stupid and get killed, but if you want to leave, you shoot under the table and you shoot first.
It's quiet. Yeah, I think sweet.
Mm.
Hey guys, get some. Every good smuggler knows You have to shoot first. Hey guys, I'm Jerry Mitchell. We're out on the range today. It's a beautiful.
What's up,
You
Sean?
have to shoot first.
Every good smuggler knows you have to shoot first.
Obviously. Oh, dang. Someone lost their passport and their visitor visa for the U.S. on campus. On college campus. I'm just now checking my emails. Like the first time in like 2 weeks from school since I've been out. Apparently someone dropped their passport in one of the buildings on campus and they found it and trying to contact them. Yeah, interesting. I'm trying to see if my book list is posted yet from next semester. Probably not, but it's worth a shot. Check. Then I can figure out how much money I'm going to get robbed out of. I literally just sent my rentals back to Amazon earlier this week.
Good evening, gentlemen.
How's it going, Sean?
Oh, another day in paradise.
How's the Florida weather? Are you guys getting any of that cold front?
We did. It's 57 degrees according to my thermometer.
Oh, give me a break. Man,
Hey, man, I put on a fleece and long pants for this.
did you really?
Dead serious.
It was.
I'm sitting on my back porch outside, and I'm wearing blue jeans and a fleece because it's cold.
Yeah, it was like 35, 40 here tonight with 15, 20-mile-an-hour winds.
Another reason that I refuse to live north of Interstate 10.
It's 47 here in South Carolina right now. Not my favorite.
The wind's what was killing us tonight here. Temps weren't that bad. It was still above freezing. It was just windy.
Later, Moon. So, Sean.
Yes.
What's going on with open carry?
Other than the little war of words that we've been having with the legislative head of the Florida Sheriff's Association lately, not a whole lot because the legislative session, we've gone through the pre-session committee weeks, and the session starts again on January 12th. So between now and the 12th, everybody's kind of taking a breather, other than the Sheriff's Association, who's acting like a bunch of children, actually.
Yeah, I've seen that. There's been a couple news posts.
In the press. Yeah.
There's been like on Truth About Guns, Guns.com, even Bearing Arms have said that the police association or the sheriff's association down there are, for lack of a better word, a bunch of pussies.
Yeah, we've got the Association of Police Chiefs are now supporting the bill, but the Sheriff's Association is opposing the bill, but we have a number of sheriffs who are in support of the bill.
Let me guess, most of those sheriffs that are opposing the bill are around the Orlando and Miami area.
Actually, the Tampa and Miami area. The Orlando one has not supported by any means, but been smart enough to try and stay out of it.
Means he can go either way.
Now, just south of me, I'm in Daytona Beach, but down by the Space Coast, Sheriff Ivey has been a strong supporter of the open carry bill, as has a couple of sheriffs in the Panhandle and one sheriff just south of Jacksonville. We've got a number of sheriffs who are coming up and being just truly constitutional supporters and saying, look, you know, this is a very measured bill. It's just the licensees. These people have proven themselves trustworthy. We've got no way to oppose this. In fact, we wish that more people would get their concealed carry licenses and start carrying because, well, there's some bad stuff happening in this country right now.
Yeah, did you hear the study that says that more Americans support the whole carrying a gun and guns in general, opposed to disarmament?
Yeah,
I saw something about that. I haven't had a chance to sit down and read the study because every time I see a news report about a study, I always
it wasn't a study; it was a poll.
Get the study reports and actually.
Oh, yeah, right. It's a poll.
What it says.
So they've always polled and said, do you feel in favor or against an assault weapon ban? And it's always been about 2/3 of the country says they're in favor of banning the assault weapons. They just now did a poll recently. I think it was the New York Times or something like that. 50% said they were against an assault weapon ban, where only 42% were for.
Well, and here's the interesting thing when it comes to polls, and especially this one being from the New York Times. You know they didn't use favorable questions. Polls, you can get the results you want out of a poll by using the questioning that you want. So if you have, say, a group like mine, go out and do a poll, we're going to ask a question. Do you think that people who are duly licensed and have met the training requirements and gone through all the hoops to get their concealed carry license, should they go to jail if they expose their firearms? Well, then everyone says, no, of course they shouldn't. And that means that we have 80% of the people in favor of open carry. Where the other side says, do you think that people should just be able to willy-nilly brandish firearms and scare everyone? Well, no, of course they shouldn't be able to do that. Now we have 80% opposed. Same people polled. It's all about how you ask the question when it comes to these polls. This is why I say, anytime you see a poll, go and read the questions. Now, when you have one that has kind of an anti-bent question and it still has a result like that, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, I think what happened is I think when they did the poll, they had always had that answered so heavily skewed that they just asked the question, are you in favor of an assault weapons ban or aren't you? They didn't skew it real hard because they didn't think they were going to get, they figured they'd get their normal answer, and they didn't. And I think a big part of it is Paris and San Bernardino have woken a bunch of people up, and they're like, dude, we don't care if people legally have these guns. We want them out of the hands of the criminals.
I am hearing daily from gun shop owners and gun shop managers in Florida who are telling me that they are doing 3 times their normal volume per day since the San Bernardino shooting. They've got tons of people coming in who have never thought about owning a gun before who are now buying guns.
I'm not surprised.
And half, he said, about half of them are because, yeah, there's a problem. We've got terrorists here, and I need to be able to defend myself and my family. The other half are because Obama's saying I might not be able to buy a gun ever, and well, I want to have one now before they go and ban them, and well, good luck finding it.
Hey, Sean, do you know Lee Williams?
Yes, very well.
Oh, I figured you might. So that's where I've been following the sheriff
And
circus.
Lee is an awesome guy. What's interesting is he is not a dyed-in-the-wool open carry supporter. He's a bit what I would call fuddish on open carry, but he is also a constitutionalist who goes, I don't like open carry. I think it's stupid, but it's your right, damn it.
You have that one sheriff that said, now, I'm not exactly saying we're going to shoot open carriers, but they're more likely to be shot by my deputies. And
Right.
Lee filed a FOIA for his emails.
Right.
You're more likely to get hit by a car walking alongside the sidewalk.
There was an editorial today in the Tampa Tribune attacking my organization, saying that we called for the sheriff's resignation for his opposition to open carry, and that's not true. What we said was, if the sheriff cannot maintain a well-disciplined, professional, and well-trained police law enforcement agency, then he should resign. If he is incapable of keeping his deputies from putting a gun in the back of a person, throwing them to the ground, or worse, his words, because just because they're openly carrying a gun, then he should resign. Instead, they said, well, we called for his resignation for opposing open carry.
Awesome.
Not what we said. The editorial board lied, and I've called them out on that, and if they don't retract that statement tomorrow, I'm going to be sending that to every news agency in the state of Florida.
See, it's not called lying anymore in this day and age. If you're a politician, it's called misremembering, and if you're in the media, it's called clickbait.
Edge's chat is up.
It was definitely clickbait saying that Florida Carry called for his resignation. Oh yeah, I mean, just for the laughs, go to Tampa Bay, the Tampa Tribune, tbo.com, and go to their editorial page, and you will see the top, the newest editorial from them attacking my organization, and it's all bullshit. Yes, we said he should resign if he can't maintain a properly trained and disciplined law enforcement agency. No, we didn't say he should resign because he opposes our bill. I think he's an asshole for opposing our bill. I don't think that means he should resign. If he can't control his deputies, then he should resign.
Plus, too, like I said, it's the innuendo, the play on words. Is you would be more likely to have one of my deputies put his gun in your back.
Well, and that's really not what he said either. When you go back and look at the original quote, they're spinning his original quotes. He said stupid things, and he got called on it, and now he's trying to spin what he actually said.
That's why I'm hoping for Lee to get his emails through that FOIA so we can see actually what the real thing is.
Oh, if he doesn't, believe me, Florida has the sunshine. So we do a public records request here. Florida's public records laws are much stronger than FOIA is at the federal level. Violations of it are like $2 million fines. In fact, the entire Orlando area transit authority, the entire board of that got removed from office and prosecuted for violating public records laws because they were texting each other instead of having a public meeting.
That's unique.
And that's just over texting instead of having a public meeting, rather than refusing to turn over emails. Yeah, this is one of those states where we pretty zealously guard your First Amendment rights, your Second Amendment rights. Well, we try and we're working on the Second Amendment rights. First Amendment's in pretty good shape. The Fourth Amendment's in pretty dire shape, but that's nationwide.
Hey, I wanted to say, I watched a video the other day where they had Department of Homeland Security like rep in front of Congress talking about trying to get them to do the no-fly list ban.
Oh, you're talking about oh shoot, what's his name? What's the congressman's name?
I don't remember it, but
yeah,
he's
just
sitting
made
up
her
there.
look like an idiot.
He's sitting up there and he goes, she explains how it's going to work, and he goes, so my question to you is, you know, what notification, what when you get put on the list, you know, when you're told you're on that list and being put on it, you know, what process does that resolve when you do that? And she goes, well, they're not told they're on the list. So there's no process to let them know they're on the list as it's happening. No, there's not. And she goes, well, there's no process for that. It's a process to get off the list. And he goes, you know, process is half of what I want to talk about. What I really want to talk about is called due process. So let me ask you, what other rights would you restrict with a list like this? And she's like, I don't understand what you mean, Congressman. He goes, I don't know. What other rights do we have that we get blocked that we have to ask to get them back? I mean, can you block the First Amendment right? Like tell someone you're on the terrorist watch list, therefore you can't get a Google account or you can't make a website? Or what if, you know, I forgot which one it is, but the amendment against cruel and unusual punishment, if you're on the list, until you get off the list, we could just beat you mercilessly. What about just taking away your right to a trial if you're on the list? You know, and he just made it.
Let's rile up the bleeding hearts and say, well, can we waterboard you?
Well, yeah, they already did last time. But you know,
those weren't U.S. citizens.
Those were not U.S. citizens, but on U.S. soil, so it's like it magically never happened. But those people did not have constitutional protections who we did that to.
Right, they're not Americans. They don't have our rights.
And just it's a good point, because that's what I've always said when they talk about this terrorist watch list. I went, a secret list by the government that restricts my Second Amendment rights? What country do we live in? Russia? That's what Russian people do.
I remember a country that had secret lists of people they didn't like. It was Germany in the 1930s and early 40s.
Well, here's another thing, is if you look at that list, okay, what's the name of it? Desperate Impact. So I have to watch what I say and do when somebody comes in to ask for a home loan or a credit card. Because if I look at them and think they can't get it based on what they look like, and basically like if they're on welfare or something.
Oh yeah, you're going to hell.
Then I'm doing Desperate Impact. My bank can get the hell find out of them. But a secret list full of almost all Middle Eastern people, all Tea Party members, and all people that speak out against the government, that list somehow is okay to restrict my Second Amendment rights? What?
I'll tell you this, after the war of words that I've been having with the Pinellas County Sheriff, I'm not spitting on the sidewalk in Pinellas County anytime soon. The interesting thing with the due process, this is exactly what we're arguing, and we have not only the open carry bill in the legislature here in Florida, we also have a lawsuit in the Florida Supreme Court trying to get open carry. And in that case, a young man who had this concealed carry license, in fact, he had just received it in the mail that day, was arrested for open carry because he did a piss poor job of concealing his gun. So I'll ask you this question. You have the fundamental right to bear arms. However, in order to bear arms, in a lot of states, at least 20 of them, you have to get a concealed carry license first. which means that you've been deprived of your right without due process and must go through an administrative process to regain your right. How does that pass constitutional muster? Did I drop out?
Nope, you're good.
No, I was sorry. I was.
Oh no, I did
I was-
actually lag for a second. Sorry.
No, well, I heard everything you said. I was just slicking the side of a belt, so I didn't want y'all to have to listen to me going. But
Hey, can you make like belt in like Momo the tent maker size? Because I need a new belt.
I can make a belt as big as you want it to, as long as you're not larger than a cow. So if
Okay,
you're under 700 pounds, I can make you a belt.
And Nathan's from Texas, so we're real liberal on what constitutes bigger than a cow.
Now that reminds me of a story, but I'll save that for another day. No, what I was going to say is, so the right to keep and bear arms was something where you could keep arms in your house. You could go hunting with arms. You needed the arms because if you showed up for militia practice, you needed the arms. Any able-bodied man was considered callable up to the militia. So anyone who wasn't like a gimp could be in the militia back when.
And even to this day, if you're required to register for selective service, you're a member of the militia.
That's a good point. I never thought of that.
Oh yeah.
Technically, I can be drafted. Therefore, I'm part of the militia.
Yes, you are.
Ah, that is awesome.
The federal code actually defines who is the militia, and it is able-bodied men 18 to 42 or something like that, I believe.
Oh crap! I'm getting old. Got 3 years.
I thought it was 46.
Probably 40.
Is it 46?
I bet it's 46.
Yeah,
but
I forget what the top end is.
It's
but
basically
if they think you can,
it's basically the rule, the age limit in Vietnam, that they'll accept people. Not accept because they would only accept
the military cuts.
But if you volunteered, they would take you. If they volunteered in Vietnam and you were 45, they would take you.
Yeah, generally now the military cuts people off at like 36.
Yeah.
Or I think 36 is the tops now.
But nevertheless, the point was not just about militiamen. The point was the fact that they wanted an armed populace that could act as a militia in
well, do not confuse the
right to keep and bear arms with the militia.
Don't confuse the National Guard with the militia.
They are not militia. They are a standing army.
Yes, absolutely.
The founders did not even want a standing army. They only wanted a standing army in time of war, and they thought militias could handle everything outside of, like, England reinvading.
Yeah, and recently the Supreme Court said something about, well, yes, our founding fathers, never envisioned a standing army, and now the standing army is the pride of the nation. And this is somewhat true, and this is kind of a problem for people like us who are very pro-military, or at least people like me who are very pro-military, who are also originalist thinkers, because, yeah, we had a definite problem. And this is why they invented the idea of posse comitatus, which was that our standing army has no authority on U.S. shores.
We all know how well that works nowadays, though. But again, the idea was twofold, and they put the comma in for a reason. These men wrote letters, the Federalist Papers, explaining the ideas behind amendments and the thought process going into them, and people coming forth and saying, well, the Second Amendment It's only about militias. It's not about the rights of every person in this country. And it's like, read the Federalist Papers. Read what the people who made the amendment said if you want to understand it. Don't sit there and ignore the fact that they very potently put a comma in to go to the next part.
Well, in 230-something pages, one of the largest Supreme Court decisions ever rendered, Heller and McDonald both thoroughly destroy that argument.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if all of you have sat down and taken the time to read what the court wrote on the Heller decision.
Oh, the 200
It is
document
worth
on the Heller
the time.
decision? Oh, yeah. Dude, I keep it by my toilet.
It is worth the time.
Well, looks like I'm looking pretty good for next semester. I got my book list together, and that's only if all these books are required. I'm looking at $142 to rent all of them.
Oh, good job.
Pretty good, my book.
Wait. You rent your books?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had book rentals when I was going to college. I mean,
Sean.
you could buy new or used. That was it.
Sean, do you want to know what the best screw job is, though? You have to spend $400 for the professor's book that's not even in print. It's online. That's the best screw job ever.
I have gotten that before, but it wasn't like a large dollar amount. Like a $20 to $30 book I bought at the bookstore. They print there, and one of the professors there wrote, and they're like, "Oh, we don't buy those back because we just print them here." I'm like, "Oh, cool." Like, looks like you got a great book on the the basis of American government now.
Dude, I sat out. I remember in college, after I finished a class and had a book I couldn't sell back, but they were using it on the next semester, I sat out in front of the class. Hey, in a trench coat. Hey, want to buy a book? Yeah, and sold my book to somebody walking in.
Yeah, just mark them $10 below what the bookstore's selling them, and there you go.
Basically, that's what I did. Not like $30 off. What,
yeah, depending on how much
it cost me.
Yeah.
And after that little shindig, I figured, oh, okay.
Yeah, I got nervous. I was looking at this book on here. Let's see. Oh, $189 to buy used from the campus bookstore. Oh, $41 to rent the whole semester. Wow. Yeah.
I would totally do that.
Exactly. But there is one book I'm thinking about buying.
There's like 3 books I kept from my entire time.
Yeah, there's a forensic science book, because I know I'm starting, all my classes are criminal justice classes this semester, so I'm starting.
I will say this, though. You know how many times I've opened those books since college?
Once, maybe?
Maybe twice.
Maybe twice, yeah.
Just, and that's in, many years now.
Yeah, I'll rent this. There's one book that I might consider buying. It's $24 to rent. I'll go ahead and rent it, and if I like it and I think I want to keep it, I'll go ahead and pay the rest of it and keep it. It's only an $80 book. It's about forensic science, which is what my concentration's in, so I may hang on to it. We'll see. That'll be the only book I consider keeping.
So does everyone know why college is more expensive now?
Why it's more expensive?
Okay, so hold on, I'll tell you.
They like money.
In 2008, we had a financial crisis, right? A lot of money problems, right?
Yes.
Money going down the toilet. No one has money, okay? And then a couple of years later, I'm looking at it and I'm finding out that college has increased in price significantly. And I'm sitting there going, man, if everyone's unemployed and we're in such a crapper, how are these people going to college? And there's online colleges now, so there's more options in a capitalist system. That should drive the price down from the brick and mortars having these online institutions. Well, I'm talking to some of my customers, and they're like, yeah, we got this college application. And I talked to them about the price rising and my worries for my children.
Yeah.
And they said, you know what's on that application? Halfway down it says, click here for your free $800 this semester from the government. And all of a sudden it struck me. Because Obama made student loans government controlled and not by private entities, everyone qualifies automatically. So
that was way before Obama.
No, actually it was not. Prior to Obama taking office, You would come into my bank and say, I need a student loan, and we would sit down and we would run an app on it. Once Obama took office, we dropped our student loan program because he wanted to governmentalize all new student loans. So now everyone gets a student loan. It's not being...
So we had Stafford subsidized and unsubsidized.
Okay. Well, nevertheless, the reason that college is going up in price is because the government is giving out the money now to everybody.
Well, they're giving out a lot more, and they're doing less with using, basically private funders, and they're doing it more direct.
Right.
However, even with the private funding of like the Stafford student loans, they were not credit driven. Because I actually had a problem when I started college. Someone had used my, while I was in the Army, someone had used my Social Security number to get and default on a student loan. And I had to go through all kinds of fun stuff with the financial aid department at my college to convince them that my name was not, in fact, Lakeisha Watkins. The person from the student loan department actually took a picture of me and faxed it to the student loan people saying, this is not a picture of Lakeisha Watkins, skinny white boy at the time. I was skinny at one point. When
I believe you
out of the military, his name is not Lakeisha Watkins. And they finally, fixed the problem and approved my student loan.
That's a mess. Now, pretty much the way I do it is every year, so for every 2 semesters, well, actually, I guess it covers summer, technically, summer semester, I fill out a FAFSA form and, get all the tax information from my, if I'm living at home with my parents, so I get their tax information on there, my tax information, the IRS, put it on the FAFSA form, submit the FAFSA form, wait, a month or whatever, how long it takes for them to process it. They send it back. They say, oh, this is how much you're approved for, and it generally covers 90 to 95% of my loan, of my tuition for the year.
I'll tell you, like I said, I've been out of college for a long time. I'm still paying student loans.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, but you went, how many degrees? I mean, how many times did you go to college, and what did you go for, and where?
I went to Embry-Riddle for aerospace engineering.
Well, I can see how it might be an expensive.
It's a very expensive college.
Yeah.
But I didn't take out really all that much in student loans. It's just they take forever to pay back, but they're low interest. But I haven't been making huge payments. I'm paying all of $100 and some a month. Now I've only got about $2,000 left, so I'm probably going to knock that loan out this year. But of course, I'm knocking out credit cards and all kind of other stuff.
I don't want to have I don't want to have any student loans by the time I'm 30. I should be able to pay them off.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, mine's are probably a lot smaller than yours. Probably the total of my student loans probably equals 1 year for you. So if I stop, I make pretty much right now I make a payment. I do it weekly, but when it comes out to a month, I pretty much a car payment on my student loan every month. So if I were to stop doing that right now, and just accept my next loan for my last year and graduate in 4 years, I would have. Well, I got my academic scholarship back, so hopefully I'm not in half. So it'd be around $16,000 just for tuition. But that's with my academic scholarship. If I don't have that, which I should get it back because my GPA is high enough now, I would have to pay $20,000.
If you're paying something akin to what your car payment would be on your student loans, then yeah, you're going to knock them out a lot faster.
Yeah.
I've been basically paying $100 a month forever, and it takes a long time to knock down,
anything.
Knock down loans at those kind of payment levels. But until the past few years, past 6 years, I done just what I felt like I could afford. Now it's just been, I'm keeping at those minimum levels because, I have higher interest things to pay off because, well, in my 20s and early 30s, yeah, I used credit too much. I lived beyond my means. It was stupid, and I've been paying for it.
Yeah, I kind of did that starting out. I kind of I'm getting a late start, doing payments. I had to have a chat. My dad had to talk to me about it and about how much money I was, how stupid I was doing what I wanted to do, and spending all my money on whatever I wanted to.
But at least he told you about it now, and you realize it now.
Exactly.
Instead of a friend of mine, he had, I should say acquaintance of mine. He would get student loans from regular banks. It's back in the early 2000s. He had student loans from banks at like 5 to 8+%, and
oh gosh.
And he lived off that.
Oh.
And then he bought a vehicle off that and everything, and he came out of school with like $150,000 at that interest rate, and he didn't get a job. I mean, he had the same degree I did, and I came out with 24 grand because I was working and paying it off.
Yeah. No, I'll come out with I'm still paying now, and I'll probably increase my payment amount a good bit during the summer when I'm working. I'm 35 hours a week instead of like 20, and I should come out like my goal is to come out like around with 10,000 in debt.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, I mean, you're still out your parents, so you didn't have
I don't have
rent or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, heck, I was making about $1,000 a month, and just to eat, sleep, vehicle, and stuff like that came out to be about $750 a month for me.
Yeah, that's a lot. It's cutting it tight.
Yeah, it is. So I mean, you just learn how to, live within your means, and you'll do it. No problem.
Yeah, when I joined the Army, I was making $969 a month. But I ate in the dining facility and had free housing, and it wasn't so bad. So most of my money went to my bar tab and clothes.
Yeah. So basically, your play money was $970 a month, or however much.
Exactly. Yeah, $969 a month.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I got out of the military, it was closer to $3,000 a month. Man, I felt like I was rich because I was still living in the barracks and everything else. And then I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to go to college.
Right now, when I'm in school,
with no job, student loans, and the GI Bill, and the Army College Fund. So that was what college fund was about $1,700 a month for GI Bill and college fund while I was in college, and which was great to have that buffer, but maxing out my Stafford my Stafford student loans, secured and unsecured, for a total of like what was it, $7,500 per semester every semester, and just going more and more into debt, and then working full time and going to college and still going into debt.
Yeah, right now when I'm in school, like taking classes, I don't work as much. Obviously, I make like about $600 or $700 a month. And then during the summer, I make like around 1,000.
Yeah. I was making 1,000 when we're going to school, and over the summer I was making like 1,800.
Nice.
But then of course I didn't have to study or anything, and buddies came over, and at the end of the summer I had less money than going into the summer. I was like, what the hell? And then I figured it was alcohol. So, I mean, whenever you have a case of beer every Monday or every Tuesday, Wednesday, and 2/5 every Saturday, it runs up quick.
Jeez, yeah.
I don't remember that summer except for that.
My only vice is ammo cost.
That's true.
I'm really not luckily I'm pretty restrained. Like I restrain myself on like buying guns. Like I really don't Like I really pick, I really take my time to pick out what I want and then I save up for it because that's what I have to do anyway. So I usually don't buy a lot of guns right now, anyways, because I can't afford it and stuff. So most of what I want, spend money on is ammo and accessories for my press and just knick-knack stuff. I wonder where my rental cart is. Where's
The rental car.
rental cart on?
Oh.
So I was getting my book list together on Amazon and I put it into a separate cart called a rental cart.
Yeah.
I have no idea where it went. That's why I went back to the homepage. I don't know how to get back to it.
All right, so before you shop on Amazon, go to give2a.com. That'll redirect you to Amazon, and we will get a portion of the money that you spend. It won't cost you an extra dime, but we get money for it to put towards the right to bear arms. So stop what you're doing, go to give2a.com, and then continue shopping.
That, or you could do the same thing with GunChannels or.
Oh, that's a lot. Okay, so it puts the code on the end of the Amazon website. Because I've never heard you explain it that way before, Sean. Usually you always just say go to the 40K website and click on the Amazon link. That's much easier to do.
Yeah, give2a.com.
Yeah.
And it redirects you right to Amazon, and, well, it's money that we use for doing our lobbying and lawsuits.
Fun.
And we get about, 7% of whatever gets spent, which, enough people do it, it turns into real money.
Heck, that'd be like $10 for my college books.
Or, you go and buy a big screen TV, it can be a good chunk of money.
Yeah. You said we have one for GunChannels too, right, Foos?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. But I don't know, is it updated? Because last time I went on there, it looked kind of...
I am not sure.
I need to find out where it's at. I had to split between the two of them. I love Chris's meme he posted on here. It says, voting for Hillary because she's a woman is like eating a turd because it looks like a Tootsie Roll.
He's not wrong.
So does anybody in here have an M44?
Yes.
Sweet. On your M44, does it have any Russian markings?
Yes.
I think my magazine is still with my last match. Crap.
My Type 53 has some Russian markings on it. The bolt and stuff.
Where's the... Can't find the Amazon page for GunChannels.
It's give2a.com.
Hey,
I'm not buying them tonight.
um,
I'm going to email my teachers and make sure I need these books before I read them. I made that mistake last semester. I bought a $92 math book for an online code, and ended up not needing to get lucky. I didn't open it or anything. I just sent it back to Amazon and get the money back, but still, I won't get into trouble again.
So, heard something funny on the radio this morning. Sorry to change subject, but
Go ahead.
this guy went out to people standing in line to watch Star Wars, and he said, "Can you name someone on the Galactic Senate?" And the person goes, "Queen Amidala." And then he goes, "Can you name someone in the United States Senate?"
Ooh.
Nothing. Did it time after time after time. None of the people watching Star Wars knew a single senator in real life.
God.
Yeah, freaking hilarious. He asked one guy, he said, "How did Han Solo keep Luke Skywalker warm on the frozen planet of Hoth?" And he's like, what animal did he use to cut open? And they said, "A tauntaun." And then he goes, What temperature does water boil at? Nothing. Guy's like, I have no idea. Doesn't know what water boils at.
Welcome to the modern United States society.
Yeah.
We know every fact there is about him.
Yeah.
Don't know basic knowledge.
Who won Survivor? Oh, yeah. Who was the last recipient of the Medal of Honor? Crickets. All right, I'll ask this group. Who was the last recipient of the Medal of Honor?
I do not know.
The American Sniper guy, Kyle.
I hear Wikipedia being pulled up everywhere.
Type.
My answer will be Mark Wahlberg for his performance in Lone Survivor.
All right, who did Mark Wahlberg play?
Marcus Luttrell.
I was having trouble remembering, but you know what? I'm going to say something else. I read the book before I saw the movie, which ruined the movie for me. The book was so much better. The movie,
as will often happen.
that they totally fabricated.
Look, it's hard to take a book and throw it into 2 hours.
Well, you know what? Half of the book was just him being hidden by those villagers for 2 weeks. You know?
Yeah.
It wasn't heroic. It wasn't.
It was about 5 minutes in the movie, right?
Right. It was the saving him at the end with the full set of Delta moving in and the village fighting off Al Qaeda, and then they're losing, but then the cowboys and the helicopters come in and rescue him.
I read the book, but I haven't seen the movie. Now, wasn't there one point in the book I know he said that like he was with the leader of the village or something, and the leader of the village was meeting with the guy that's supposed to be the target that he was supposed to go to kill?
Yeah, the guy who was the head of the area Al Qaeda guy that he was trying to find to snipe.
Yeah.
Came in and argued with the village elders. And the thing is in ancient Afghan society or current Afghan society, there are rules to culture and behavior. And the townsfolk, even though Al Qaeda was trying to bully them, said, "Look, you can't come in here, or we're going to pull our support of you." You see, Al Qaeda needed all those villages to give them places to hang out, hide equipment, to give them food. So the villages had power over Al Qaeda. Al Qaeda's like, "Give us the American," and they're like, "No, he's under our protection. You cannot have him, and if you do, you're breaking our."
And of course, that was only because the villagers, did they really think he was just a doctor, or did they know his true?
Oh, they knew he was an American soldier.
Yeah, but they thought he was. Didn't he say like he was like a medic? Like he didn't say he was there to on assassination.
Yeah, he told them he was a medic. They didn't know he was a SEAL.
Yeah.
Except they did see the tattoo on his back at one point, and it freaked them the hell out when they saw the trident and the devil. They thought that was like a bad omen on his back.
Oh well.
I mean, they had and trust me, when they took that rifle off him, that Mark 12 with the silencer, they knew he was a little more than just a medic. That's some hardware. No, he is a medic, but they knew he was a warrior because they pulled one hella nice M4 off him. A Mark 12 is a souped-up barrel, 223 M4, basically with a heavy souped-up barrel reinforced, has a suppressor on it, and he's shooting 77 grain Sierra Match Kings that are good out to 500 yards suppressed out of that. Personally, not my choice of sniper weapons, but they were planning on being in a position to snipe the guy at 500 or less yards, and then.
So technically, he could have killed. Well, I guess he would have gotten killed right after, but he could have possibly killed that leader guy, Al Qaeda guy, when he was there.
He didn't have the gun.
Oh.
No, that when they took him in and they treated him, they took his gun away from him. The only thing he had in his hand was a grenade. Yeah. So they went and they took his gear, his fatigues, his gun, and everything. I think at some point they got him to give up the grenade. They dressed him in white, smog and everything.
Right.
There came a point when they were thinking that Al Qaeda was going to attack the village, and they gave him back his stuff. And Al Qaeda didn't attack the village, but they thought they were going to. They moved him from house to house and hit him, and there was some arguing and yelling and stuff. And then at some point, some rangers came in and found him. They came into the village and located him.
Yeah, how long was he there? Like a week or two or something? A few weeks?
About 2 weeks. Yeah,
2
about
weeks?
two
Yeah.
weeks. They kept hiding him. Like Al Qaeda came in to his room without their weapons and started beating the crap out of him before the villagers got in there because somebody wasn't in guard right.
No, you mentioned that. I remember that
They
book.
Like they forced the young Al Qaeda out, and it wasn't until that older leader came in and had to argue with the head of the village. So it was very complicated because they've got very strict rules of behavior and what they do. And once you take a person into your village and protect them, they are under your honor. So if you let Al Qaeda come in and kill them, you've just dishonored your entire village. So yeah, that's fighting stuff.
Yeah.
That's cutting ties with Al Qaeda. So basically, they put down the law and said, you can't have this American, or we're not going to support your fight anymore. And so they were kind of like, just like anything, they're coming in, they're trying to be all tough and stuff, and they're like, no, I'm the elder, I'm old, I'm not going to do that, And I don't know, it was a whole cultural thing, but there were some points when they thought Al Qaeda was going to try to sneak in and get him, and they took him out of his room and moved him out and took him down to a creek a mile away and set him down on a log for a day, and then they brought him back in.
Do you know who was that guy who was leader of that village?
I don't remember his name.
If you check it about 2 or 3 weeks ago when G-Webs played that Arizona guys radio channel to GunChannels, and there was that phantom writer for that book, and governor of Texas. I think, Nathan, you know who is governor of Texas. Some guy with very short name, and he if you have watched Charles Winston's war, then you know that you Texans has something to do with Afghanistan war, and the governor of Texas, he knew who was that guy who was the commander of that village where this the server were, and
I'm pretty sure Latrell brought him over from there.
Yes.
And he's
you're talking about Charlie Wilson's war,
No, he's not talking about Charlie Wilson. He's talking about Marcus Latrell.
Yes, but this.
No, he's talking about Charlie Wilson's. The movie is Charlie Wilson's war. Charlie Wilson was a congressman from Texas. Who was actually the guy that got us involved in Afghanistan back in the 80s.
Yes.
When the Soviets invaded and had us arming the Mujahideen.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, and
looks a lot like Tom Hanks.
And there was Afghanistan guys who was fighting against the Russians, and there was this one guy. This one guy was commander in that village where this lone server went, and there is now a book called The Lion of Sebray, the Afghan warrior, and that book is telling who was that commander who saved life of this lone server.
Interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yes, and if you look that Charles Wilson war and what current governor in Texas is telling, so there is a long path of how the Texans has what they have made how they are trying to help Afghanistan.
That's cool.
Hey, Foos,
So,
can you see this?
What?
I forget who is the current governor of Texas.
Greg Abbott's the current governor of Texas,
That's
but it
right,
was Rick Perry. But Greg Abbott's in the wheelchair. He's the new governor. He's the one who got open carry signed.
Yep.
I think the only reason Rick Perry didn't back that is because he wanted to be president. I'm pretty sure he was just trying to, like, he didn't care one way or the other, but he didn't want it to be where on his watch open carry got passed when he ran for national office. Talk about
so really, was Perry a problem for open carry?
No, he wasn't technically.
Is that motion?
Let me put it this way: Rick Perry went for a walk with his dog. A coyote attacked his dog. He pulled out his concealed carry and shot a damn coyote. He's pro-gun, but he did not back open carry. When Greg Abbott got into office, Greg Abbott, who's in a wheelchair, he knew he was never going to be president, and he specifically said,
the open
"If
carry
you will
thing
bring open carry to my desk, I will sign it."
boiled to the top in Texas when he was governor.
This is true.
The open carry thing in Texas, actually, I mean, it was a long time coming because, believe me, I've been talking to the people that wound up doing it for years. But
I'm telling you this. Greg Abbott, when he took office, publicly made the statement that if you bring an open carry bill to my desk, I will sign it. When he took office, he said it.
Well,
so the legislature knew they had a green light.
The current Florida governor in 2011. And I'm hoping we can pass it this year because I'm not holding to his campaign promise.
There's a problem with campaign promise.
But
what are you
just
doing?
saying, bring it to my desk. And
Okay, who's spanking the monkey without hitting the mute button?
Sorry, I'm packing my smokes.
We thought you were trying to pack something else, buddy.
But he will have a cigarette after.
Yeah, he needs a cigarette after he gets done walking.
You should pack those, right into the trash.
I do have a New Year's resolution coming up, though. I'm going back to the e-cigarette and giving up the smokes here soon. So
you know what
I figure I need to smoke as many of them as I can between now and then.
I'll tell you this. So the trick with the e-cigarettes is don't get them little, like the size of your cigarette e-cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
Them little.
Oh no, I'm getting one that has like one of those 12-volt car batteries attached to it.
Oh yeah. Get a smoke pipe, man. Get an Indian smoke pipe with technological doodads all over it. I mean, just go all the way.
I quit for about a year and a half and was smoking the e-cig. And then I quit smoking I smoked the e-cig for about 6 months, and then I quit smoking it too. And for about a year and a half, didn't smoke any cigarettes. And then I started smoking cigarettes again. Stupid me.
Again.
So now I'm going back to the e-cig, but I'm getting the one that has the battery that's supposed to last for like 3 days and the giant tank atomizers. And I'll use that until I'm tired of smoking it. And, probably be off of both eventually.
Now let me tell you about the
e-cig. Even just
e-cig.
being on the e-cig, it's so much better than smoking these coffin nails.
Since you get in the big battery version, instead of putting the drip tank on there, you just wire it up to your nutsack. And every time you want to puff, you hit that button and you'll go time.
Well, it depends on what you like. I might just
or your electric bill's going to skyrocket.
So let me share this and shift the comment back off electrocuting one's nuts.
It's tingly.
You totally, damn it! You derailed my train of thought.
That was the intent.
But anyway, the thing about it is that the e-cigarettes in general have less nasty carcinogens in it And they are trying. Big Tobacco is trying to badmouth them, but people are
Oh,
not.
yeah. They're like, oh, my God,
People
we
are
found
not
the
buying.
carcinogen. Oh, yeah, it's 1,000 times lower than the ones in our cigarettes, but it's still bad for you.
Well, they're sitting there going, you don't know what that stage smoke stuff will do to your lungs over time. It could do really crazy things. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I know exactly what your cigarettes will do to me over time.
So my lungs black.
I'll tell
And
you
this
this,
other thing just might.
that a little bit over a year, almost year and a half that I quit smoking and was using the e-cig, I quit snoring.
Oh.
Because the cigarettes were irritating my throat enough that it caused me to snore more. And it wasn't that I needed to lose weight to quit snoring. It was I needed to quit smoking to quit snoring.
Interesting.
And then I started smoking again, and now I'm starting to snore again.
Son of a bitch.
Wait, but you're going off cigarettes now again, right? You said you're going to electronic.
Yeah, so now I'm going back to the electronic cigarette. This is one of those things that I know of that I'm getting as a Christmas present.
Right. So then, are you gonna
the
eventually
full
go from
electronic
the e-cig?
cigarette set up with a couple of the batteries and a couple of tanks and
So you're gonna go from the e-cig to quitting completely, or are you just gonna?
I look at it this way. I look at the e-cig as changing brands, and then if I get tired of it, I get tired of it. If not, then well, it's a hell of a lot better than what I've been doing if I do keep smoking it. I quit smoking the e-cigs, for that about year after about 6 months of smoking them, just because I got tired of monkeying with them, and it kind of weaned myself off. And we'll see. That might happen again. It might not. Don't know. Don't care. Just know that I have to do something better than smoking cigarettes.
I've been vaping since.
I will still, until the day I die, have the occasional cigar, though.
Yeah.
Because I like good cigars.
Well, like you said, vaping is so much better for you. And as far as
not
like,
to mention cigars, you're not like huffing that down into your lungs.
yeah, that's not going into your lungs. That's
puff
just
a
going in your
cigar.
mouth, and it takes a lot longer to get you.
Yeah, I mean,
But yeah, vaping is
George
much
Burns
better
would
for
be
you.
about what, 150?
Not to mention the cost. Good God, what is it? $5 for a pack of smokes?
More. God, I usually buy them like 3 at a time, and it's like $19 for 3 packs.
Holy crap balls, Batman! Wow.
It's like how much for? Oh, you buy the carton, right? Yeah, carton's like $30 to $40, depending on what kind you get.
Cartons here are like $55, $60.
Woo! Oh yeah, they're like 40 here, 35, 40, depending on what kind you get.
That's because the little Jewish women in Florida have plenty of money, and they're not going to live very long.
Lots of demand. You can drive the price up.
You like my impression?
Florida is also there's no smoking in any like commercial building, except for bars. It cannot be a restaurant and bar.
Nathan,
The only commercial building you can go in and smoke in is a full-on bar.
Nathan, this is how you do it. You hold your finger right here and you go, I've been smoking for 25 years.
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you that smoking will ruin your life.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of those commercials here in Florida.
I thought that was shot in Florida.
You need to make sure that you don't smoke cigarettes. It's bad for you and expensive. But if you go down to the trailer, 2 trailers down, you can get some nice meth. Welcome to Florida, PSA.
Gosh. What I have to look forward to for retirement, right?
Dude, our age, you think we're actually going to get a retirement?
Exactly. That's another point.
Shit.
Good
We'll
point.
get retirement if we do it ourselves.
Exactly.
If we expect the government to give us Social Security, heck no.
Yeah, no, I'm not counting on that at all.
They've been, okay, so if they
your
had taken
retirement plan
Social
involves
Security
a
and
scratch-off
invested it,
ticket,
we'd be great. If they had taken Social Security and invested it, we'd be just fine. The problem is they spin it and they're paying for it day to day. They didn't invest it. So what type of retirement program
I don't know how many of
works?
you guys remember the whole thing a few years, a few election cycles ago, with the whole we're going to take your Social Security and let you invest it and put it in the lockbox.
Yeah, bullshit.
And guess what? Lockbox got elected, and we didn't get no fucking lockbox. And my Social Security money is still going to this damn Ponzi scheme. And I'm probably never going to see any of it because it is a Ponzi scheme and it will collapse. I have no faith in the future of my Social Security money. I think it's all been wasted, and I would much rather have it in my regular retirement account that I control the investments on. And guess what? I've been very good at picking the investments for my retirement accounts. I readjust them every 6 months to a year, and I way exceed the stock market because I pick good stocks, or good mutual funds anyway.
Right.
Yeah, I want to save up some money and start investing a little bit. Hopefully next year. It's just it's just getting that money saved up and being able just to let it go and not miss it. The hard part.
Hell, the past 6 years, the past 8 years, I've been crushing it. I moved all my retirement account stocks to South American growth stuff.
South American what?
South American growth stocks.
Growth, like,
or grocery.
Yeah, basically where you invest in up and coming companies in South America.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, like coca plantations and stuff like that. For cocaine,
I thought you were talking. I thought you were talking about coca beans for chocolate.
That's what I thought. For cocaine, I was like,
He's talking about Escobar investments with the coffee shit.
Can I invest in the PE Coke stock? Pablo Escobar Coke stock, right?
You gotta remember, I spent 6 months down there, messing with those assholes when I was in the military. Let me tell you something. I know where the money goes for that stuff, and this is the only reason that I'm opposed to anything but home cultivated drugs, because I know where the money's going if we're sending it to South America, and it's to full-on radical communist.
I guess now would be a good time to invest in some oil stock. It's low.
You guys can joke about it. Have you ever heard of In-Q-Tel? In-Q-Tel is the CIA's venture capital fund.
It's their what capital fund?
Their venture capital fund. The CIA actually has companies that invest in the stock market and invest in other companies.
And they get the profits for it.
Yep.
That's a smart move.
Mm-hmm. You want to know what one of their biggest investments was?
Google. No? Yeah, go ahead.
Google.
Yeah.
Probably Facebook too.
Yep. And they've funded most first-person shooter games in the last 15, 20 years easily.
What's their motive behind that?
Excuse me?
Tactics.
I mean,
tactics, training, psychological warfare development. Basically speaking, consider it a laboratory for all of their research on, how to immerse humans.
Makes sense. And they're making money doing it.
So what's going on?
Talking about the CIA has their own program, like a venture fund that invests in companies, and like their biggest the biggest stock they invested in was like Google and Facebook, and they've also invested in heavily in like first-person shooters, things like that.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little funny story about first-person shooters. I play airsoft back in the day. I always had get these teenage kids that come in, and they talk about how badass they were and how they were going to kick all our old guys' asses because they played Call of Duty and they knew exactly what to do. And it cracked me up because the guys on my team, yeah, we were in our 30s, but it was cops, SWAT team members, former military, Marines, Army, stuff like this. And then civilian people have been trained by the SWAT and the Army people, run through drills on a regular basis and exposed to it. So, the fight would start, and I'd be like next to one of these teeny boppers, and they would just be like, as soon as BB started hitting around them, they got scared crapless. Their bravado went out the window. And I'm sitting here having to do Private Ryan crap on Omaha Beach, dragging, being like, get up here, hold this window, and shoot at them. But I'm going to get shot. Yeah, you are. Try to hit a couple of them before they get you shot. Everyone here is
when I
going
was
to
stationed at
shot.
Benning. I was stationed at Fort Benning. I'm, 24th Infantry Division, infantry rifle platoon. So me and 9 of my other buddies, 10-man team, actually rented a van, drove up to Atlanta because they were having a laser tag tournament. And the winner of the laser tag was $5,000. And we said, all right, we're going to go up there and wipe the floor with these kids. And we did.
It was laser tag? $5,000 laser tag? That's awesome.
$5,000 laser tag tournament. So, each one of us walked home with $500 in our pocket. We didn't make it back to Fort Benning with $500 in any of our pockets. In fact, we pretty much blew our entire paycheck plus the $500 after that weekend, but we all had a good time.
That's the point of living.
I would love to go play laser tag. I've never played I played when I was really, really young.
Oh, it was funny. I mean,
I've never
you've got
played seriously.
you've got a line infantry platoon from Fort Benning up there, just like a laser tag tournament. Yeah, I'm sorry, we didn't do your pre-qualifiers. Here, you guys. We're 3rd Brigade, 24th Infantry. Second Battalion, 18th Infantry Regiment. We want to walk on. And the organizers were like, fuck yeah. All right.
It's awesome.
I say we just cut to the chase and go straight to the AK-47 Operators Union Heartbreak Ridge class.
I will say, though, a couple of those groups there gave us a run for our money. We were impressed by a couple of those groups that did this all the time, doing the laser tag. They were pretty good. I mean, we still beat them,
yeah.
But some of them were harder than we thought they were going to be.
Aren't most laser tag courses really tight and close combat type scenario?
Well, they're doing it constantly. We're doing it constantly, but we're doing it under a completely different set of circumstances. So it was a little bit eye-opening for all of us that, wow, these guys really aren't as bad as we thought they were going to be.
Yeah, the only thing I ever got into like that, like play shooting other people was like paintball. And the only thing I didn't like about that is you couldn't freaking aim. Like it was so inconsistent. It was just like spray and pray most of the time. I mean, you could aim, but you couldn't like be precise.
So hold on. I want to say this: if you like laser tag and you like paintball, airsoft is far more realistic to military combat.
Oh, I would probably love airsoft.
Yeah, well, and they
probably
didn't
would.
really have paintball was just kind of starting to take off at the
Yeah,
time.
this was back in the day. I can get that, Sean.
Yeah, I mean this was '94.
Oh yeah, I wasn't born yet.
But airsoft, the reason it's cool about it is
I love making you feel old.
Did you really just say that you weren't born in '94?
Yep, I love making you feel old. It's best part of it.
I just felt more whiskers in my beard turn gray.
Hey, Sean, everyone, you want to know what happened to me the other day? I go down to the little Asian lady who's my barber, and she's cutting my hair. No, she's really great. She's great. So Lynn's cutting my hair. She's cutting it all around. She's doing it all up nice. I'm sitting there. I'm just chillaxing. And she gets out the little buzzer, the kind that they like really do the fine work on the back of your neck with to make sure they get all the whiskers off. And she starts trimming inside my damn ears. In my ears. Didn't even ask if I wanted my ears done. Freaking started trimming my damn ears.
That's how you know you're getting there, Nathan. You're about to be over the hill. Isn't that what you said the other night? You're 39, so you're about to be over the hill. That's one of the 30 days.
Hey, that's okay. The girl that does my hair has been doing my hair for, like 12 years. And I remember a few months ago, and this has become commonplace since, a few months ago was the first time that she went off of my hairline onto my face and started trimming next to my eyebrows. Apparently, I'm going Wolfman Jack here.
That's funny.
Okay, hold on, Sean. Sean, the month before, she did my ears this month.
No, I have tweezers for the ears. The ears have started. It's quite disturbing.
Hold on. Get this. The month before, she looks at me and she goes, "You want me to trim your eyebrow? You got really long eyebrows."
Oh, I trimmed your eyebrow now. Your eyebrow really long. I trimmed for you.
And I went, okay. So she freaking stuck her comb in my eyebrows and went, "Me."
Oh, that's nice.
What's next? Are you two going to compare how deep they went for the prostate exam?
Dude, man.
That's a lot of.
So I have a goatee, so I have one of those little beard trimmers that you can set the height of the little guard that's on it. Thing's great, keeps the goat in shape. And the other day I was like, man, I got some long eyebrow hairs. So yeah, I set that thing to 7 millimeters and went across my eyebrows and was like, holy shit! I hear that thing going. Cutting stuff off.
Dude, Sean, I do that.
My eyebrows.
And I'm thinking,
my eyebrows get
millimeters.
fucking
We're
wrong.
talking about the diameter of a damn .308 round.
Oh yeah.
My haircut's pretty simple. I get size 4 buzz on the sides and just leave a little on top to gel. That's it.
We don't want to talk to you.
Okay,
so
Nathan, your Texan, Rick Perry was governor at that time at Texas.
Yeah.
Okay, and Edge 4006 is alive. His chat is alive right now when he's talking about Texas Open Carry.
Yeah, Edge is live, guys. By the way.
Edge is live. Hold on.
Yeah. Edge is live on his chat on GunChannels.com right now doing a chat on Open Carry.
Okay, hold on. Thank you. I got to go over to Edge. But before I leave...
all right, so somebody shoot me a link. If we're talking Open Carry, obviously I got to be there.
Yes.
Okay, well, hold on. I'll get the link.
The link for the chat is at the Edge live.
Do me a favor, because I'm on my iPad. Send it to me in the little private message thing on GunChannels.
Hold on. I'll send you the link, Sean. No problem.
Thank you.
He's going to be doing that.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. But before I leave, in this decrepit off, I have to state the fact that I got my eyebrows cut and now my ears cut because all my hair in the back of my head is growing out ears and my freaking eyebrows.
You're getting that bald spot right there. It only gets worse. Time to buy some Rogaine. I'll send you some for Christmas if you want. Actually,
Yeah,
I
the
won't.
difference
It's really
is I'm
expensive.
twice your age and I'm starting to bald and you're starting this early. You might as well just get used to getting some carnauba wax for your head. I'm switching over to Edge now.
All right. See. Foose, you gonna go there or what?
I don't care. I'm playing a game, talking, bullshitting.
Yeah, I'm just gonna relax and not. I don't know if I want to be on a show. Being
Hey,
sick
Foose,
and
did
everything.
you see what I put in the side?
I own one. That's about it. I mean,
Okay, I put in there that there's no Russian markings. All it has on it. Here, let me turn the camera back on.
I'm not looking at.
Oh.
Right
What
now.
gun that was?
M44. But all there is in this 02 numerical marking, the date 1953, and then the serial number.
Well, 53. It's definitely Russian.
Right.
Oh, you have a 53 M44. Wait, no, 53. It could have been Chinese, but.
Well, see, there's no Chinese markings.
Oh, really? Okay.
And that 02 marking is the same one that's on everything on the gun. There's an 02 there. There's an 02 back on the bolt. There's an 02 on the magazine well somewhere. Oh, right up here. Oh, where's it at? Right there.
Take off the stock and look on the bottom side of the barrel. Sometimes it covers it. I mean, I don't know if that's true for Mosin. I just know some guns it will. I don't know how low on the barrel they put the mark.
Hold on, okay.
What kind of stock?
I've never seen it on Mosins before.
Yeah, I don't know.
As far as hiding.
Yeah.
You know,
it's usually on top of it's on the crest, it's on the receiver.
All right. Where is it at? I'm looking at it now. Wow, I cannot see that at all.
Maybe it was ground. Maybe it was taken off and then they put another number on it. Or something.
Nah, they would do that with the date and everything on there.
Yeah. Huh.
I mean, no Russian or no Chinese or nothing. Yeah, nothing. No markings.
You guys think it's too early to email my teachers and ask them if I need the textbook for class? Like,
dude, what? When does school start?
In January 11th.
Dude, after the New Year. Don't mess with them now. Dude, they're probably drunk.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I'd probably just wait. Send them an email like right after New Year's, a week before school starts. That way I can go ahead and order
them. Maybe Pink, you should take a better pictures of that gun and post those pictures to somewhere and ask.
Yeah, Scott, send me a picture of that.
Okay. But I picked that one up, and then I picked this one up.
The camera's out of focus.
Out of focus?
You bought two Mosins?
No, this one's an SKS.
Oh, okay.
Norinco.
Nice. You got a 44 Magnum too, right? You said?
Yeah.
What kind did you get? I haven't heard you talk about that.
Oh, you didn't see it on Instagram?
No, dude, I've been dead. I've been social media, like, dead for the past few weeks. Sad. I'll check now. I'll go look at it.
Hang on. I can...
Well, I mean, it'll look better on Instagram than it will on your webcam, but you can show it on here, I guess, if you want to. Oh, yeah, there you go. Is that a Ruger?
No, it's a Virginian Dragoon.
Oh, it kind of looks similar to a Ruger design.
Yeah.
The frame, it does a lot. Virginia Dragoon, never heard of them. Is it like a less name brand company, or is it just company?
Well, it was an actual company down in Virginia. and during the 70s they were making these.
Okay, so they just went out. They just don't make it anymore, right?
Right. It's got a nice little. Oh shoot.
Looks pretty nice. We made in the 70s. Is it? How much did you get for it?
This one, $375.
That's not bad at
That's
all.
not bad.
For a 44 Magnum, yeah. It's a good deal. It looks like it's in pretty good condition, too.
Yeah, it is. It's shiny.
I know. I want to buy my grandpa's Ruger Red Hawk from him. Like I have it. Like he never even uses it. I can shoot it whenever I want. But like eventually, I just want to pay him. Like, hey, let me give you this money so I can just keep this. Because he's not going to use it.
Yeah.
I'd like to get into handgun hunting eventually. I think it'd be a fun challenge.
Damn right, it's a challenge.
That'd get me fired up for reloading for some bigger rounds and doing like long range shooting with handguns and trying to go out and hunt with them, putting some scopes on them and stuff.
God, look how much larger that is compared to.
Your FN, yeah. Yeah, other than the trigger guard, it reminds me a lot of the Ruger frame.
Yeah, it is.
I like it.
Because
It's nice. I like the
2
way it
weeks
looks.
ago I was shooting a Super Blackhawk.
Uh-huh.
That's kind of what made me want to grab this.
Is that single action or double?
Single.
Okay.
So, I got a question for you guys. There's this guy on Facebook wanting to get rid of his CZP07, and I offered him my MP9C, meet him halfway, which is about 3.5 hours, about 3.5 hours between us, so a little over an hour and a half for each of us, and a holster, a mag pouch, and total of 4 mags, and the guy didn't go for it because it was too long of a drive.
Well, I mean, wait, the CZP07, that's the polymer frame full size.
No, it's their compact.
Okay, compact, but it's still it's polymer frame, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how much? I mean,
he was wanting 400 for it. And
the compact's probably about around the same price, I guess, too, isn't it?
yeah, maybe a little bit less, but I had 2 extra mags.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much the way he's looking at it. He's driving an hour and a half to get 4 mags and a holster.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a Bravo concealment holster. I mean the holster and mag combination was over $100. But
personally, I would never drive that far for a gun. I'd just like ship it to the FFL for something, unless it's something like I really, really wanted. Like really
how far was it?
Hour and a half.
Yeah.
Hour and a half.
A little over an hour and a half for each of us.
Hell, I drove 3 hours to get that one Mosin and crate of ammo.
That's what I mean. An hour and a half is nothing.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, whatever.
Click. The computer screen, or either go to local gun stores. That's where I do most of my stuff at. But, like I said earlier, I don't buy a lot of guns. I'm broke, so I mean, maybe that's why. I buy mostly like stuff most of I buy is like stuff that's cheaper, gonna be cheaper online. It's like ammo components and accessories and stuff.
And the guy was even like, oh, I thought about getting into, those Smith & Wessons, but it's too far to drive. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, offer stands. And so.
Well, it is what it is. Can't get mad about it, whatever.
Yep. Oh, I'm not mad about it. I'm just
kind of surprised by it.
Yeah. And kind of reason I was looking for it, kind of gonna go for it, because I know it'd be more money out of my pocket than his, but just because you can't find PO7s around here unless you go down to Matt Mink or something.
Hey Scott, I got a question for you. I was wondering the other day, does Kroger, they give you guys a Christmas bonus?
Yeah, right.
I was just curious because they do it. They gave us ours the other day. I didn't even know I forgot we got one. I was wondering. I was thinking about Kroger. I was like, I'm going to ask. I wonder if they even get one. Ours was pretty lousy. It's 8 hours worth of pay, and then you get taxes taken out of it. So, yeah.
Wow.
It
You
was
don't get
kind of nice.
holiday pay?
Well, no, like extra pay, no, for working holidays, and heck no.
Oh,
No,
see, I mean that's one thing about us. We get holiday pay.
how much more do they give y'all?
Well, you get 8 hours of holiday pay whether you work it or not.
Mm-hmm. And if you work, it should be time and a half.
Yeah.
So that's so. I mean, that's something they gave us. Our bonus was 8 hours of holiday pay. Whatever. I guess that's the same way of looking at it. It's just like a holiday bonus.
Yep.
But you said you said you can work time and a half. So that means you get half. That means they take half of what you make and they add that on top of your hourly pay, right?
Yeah. So let's say you make $100 an hour. It'll be $150 an hour.
Right. Yeah. See, they don't do that at my store at Publix. No, I don't do that. I wish. Oh my gosh, I would totally work.
$100 per hour.
I just said that for easy math.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I just said it for easy math, Mika.
Yeah, no, we don't. That's all we got. We got the 8 hour, but it helped though because it knocked down some of what I had to pay for my dog's surgery. So I was like,
what happened to him?
Oh, he had to get stitches. He just got a cut. I don't know how he got it. He got loose. Ran off to the neighbor's house one day when we were all gone, and we came back that afternoon. I went to pick him up, and he had a little cut on right behind his shoulder on his ribs. Just cut his skin pretty deep. He got 3 stitches and a drain tube put in, and that was it. I mean, he was in and out of the vet in one day. The surgery only took an hour or less. Still wasn't cheap though. The surgery itself was only like $75 for 1 hour. So I guess that's how they charge by the hour. So it was only like $75. But then by the time he got all the medicine, and then he had to get his rabies shot. It ended up being $200 for all of it.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, it was kind of like almost too much, so much that I was gonna consider like trying to fix it myself. But I was like, yeah, that's not that bad. It was last week during finals. I was like, just do it. Like I literally went there and take him for them to look at it, and he told me he's like, this is what I think you should do is leave him here and we'll cut it. We'll have to cut away that skin because it already started to heal up. It'd been a day and a half or 2 days since it happened.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, and we'll go ahead and cut it, cut into the new skin and sew it up, and you can come back this evening and pick him up. And so they gave me the invoice for it. And I was like, yeah, that sounds good. So then I signed it and left him there and took my final for my classes and came back later and got it.
Yeah, you probably did the best thing.
Do you go to full service gas stations too?
What's that?
I said, do you
Yeah.
go to full service gas stations too?
Oh, you know it. But it's all right though. I have a Honda, so I don't have to go to the gas station very often, so it's okay. It doesn't run me up too much. But he's doing good now. I'm gonna pull stitches out probably Monday or Tuesday. Or cut them out rather. Cut out the
cool
snippet and pull it.
Here, Ballistic, you might think this is funny.
What is it?
Do you ever go in and change your
modem
name?
Dude, that's too much work. I don't know how to do that on my computer.
You don't know how to change your modem name?
Nope.
Really?
I probably could figure it out. I'm not saying it's hard. I'm too lazy to do it. It's just like it's in our last name. It's just like last name Wi-Fi is all it is. Actually, no, it's not. It's ATTT something number letters. That must have been an old one. All right, tell me how to change it, and I'll change it.
Well, I can tell you how to change it on mine, but I don't know how to change it on yours.
Yeah, I'm using Windows 8.
You need the address for your modem.
Yeah, I'm not doing all that. I mean, it's on the modem, right? It's on the outside of the modem, but I'm not. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe not.
Exactly. Too much trouble. Plus, no one would even get that prank because no one even lives around us. Like, there's no one to use our Wi-Fi except for us. So.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a couple druggies that live close by, but I doubt they'll be searching for Wi-Fi. So
That's funny. Yeah, task. Yeah.
but I know it's pretty funny to see that pop up on the Wi-Fi search.
Oh, is that yours right there that you did?
Yeah, that's what I did.
That's funny.
Took a screenshot of my phone.
Caleb, you may like this. I got some more targets for dry fire practice.
Oh, cool. Miniatures. Nice.
1/6 scale.
Oh, they even have the perforations or whatever, the
Yeah.
lines on them. That's nice.
Yep.
Where'd you get them from?
Ben Stoker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I just printed his out on the computer and colored them with like a brown
I didn't think about that.
crayon. They look alright. And they're labeled, they say ACD, they even have the letters on there, so they work alright. But I don't have, the head ones, the metrics wouldn't print out. Like that one you have there, I couldn't get those to print out. It kept giving me a different size. Like his website was screwed up for that when I tried to print it out. So all I got is the total targets for that size anyways.
Oh, the classic, yeah. I mean, these aren't that much. They're like 50 cents a piece or something like that. So they weren't much.
Oh yeah, that's really cheap.
Yeah, and then I ended up getting like 12 of these because I'm going to have one dry fire up in my bedroom, and then I'll have another one out in the garage spot. Because garage, I can get more distance. Oh, these I may not need to.
Maybe doing patch for that small target.
Do what? What does that mean?
Make a patch out of it. Make a patch like that. I think there are some target patches out there.
A, C, and D, Jones.
Right here.
And without head and with head.
Oh yeah, dude. The ABC. Yeah. That cut.
A, C, and D.
Oh, just without the head. No, I would cut the D off, so you just have the ABC target. So you'd be, here to here wide.
Yeah, and still get the whole silhouette shape.
And then there.
Do you really have A, B, and D? Because here it's A, C, and D.
Yeah, it's A, C, D. B
Yes.
is the head up here, and then A. There's an A spot here. Yeah. Let's see. So there's an A. Here's a B. There's A, C, and D.
Okay.
So.
Okay, and that's why the B is.
Yeah.
We don't have that in practical shooting. There is no head because
Right.
they are not people. They are just just something without heads. So
Yeah,
there is B shown.
We call them turtle shells.
Amoebas, total
Yeah.
targets. Those are some of the names we use.
Yeah, we use a bunch of them.
I've actually started to like those better. No.
I actually think that they're easier to get A's on.
Yeah, I think they draw you. I think they draw you to the A zone easier, like naturally. That's the way I want to put it. Like it draws me to the center. The target draws my sight to the center more naturally than it does on the head targets.
I fully agree.
Because it makes sense too. Because you got on the head target, you got that giant gap above the A zone. Where on the amoebas, the A zone goes almost all the way up to the top of the target.
Correct.
So that's another reason I'm starting to like them more. I'm thinking about selling one of my guns.
Why?
I never shoot it.
Which gun?
My M&P 1522.
Oh. Well, I mean, it's always good to have a 22. 22 is going to come back.
Well, I've got a 22. I've got several. I've got
Oh, okay.
I've got a bolt action, a Savage stainless, and it's like basically brand new. I really like it. I just haven't. I don't shoot 22 right now because because the ammo situation.
Right.
But like really, I can't find any use for the MP 1522 other than just like for plinking and like you could say for like a trainer gun, but I'm just gonna shoot 223 on mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. It's sad that after 3 years you still can't go and get it.
Yeah, but I painted the rifle up. Like it looks good. So I mean,
I have an upper here that's a dedicated 22 upper.
yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I could always do that too if I want to later on. That's what I'm thinking of selling it.
But that's more expensive to build that than it was your 1022, or than your 2215.
Well, you can get the drop-in. You can use a 223 barrel though and get the drop-in bolt.
Yes, you can do that. I have a dedicated barrel.
Oh yeah, see, that's different.
Yeah, I have a dedicated barrel. It
How much
cost
will
me.
that cost you?
It cost me about $450-500 to build.
And is that's a completely different upper too, or
Completely different upper.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you just have another. You just have a completely different upper, and then the magazine to go with it.
I have like 7 magazines for it.
Yeah. So, but anyways, that's the same cost as the MP 1522, a little bit more. They sell for like $425, brand new, like $425 brand new. So, I don't know. I probably could list it for $400 and sell it.
Yeah, but I mean, you have another complete gun that works with bolt hole open, because my bolt hole open, as soon as I, run the last round, the bolt will actually catch the back of the follower. And as soon as I drop that mag, the bolt's closed.
Yeah. Plus, I've got mag pull furniture on it though. Like I could probably sell it pretty easily for a pretty good bit. Like if I probably listed it, if I kept all the stuff that's on there now on it.
Is it threaded muzzle?
Yeah. It's got an A2 flash hider on it.
I personally, I'd keep it.
Yeah. I want to buy my AR lower.
You still haven't done that? Okay.
I haven't been able to.
Yeah, and that MP 1522 would get your lower.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I've just been debating. I have like 422 guns anyway, so.
And it'd probably get you a couple hundred rounds. Oh, actually, more than a couple hundred rounds of ammo. Maybe 400 or 500 rounds of ammo.
No, my lower's 3, like a little over 3. So it would pretty much.
What lower are you getting?
The BCM complete.
Okay.
This is a complete lower. Yeah, it's not. I'm not getting just a strip.
Well, no, I mean.
See, that's why I've been waiting. If I didn't, I don't know. I just have to like. Chris talked me into it, and it makes sense what you're saying. It's like you want to have like just the complete rifle. It's going to just be a lot more valuable that way, and
it is.
It'll all be the same manufacturer. So if I wasn't doing that, I would have already had my lower by now for a long time because I could buy a strip lower, a couple weeks, no problem.
Yeah, it's $50, and then you can go out and buy a lower parts kit for. Heck, I saw it was a lower parts kit except for the trigger. Granted, it was a shit stock and shit grip, but it was. Buddy of mine told me he picked one up for $60.
Wow, that's an awesome deal.
Yeah, and I was like, holy shit. Because he already had a Timney trigger at his house that he was going to put in. So he's like, I don't need it. He's like, save them an extra $20-$30.
But I know I would hate. I've never sold a gun, and I think I would hate doing it. I don't know if I don't think I'd regret it because, like I said, I haven't shot it literally in like a year.
I've sold guns. That's.
And plus, I didn't pay for that gun. It was a gift, so.
That's even worse. Wait. Birthday or Christmas?
Well, I'm saying it's good because it wouldn't I haven't lost any money, so it'd be like.
Right, but dude, selling a gift, that's tough.
It's nothing sentimental.
Okay, it's better.
Yeah.
It wasn't like your grandma or something buying you a gun.
Plus, it doesn't matter. It's an MP 1522. There's thousands of them. It's not like it's something special.
I know, but that's not the point, dude.
Right.
it's the whole gift, especially I mean, if it was from a loved one, it'd be. Of course, this is just me talking, so.
I mean,
You're an adult.
so I'd have that same special value. I mean, it's just a trade, really. But like a gun, but I do have a gun like that. Like, I mean, I have like my Ruger single six. That was a gift. I would never sell that because that's like was like my first handgun my dad got me. That's like something I wouldn't get rid of. This was just something I asked for one year for Christmas.
Gotcha.
And plus, I found that like it's really not that comfortable to shoot like for like the stuff that I like to do with 22 shooting. The M&P doesn't really fit that style.
Well, what do you like to do?
Like anytime I use a 22 round, it's like just like long range, prone plinking, or like hunting or something, and it's really not adapted for that.
Yeah, that is true. It is adapted for.
It's for it's just like tactical stuff, quote unquote tactical, and it's range plinking, which I don't do because I don't have any ammo.
It's true.
And that's why now that I have the Savage, that bolt action, that's why like it would take over the role that everything that M&P does. And it's got an awesome trigger. It's got an Accu trigger in it.
Nice.
It's stainless, and I want to get it threaded. I'll definitely get it threaded. I can get a can on it, and it'd do whatever I wanted it to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I want to talk to my dad about it and not list it and use that by my lower.
Speaking of Ruger, go ahead. I was gonna say, go ahead. You go.
I was just gonna say all I have for the rifle. I have the rifle, the stock 25 round magazine, 2 35 round magazines, and then a factory 10 round magazine. So
did it come with the Magpul stuff?
No, I put that on there. So I don't know if I'd take.
I would take it off. It's probably because you probably won't get much difference. You probably get more for the Magpul stuff.
But it matches the paint job. That's one thing. I could take off the rail covers, but I couldn't take off the pistol grip because you know what I actually did with my stock pistol grip? I used it to practice stippling on it.
Oh, okay.
So it's
I'm just going to keep it.
Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say is, for on a couple Facebook apps today, I saw 2 precision rifles, the Ruger precision rifles for sale. Both of them for about $1,400.
How much are they selling for new?
Their MSRP is $13.99.
That's high, isn't it? To be selling like.
Yeah, but you can't find the 308 ones.
Oh, so I mean, they're just taking advantage of the market and selling them at full price, even though it's technically a used gun.
Yep.
Now, if I sell the M&P then with everything on it, I'll probably ask like, if I have all the magazines, I'll have to go through. It has a sling on it, has an HK sling mount, so I'll probably like list it for $550 or something and see what I get off of that.
$550 for your, yeah.
Huh?
$550 for that, yeah.
Yeah, for the whole package. Consider everything. The paint job looks pretty sweet on it. Let me go grab it.
Ballistic, have you experience with this STI gun? STI Edge or some else?
He's gone. He's not.
Okay.
Yeah, he stepped out.
Okay. Because here where I'm living, the STI double those guns are are the if you wanna be in the top three, then you will have that STI.
Yeah, a lot of people have the
Yes.
2011s.
Yes, those guns. And GGs are they were good at sometimes, but nowadays those exam made STIs.
Yeah, because I mean the STIs, you have the consistent trigger and everything, and with CZs, of course, you have the double single.
Were you talking to me? Good. I just got back.
Talking to me?
You talking to me? All right, so let me get the stuff situated here without dropping my microphone everywhere. I really need to buy another headset. I've been using my earbuds since my last one broke.
I was thinking about ballistic. You had Glock 34 or something like that, and then you are going to the next step, and you had that STI Edge maybe. And what you are thinking? Which will be your next race gun?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely. I want to. That's after I buy my lower for my AR. I'm buying. I want to get an Edge. Next spring or summer, hopefully. I don't know how long it'll take me to save up for it, so we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah.
But STI Edge is very old gun, and I think that STI has some new guns.
Some new ones? Yeah, they have the DVC, but it's like $1,000 more. Plus, I definitely want to. I've shot an Edge, so I know that I like it. That's the. I mean, something that expensive, I'm gonna, obviously I want to shoot a little bit and see how I like it. So, I'd have to shoot it and try it out, but I don't think I'd like it enough to spend another $1,000 on it.
Yes, the Edge, not that Edge 4006, but that another Edge. It's number one at the moment, but there are new models coming from the STI. So maybe you should check, because it is costing 2,000.
Yeah, they were about 2.
Yes, and other models are maybe 1,000 more, but
what's it called?
I don't know what they are called, but our local importer has some new models, and of course
it's made by STI.
Yes, they STIs, and they are.
All right, can you see my screen, Mika?
No.
You can't see my screen share on here?
No. No, I can see.
You can now?
Yes.
Okay, so these are all the 2011s they have. Do you see it? Is it one of these on here you're talking about? It had to be 40 caliber for limited. They have the Eagle, which is a 6-inch gun, the bushing gun. Then they have the Edge, obviously. They have the Tactical, which is like a 4-inch barrel, if I'm not mistaken. The Marauder, can't remember what that is. I think it's a 45. Let's look.
No.
9.
I will look. I will check.
Yeah, sure. Let me know.
Just give me a few seconds, and I will check from our local importer.
All right, cool.
What models are?
So yeah, Foos, so are you looking at the camera screen right now?
No. I will in a second. Oh, yeah? Hell yeah.
I was going to show you my rifle. I got to go get the front side that's downstairs in the basement. I'll have to get it and put it back on.
I want to look at it real quick.
Are you ready?
I'm looking.
All right, so let me put the light on it here. Well, maybe it doesn't look as good.
Oh, yeah, that looks pretty good.
So yeah, there's the gun. It's got just a cheap, not padded sling on there. Got a swivel sling mount. Got a mag peel forward grip, which I might take that off to sell it.
Yeah, I would.
And then
Looks good, man.
It's got the rail covers, and then it's got mag pull, pistol grip, and then it's just painted up, and everything else is stock. I painted the flat powder. Yeah, it turned out pretty good when I painted it. I spent pretty good time on it. I mean, not bad for some Krylon work. It's going to last a few years. It started to wear a couple places on the stock here, but that's about it.
Yeah, but that's normal wear and tear.
Yeah, I was really happy with the way the handguard and everything came out.
You could always take and put some brake free on it and take all that shit off.
Nah, it's too much trouble. No, I'm not doing that. No way. I think it'll actually make it sell better with the paint job. Like, rednecks right here dig that crap.
Okay, I got you.
Then I got the painted magazines. Check that out. 35 rounds. It's a big stick.
Nice.
Yeah, I got 2 of those. There's one, and then here's the other one. So.
Light match, so that's good.
And then I've also got a 10-round magazine for it. I got that so I could shoot, like, laying down or stuff or whatever, like on a bench. Which actually, that's the magazine I've used most recently. It's a standard factory 10-round mag. So then, you saw the 25-round first, the factory 25-round. Yeah, but it's good. I mean, it's a good little gun, but I just don't use it, and I probably would enjoy it better if I used it by my lower. Right. And then I could use the extra money to put towards my scope, and my mount for the AR.
I'm still doing the 1x4.
1x6 Spike Eagle.
You're gonna do 1x6, okay? Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that on my HK whenever I get it back. I'm about to call them and say, hey, forget about it, so I can get it back and just slap a 1x6 on it and leave the front side a little canted.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wonder if I should leave all the mag stuff on there, because I don't think I'm going to use any of it anywhere else. Like, I don't know. I'll definitely have the pistol grip, which is really nice. I actually like it a lot. It's the rubberized one. So, hang on a second.
We'll go and swap it out. Go out and, go to a
cheap one? Yeah,
go to a gun store or next gun show and grab a cheapo.
Yeah, but I probably wouldn't use it. The only thing is it's not the same color. It's not black, so I probably wouldn't use it on my AR. Like, I don't know what I'd use it on. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, true. I got my aim point in and mounted. I haven't shot it with it on there yet, but...
Man, I like the gun. It's nice. I just don't shoot it. Don't use it. Wonder what I could hit with no front sight. Ugh. I should have asked for a new headset for Christmas. Should have put that on my list. I would have gotten it too. Not expensive. It's like $20. I mean, technically, I could buy my low right now. I have enough money saved up. It's just it would eat up a good portion of my bank account, my savings.
Yeah, and you never want to leave yourself too tight.
Yeah. Like I used to be before, like when I first started working and stuff. Like I used to have almost always. I always had $1,000 at least in my bank account.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get back to that now.
Yeah, I don't. I try not to go under about 5,500, $6,000.
Yeah. Which is scaled to your budget and income and everything, like it is for me.
It's not scaled not to my income and budget. It's scaled to my expenses.
Well, yeah, I guess that's a better way to phrase it.
But is that
it?
Oh,
but when you took that gun to your cheek, it doesn't look nice. The way how you take that rifle to your cheek and you're trying to watch the optic, that wasn't looking nice. I think that maybe you need some kind of razor for.
What?
I kind of like that look.
Oh, you're talking about the STI. It looks kind of
No,
ugly.
no. I mean that when you had that rifle and that rifle was how you were holding that rifle and try to look the optics. It wasn't looking nice. I think that there is maybe something to do with.
How I was holding it, the optic it has the iron sights on it. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Okay. That anyway that showed very weird. I put screen share.
Yeah, I see it. I'm looking at the STI now. Is the Sumesa? Is that the name of it?
I don't know which model this is. I'm I'm going down. There is different models.
That's the DVC right there.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one's like 3,000.
That okay? That's the model.
Yeah, too expensive.
Okay. That will be very nice.
Yeah, I'd definitely rather probably take that. I mean, I would shoot one first before I bought it, like I said, but I don't want to say. Oh, it'll take me forever to save up for that.
It's only 3,000.
Yeah, only.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you have to think whenever you get into, your profession, it's, money and what becomes expensive and not expensive.
Oh, it changes. Oh, definitely.
Changes so much.
Right now, 3,000 is a lot for me. Like a lot. That's like a third of my yearly income or a fourth of my yearly income.
And 3 for me, I'm like, okay, I'll eat. I won't buy anything firearms. I'm like, I can save that up in probably about a month and a half, 2 months, easy.
Yeah.
Probably less than that. I mean, probably a month and a half. So, but if I'm gonna spend, well, not $3,000, but I'm kind of looking into those STG 44s. So, now, if I get one, I'll probably be in a 9mm or 8mm Kurtz.
Nice.
Just because, and then get a conversion barrel and bolt and shoot 223 out of it. That'd be fun. But anyway.
Yeah, no, I think about more and more. I think I'm gonna talk to my dad about it. I'm sure he'll be fine with me selling this. But I think I'm gonna sell it.
Well, I mean, you're over 18. It's your decision.
And then I can use, like you said, I can use that money. That'll cover my lower. If I can sell it for like 500, that'll cover my lower and like either some ammo or my I'd probably buy my optic mount because the mount Vortex is like $100.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yep.
So that'll probably cover that mostly.
By the way, the price. This model costs over 4,000.
Yeah, the open one, the open division. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
And there are some special things made for this.
Quick question: those muzzle devices, are they fixed to the barrel? They screwed to the barrel, or is that just a machine?
For the DVCs, I think it's threaded, because the only gun they have that is actually part of the barrel where it's one piece is the true bore, STI true bore, where the comp and the barrel is actually one piece of machine metal.
Okay.
Which is pretty neat because it makes it gets you a little bit more consistency with the gas and everything. It makes it, you can get the gun a little bit shorter actually, and then get the same barrel length and keep the length of the gun down.
Still, still 9x19. I mean, that's moving.
And this model is 9mm. So is there any point to have a 9mm?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because you could put enough powder in it, shoot 115 grain, or sometimes even lighter, and get the speed and still make major.
38 Super's got more like options, but you can get the same. You can pretty much get. I mean, you have to play around with non-major and get the right powder, but you can get the same results with it.
You have to have a fast burning powder.
Yeah. I mean, the main benefit, I guess, would be the shorter case and the cheaper brass.
Yeah.
Would be the main differences.
Yeah, and the cheaper brass is where it's at.
But you still gotta get good brass because it has to be the same. It has to extract and eject the same way every time. Because
there's a shooter down on he's probably about 3 hours away from me, 3.5 hours away from me. But I see him shoot them quite often actually. His son runs an open gun 9mm, and they found out at the last match that the Wolf brass can't handle the pressure, and he had 2 pieces of brass rupture on him in the match.
Yeah, case separation.
Yeah. I mean, it still ejected, still cycled, everything was fine, but it just blew up on him.
Yeah, that's scary. That's another part of the 9mm. You're really pushing it, and 9-major, you're really pushing the limits of the case, like way past the threshold that's intended for. But the guns are built for it. That's why they can handle it. So it does,
Right, but then you or me picking up their brass, you're like, oh, that's an open gun. That's an open gun because it's all bulged.
Yeah.
I mean, even after you.
I've never worked with 9-major brass before. Like, not hardly anybody around here shoots it.
Oh yeah, there's some that have some gnarly marks on it.
So what does it just get burnt by the gun? Like, does brass get burnt, or what happens to it? I've never seen it.
No, it just bulges.
Like.
I mean, like this one, it had.
Where like near the head, at the back.
Yeah.
Where the like lock bulge almost. Yeah.
Oh, a lot worse. A lot worse. Like this one, I picked up. There's 3 pieces of brass. All of them had a V in it.
Yeah, I'd probably guess that most people who I'll probably say most people who shoot 9-major probably should only shoot their brass once and then leave it lay.
Yeah.
Because it's so cheap, they just buy it, load it, and shoot it.
Mm-hmm.
They might buy new brass and that's like a Starline or something and shoot it once and then reload it for a major match or something like that, I guess. But they just buy it bulk and then they just load it for everything else.
Yep, get the military stuff and then load it and walk away. Because I have an undersized die, and I even ran it through there. Some of them through there. I'm like,
I don't
know, and it still doesn't. The die still won't push him back into spec.
Yeah, retains too much memory.
Yeah, which sucks that I probably have 10 or 15 rounds I need to pull apart.
So here's the benefits I'm reading about the True Bore of having a comp that's one piece. First of all, you don't have to worry about alignment issues, so you don't have to worry about your comp come and loose or whatever, things like that. It's going to be where it needs. It's going to be adjusted. It can't move. And then also the big thing that I forgot about is what they call muzzle jump, which is where the bullet goes from leaving the comp or leaving the barrel to go across the comp, and when it goes across that gap, it can mess with the flight of the bullet.
Okay.
There's like a, it's pretty much very very tiny, but there's a line there where the barrel stops and the comp starts when it threads on, and so it keeps it more uniform flight.
Is that a Falmet or what's that called?
A what?
The Mikas. That's a Russian. That's the Finnish AK.
Yes, and that was my service rifle when I was at the army at 90s. And
$2,000. Jeez.
yeah, yes, but it's you have to understand that um, here uh, here there are a lot of guys who have been in at the army and they want to have that kind of weapon in their collection, and this gun is unused. Never, yeah, it's not used. There, it's mint condition. So these kinds of guns are about 2,000 plus euros, and people are buying those and they are keeping those, and they will never use those because they are like a collector's items.
Oh
So
wow.
so I'm really um, this uh, I'm gonna buy that kind of gun someday, and maybe this one is what I'm looking.
So quick question. Um, your 7.62 by 39, is that your cheapest rifle round over in Europe, like it is here, like center fire rifle round?
Mm,
And I'm talking about the steel case stuff.
I'm not sure because because uh, I haven't bought that caliber for 2 years because I'm buying rounds for my ARs.
Okay.
So I haven't looked at it, but I think that cheaper. Of course, that have to be cheaper. But haven't looked because I have only three rifle caliber, and and I have a lot of rounds for that gun. So I'm not buying any more rounds for uh, G 762 39,
Okay.
and I'm buying rounds for 54R or 53R, and that's what I need
So,
more.
so you're buying some more Mosin food.
Yes, yes, and the third one is 556 or 223, and I'm buying those
Yeah, I need.
a lot. So I'm not anymore buying rounds for AKs. I'm buying for rounds for airs and
Yeah. Well, what
and
I need
most.
to do is I need to set up my press for 223 again and work up some loads for 55 and 62 grains, and then run them through my gun and see what it likes, because I was running this one through it, and it was out of my 16-inch AR, I was pushing right at 3,000 feet per second, and that's pushing it out
Mm.
of a 16-inch barrel.
Mm. Yes, but the situation between you and us is different. Um, I have a lot of rounds, and now the problem is where I'm hiding those rounds.
Yeah.
So I'm looking to places where I could hide those rounds and maybe few AKs with those rounds. But that AK at the picture that will be in my collection until I'm died.
Good, good. You should always have an AK in your collection until you're dead. But anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna get up and head over to a match tomorrow. It's a defensive match, and they're gonna have a little bit of rifle in it. So.
Nice. Have fun. Good luck.
Yeah.
See
Oh,
you,
it's
man.
just gonna be for fun. So.
Take care.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the first AK I built for my for the rifle part. So that'll be kind of fun.
Oh, your dirt coated one, your painted one, or whatever.
Yeah, the painted one.
Oh gosh, you're gonna get laughed at.
Oh, I don't give a shit.
I'm just messing with you.
I'll be like, yeah, you bought, I built, bitch. Anyway, see you guys.
Yep. Take care, man.
Yep. See ya.
Probably gonna head out soon. Here in a bit. Not watch the 5th episode of Star Wars. Got a Christmas dinner to go to tomorrow.
You still haven't watched that one yet?
I watched the 4th one yesterday and today.
Oh, okay. Okay. You said 5th. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm trying to find it online if I can and watch it.
YouTube had the 5th one, I believe.
Like good quality?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just know I was.
I got pretty lucky with the 4th one. I got to watch it in 720 quality, so it came out pretty nice.
Yeah, I forget where I was looking this morning on that.
I should have listed this rifle about 2 weeks ago if I wanted to sell it. Probably would have had a lot better chance of selling it for the price I wanted. I don't know. I'll be pretty nervous. I've never sold a gun before. Might have to get somebody to go with me. For safety reasons, you know?
Yeah.
Or just stick my Glock underneath my shirt.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Nah, it'll be good. They would never know. No one would ever know. I'll definitely have it in my car. There's nothing against that.
Yeah. That's why it was nice for me whenever I met somebody to like buy a gun or something like that. I was able to carry.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's freaking scary for me. I freaking hate being right under the age. Like this. Oh, not there yet. You can't do this. This. It's so stupid. It should be all changed to 18. If you're responsible enough to go fight in the military and die for your country and drive a car down the highway at high speeds and stuff like that, why can't you freaking have the same rights, firearm rights, as everybody else? If I had some cheap scope mounts, I could probably throw a cheap scope on here and sell this thing a little bit easier too. I don't know. Might be more preferable if people. Might be easier to sell it with just iron sights. The iron sights on this thing suck. The front sight's like a freaking 16th of an inch wide. I swear, it's huge.
So what are you selling?
You didn't see it when I was showing it off, did you?
No, I wouldn't.
Are you watching my screen now?
Yeah.
Selling my MP 1522. Well, I'm thinking about it. I'm like 75-80% sure I'm gonna sell it. I've been thinking about selling a gun for a while. I can never decide. I can never think of what gun I would sell. Since I mean, I don't have a whole lot, anyways. But I don't shoot this thing ever. I haven't shot it in literally over a year, and it's pretty new. I've only shot I would say conservatively 1,500 rounds, maybe 2,000 rounds through it, maybe, because I got it right when the ammo was like really freaking hard to get, right in the middle of Sandy Hook and all that. So yeah, you see it's been painted up, desert stripe.
Yeah.
And it's got Magpul forward grip on there. It's got a Magpul rail covers, rubberized Magpul pistol grip, H case, swivel, sling mount, and then just the regular cheap padded sling. And then I got 4 magazines for it. I got 2 of these, which are also painted. They're 35 round magazines. And then I got the factory Smith & Wesson 10 round, and I got the factory Smith & Wesson 25 round that came with it. Pow! Desk pop. I don't know, I was thinking I'd listen like probably with all that, like 5 or 550 and see what I get offered. I guess that sounds pretty fair, I guess, don't you think?
I was gonna say you can buy them. Well, is that the Mossberg?
No, this is Smith &
Or
Wesson.
that's MP Smith Wesson.
Yeah, screw the Mossberg. That thing's a piece of crap. I held one of those things before I got this one, like when I was deciding on what to get. Because me and my dad went to the gun store. I remember when I got it, I was like, no, I don't want this. I could tell by picking it up. I was like, no, don't buy me that. But yeah, they retail for like $425, I think. But I've heard the Mossbergs run though. I mean, somewhat. I don't know. I've shot one before actually. Now I think about it. One of my friends brought one of his friends over, and he had one. It was having a few issues though. Actually, it was shooting like really wasn't sighted in. We were having some issues with it getting sighted in. I don't know anybody who has one though. On here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, what do you think? 550 would be like. I mean, obviously I'll set the price a little high, so whenever the price that I post.
Yeah, you never know. You might come across somebody that.
It's like, yep, I'll buy it for that.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. You can
or
always
sit there for about a month.
Right. People can always ask for less, but you can never ask them to pay more.
Yep. You heard that from your dad, didn't you?
No, I just made that up right now.
No.
But it's true.
Yeah, because I know, selling used cars or something like that. Yeah.
Right.
My dad's always said, you can always go down, but you can never go up. As far as setting a price to sell a car.
I could have got a good freaking deal on the car today because I've been kind of semi-looking for just seeing what's out there. I don't know if I could. I would have to change my budget a lot right now if I wanted to get a newer car and start making a car payment. I'd probably have to stop shooting for a good bit.
So that's why you're not gonna get a new car.
Probably, yeah. That's really the only thing keeping me from getting one. Like if I didn't shoot, I could probably afford a car payment every month. maybe. I mean, it'd be tight, but I could do it.
Yeah, I tell you what. Well, especially with you being in college. I mean,
I'll probably just wait
yeah.
until I graduate. That's the plan. But the thing, it was a family member was selling their 2011 Toyota Camry for $7,500. Yeah, so
that's not a bad price.
That's a really good deal. And it's like, and I know it's my aunt, and she's the only one who's ever owned it. So, and I don't know how many miles it had on it. I probably, if I had to guess, probably like 30 or 40,000 maybe, or 50,000. Like, I don't know. I didn't ask her. Well, I called her because my grandmother told me she was selling it. I was like, really? I'm like, huh? I called her. I'm like, I heard you were selling your camera. She's like, I already sold it because she sold it to the dealership. That was the price they gave her for it. And she's like, you should have told me. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, it's all right. I was just kind of curious about it, because I'm not committed to anything right now. Like I said, I don't think I could afford it. It'd be really hard for me too, but the only reason is because my car's kind of been having some troubles. Transmission's, it's not slipping, but I think it's going to start soon. So
You got an automatic?
Yeah. I might be looking at changing my transmission in the spring. I'll probably go ahead and change it. As soon as it starts slipping, I'll go ahead and probably start looking to buy one. Which, I mean, it's not outrageous. It'll cost me about $300, $400 for a transmission. Now I just gotta put it in. And then my freaking car started running hot the other day. It's leaking water somewhere. I gotta find out where. I think it's the water pump. Freaking did that on my way back from Atlanta from my RO class. I tell you I went to the RO class.
No.
Yeah, well, like the ROs and USPSA, right? You do that. You can get like certified for it. So I went to the level 1 certification class this past weekend.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, so I was on my way back. It was like 90 miles away. So it was like an hour and a half drive, hour and 45 minutes.
Oh, so you'll drive an hour and a half to take an RO class when you drive an hour and a half to pick up a gun?
Well, this was a 2-day thing, so.
Uh-huh.
But anyways, on my way back Saturday night, it started running hot. It's like 3 miles from the house. Had to pull over and let it cool down. My dad's like, once you get it started back up, he's like, don't stop because you got to keep air flowing through it to keep it cool. I'm like, great. So I got it home and put more water in it, and I think it's just the water pump, which they're not expensive. It's like $30 or $40. It'll just be a pain having to get everything apart to change it.
How much water did you lose?
Well, it's like a slow leak, and when I drove it that far, it ran the car pretty hot, because it's a long trip for that car. Usually the longest I ever drive at a time is like 20 or 30 miles, maybe 40 or 50. I'm going like a match or something on the weekend. That's it. So, 180 miles in one day, running down the expressway at 80 miles, 85 miles an hour. So, yeah. It just started slowly leaking, and it was pretty empty. Like, I didn't see any in it whenever I got home Saturday night. Hardly. I mean, it blew how that has the reserve on it? The reserve water tank, whatever. It has like that little valve on the cap, and there's that little hose on there.
Right.
It blew that off and like steamed and everything. When it ran hot that first night, I was on my way home. It started running hot, and I stopped. And I waited for like 10 minutes. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to try it again. I drove like a mile, not even like half a mile, and then it went up. And even though I was still going and pulling air through the radiator, it went into the red again. So I knew, I knew to pull over right away because, I'll blow the head gasket if I didn't. So I pulled over, and like by the time I could slow down enough to pull off on the side of the road and stop, as soon as I stopped the car, like it just went, and steam started coming out the top of the hood right when I turned it off.
Sounds like you need a new thermostat.
Well, that's what my dad thought it was, but then I put water in it and I let it run for a while and just let it run and get hot, and it didn't change or anything. But that could be it. I don't know. I haven't completely figured out exactly what it is. But I think it's the water pump because I noticed there's a wet spot where I parked the car. It's on the left side over there where the water pump's at. I think that's
one thing to look at on the outside of those water pumps. There'll be like almost like a drain hole. And if that, is wet, then that means that that's where your water's escaping from.
Yeah, the pump's bad, right? Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I'll check that out. Is this like a hole like drilled into the body of it?
Yeah, I mean,
what are they? I've never even seen. I'll have to look it up. I don't even know what they look like. Look at the
what
Honda Civic.
car you got?
Honda Civic. Look one up. Water pump. 2000 Honda Civic. So like a metal body, right? Huh?
Yeah.
Like an aluminum body, so it's just like a hole drilled into it on the bottom then.
Let's see here. What the hell?
Inform the commander that Lord Vader's shuttle has arrived.
We're watching Star Wars.
Yeah, that'll get the account or the account flagged. Let that run.
So here's a picture of it. Right here. And apparently this is what it looks like inside the car when it's mounted. I'm trying to figure out the orientation of things here. So I guess that's where the belt runs on it. Let's see. This. Love how they have it.
Nice.
I don't even know what they're talking about, but I think it's the same thing.
We must be looking at the same pictures.
Here's it's like, so it's two parts, I guess, right? So it's the water pump is, so that's where it leaks at. Or does it, I don't know, maybe it leaks on the part where it mounts to the head, the O-ring. I don't know, I guess a new pump comes with a new O-ring, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, comes with one.
Is that the thermostat right there? Thermosensor? Is that what that means? Thermostat? Thermosensor?
No, that's
different.
That's what your temperature gauge is hooked to.
Oh, it just tells you what the. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, duh. It's just a sensor. Okay. Yeah. Thermostat's in the radiator, isn't it? Like.
Thermostat. You know where your top water hose goes into the engine?
Not really. Not off the top of my head. But I mean, I know what you're talking about. I just don't know what it looks like. But is it near that, I guess? Maybe.
It should be right up underneath that housing.
So it's on the, is it mounted to the engine or?
Yeah, it's you know where that top radiator hose goes into the engine? That's where it'll be.
Where he's pointing. Right there.
Nah, that's your I think that's where your sensor. Oh, wait a minute. Look under it. Put your mouse down some. See that where that water hose goes in to the engine?
Down here, the bottom one down there?
No.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your hose.
Right.
Where that goes into the engine, that housing, that should be where your
right around here.
thermostat is.
Interesting.
See that the picture to the right of that up, like if you know where you the picture where he's pointing up above that.
Up here.
Up. Go up. Go up. Go up. Up. The sets of pictures.
Huh?
The set, all the pictures, no, up, up. push your mouse up. Push your mouse up. Up, 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 up.
Oh.
Left. See what the little hand is? His hand pointing. The picture to the right of it.
That one.
Yeah, click on that.
Oh, okay. Kind of hard to put perspective when it's a close-up picture. Oh, okay. So it's like the housing in between the hose and the engine.
Right.
Okay. Oh, I see. So how do you do? What do you do when change the thermostat? Just change that housing out.
Yeah, you remove those bolts. The housing comes off, and the thermostat is like. You know what a thermostat looks like, right?
No, actually, I have no idea. I might recognize it if I saw it, but like I can't picture it in my head. Oh, is that it? This it?
Yep.
Okay, so you just change that inside the housing is all.
Right.
Oh, that doesn't seem too hard. I mean, it'd be pretty easy to get to. It's just right there on top of the engine, so.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe that it'd be good.
And
it'd be nice if
see
that
where
was.
you're about ready. See how you're about ready to close out that picture where your mouse is.
Yeah, this one.
See that picture right there? Yeah.
Okay, so he's about to put it in that housing right there.
Yep.
Okay, oh, so it takes up most of the housing. The seals in there. That ring seals it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, the diagram right above that picture.
Okay. Interesting. Nice. I'm learning. I wonder how this is for a Ford truck, but whatever.
See, like if that thermostat's bad, if it won't open up,
What do you mean
then
it won't open up if the
then
housing
that
will
water.
fall apart?
Well, no, but I mean that water has to go somewhere, so it'll go to the point of least resistance, which will be your cap or any leaks in the engine, stuff like that. It'll just, it'll just flow out.
Well, see, usually with like a thermostat, it'll just run hot like whenever it sticks, like randomly, right?
Do what now?
With a thermostat, it'll run hot no matter how much water's in there. Right.
No. If it sticks closed.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If it's sticking, then that could be it.
Right.
Well, see, this is the second time it's ran hot. It ran hot like 2 months ago, 3 months ago, and it didn't run hot bad. It just got. That's where I took like a long trip to go to a friend's house. It's like 60 or 70 miles, and I noticed on my way back home that my temperature gauge was just up a little bit where it normally was. So I got home, and sure enough, it was a little low in water. I put water in it. I thought no big deal, it's just drained out over time or whatever, evaporated and stuff. But apparently it's just a leak. So I don't think it's a thermostat because it's.
And another thing that'll make it run hot is if your radiator is full of like deposits.
Oh, like where it just oxidizes or something, or what?
Where you like got minerals and stuff like that, where it's
where the water runs through it. Yeah, it could be a possibility. I mean, it's a 15-year-old car.
Plus, if you run just water in it, that's another bad thing.
No, it had antifreeze in it until I changed the water out the other day. Because that night that it steamed up, after I cooked my cup and started driving home, I could smell it so strong. Antifreeze when it had steamed out. Yeah, hopefully it's not something like that. I don't want to have to change the whole radiator. That's like what, $200? I guess. Well, yeah, for like a radiator that size, $200. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't know. If I change the transmission, I mean, I guess it. I mean, I don't know why there'd be any reason for the car to like quit after that. After I change it, if I change the transmission next summer or spring, whatever. Like the engine runs fine. I mean, it runs good. So, I mean, it should last. I mean, to the upper 300,000s.
Now, do you have heat coming out of your heater?
Oh yeah, my heater works. Everything works like that. Wow, what would you like? What would that tell you?
Well, like if your water level gets too low in your radiator, it won't. You won't be getting any heat out of the heater.
Well, you know
Yeah, because you
what?
don't have enough water circulating through.
No, I think that that's why I like the heat works, but I have noticed like whenever like I said, I don't take very long trips with it, but like I've noticed like if I turn it on right when I leave the house and I haven't run it all the time, like sometimes it'll get where like it's not as hot as it sometimes is, normally is. Like, and maybe that's because it was low in water. But I mean, I don't run the heat that often. I mean, winter's just now getting here, so like if I'm running the heat for like 20 or 30 minutes, after a while, it won't be as hot. I don't know, maybe it's because the water's leaking out or something. I don't know. But I'd probably like good guess probably it's a leak somewhere. Of course, it would be nice. Thermostat sounds a lot easier to change than a water pump.
Don't change parts if you are not sure
Yes,
that the
exactly. Yeah, waste of time and money. Yeah.
And when the car is that old, don't buy new parts. You
Oh,
can
definitely.
get used parts.
Oh, I know all about that. Yeah, we only had like my parents have only ever owned one new car, and that's our 2000. That's our Toyota Corolla we have right now. That's the only new car we've ever had. Every other car we've had before has been like pre-owned. So like my dad, like that's what his job with where he works now. When he first started out there, he was a mechanic. So that's pretty much what he's done like for the first 10 years of his career. 10 or 15 years of his career, he was a mechanic. So he's always done all the vehicle maintenance. You know, to a degree, anything he could do with the tools he has. Which I mean, he's rebuilt. He has an '86 Toyota pickup truck, and he's built like 3 different engines for it. And he's finally got one that's like he's got to finish building it. He's got 2 now because he sold one of the blocks cracked or something. So I think he's only got 2 blocks now. And one of them's like he got it really like cleaned and shaved and everything really nice. And he's gonna build like a new engine for it. Like a light new, it obviously wouldn't be brand new, but it'd be like everything he's gonna put on would be good parts. He still hasn't finished it though. It's in the basement, so the one that's in it now is just like one he bought off a guy, put in there for a while. He's got a bunch of spare parts he said I could sell. He said he'd split profits with me if I took pictures of them and posted them for him. I need to do it. He's got a bunch of like intakes and things like that. Off the other, I mean, he's probably went to like a total like four engines since he's had it. I'm sure, because I think he's had like 4 blocks total, counting the original one. The original one is the one that cracked. It ran hot, and he didn't know it. Like the head gasket had busted, and it ran hot, and it cracked the engine block. If he knew it was running hot, he would have not let it run hot. It would have been fine. That truck, I can't remember how many times we've lifted the engine out of it with our skid steer loader. that's how we take it out. Hook a chain to the mounts on it and lift it out of the truck.
Yep.
That's probably the most nervous I've ever been, like moving something with equipment. Like having like a motor swinging by a chain underneath your bucket. Driving it down to the basement. We've changed the transmission before in the Hondas like this. He had another one a little bit older than mine. It was like a 95, I think, which is the same series model or whatever. And me and him changed a transmission twice in one day because he bought one from the junkyard. We changed it that morning. So like by lunch, I think we had it in. We started like at 8 o'clock, and by like 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, we had it in. And it was having problems. One of the gears was sticking or something. It wasn't good. So we took it back out. Well, he went back up there first and got another one. And got his money, switched that one out and came back, and then we put the other one in, and we were done by like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock that night. It sucked. That was the worst. Can't stand working on cars. I don't see how some people like it. I'm like, what? Why? Just don't understand the joy of it.
Yeah, it depends on the car.
Yeah, I guess that's true too. You're working on something nice versus like some like old crappy beat up Honda that you just need for a commuter car versus like a sports car or an old classic. He used to have he had a 70. I want to say it's like a 71 or late 60s model Corvette. My dad used to have Stingray. It was really nice. I wish he would have never sold it. He sold it before I was old enough to drive. He probably did that on purpose.
Smart move.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was nice. It had like the bumper style body, bumper car style.
Yep.
Soft top convertible. That was a fun car. I still remember riding in it.
But change the engine for the car, that's not small thing to do. I have made that twice, and there are a lot of stuff to think and prepare and look.
Oh yeah, it's a big process.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, it wasn't too much long ago that I had the whole top half of the Tahoe all tore off. Because I had to change the fuel injectors in the Tahoe.
Oh, fun. My dad's got some of those for sale too. He has some. He said he had some fuel injectors too. I bet I can make a little money off of it. All the parts he's got.
Yeah, because I did that in the chat.
Dang. Man, just change my oils enough to get my fill of car maintenance in. That keeps me plenty happy. Stay away from them. I changed my distributor earlier this year. I had to change it. It went out when I parked the car for a while and didn't crank it. Just, I guess, gave up. That was an easy fix, though. It's not hard to change. Which really, the Honda like that, these Hondas, I mean, that's what's great about them. They're really simple, and they are. It's kind of packed in there because it's so small, but it's easy to work on for the most part. You can pretty much do about anything you need to on them yourself. But I will say it will be nice whenever I get out of school to be able to buy a newer car and not have to constantly worry about will my car make it this far, or what am I going to have to replace next on my car. But, that's part of it. Is it worth it to have a car payment, or is it worth just to do some maintenance and not have to pay for it hardly? Because even with my transmission, you think about it, that's one car payment for a new car. Not a bad deal, not a bad bargain when you think about it. So it's just the only thing. It's like long trips and stuff. I don't like to drive it far because something could just fall, completely kaput. I could be in the middle of nowhere. Of course, yeah. I got a 2000 Honda for my car, my first car, which I still have, and my sister got a freaking Nissan 350Z. Of course, you want to know how that happened? Is my dad told us when we were all younger. He's like, if you make straight A's all through school, like middle school and high school, he's like, I'll buy you like your first car. I'll buy you like a nice car. I don't even remember him saying it. I was too young to remember him saying that. Apparently, my sister, my middle sister, which is the one that did it, was like in 6th grade or whatever, or 5th grade, old enough to hold him to it. And she kept reminding him all through the years throughout school. And she did it. She graduated like a 4.0 in high school. And my parents bought her the 350Z. I'm like, you suck. I'm like, you'd be kidding me. Like, my car is the value at like a tenth of I mean, it was used. It wasn't a brand new one, but it still was nice. It was only a few years old, a couple years old, like 3 or 4 years old. I was like, my car is a tenth of the value of your car, probably not even a tenth. Because I think it was like 13 or 14 when we got it, or 12, something like that. Just a little over 10. And she kept it for a few years, but she didn't like putting premium gas in it, so she sold it and got a Nissan Sentra, which made me very sad. Because I only got to drive the 350Z one time, and I was behind my dad, and he was pulling a trailer in this big truck, so it wasn't like he was going like 80 miles an hour.
So you should have passed him.
Yeah, on a single lane road, my butt would have been getting it whenever I got home. Plus, my sister was in the car with me. I was only like 16 when I drove it. I couldn't drive by myself at the time. Well, I was like 15. I think I had my learner's permit actually. I don't remember.
I used to have a fresh ass Infiniti G35, a year old. Same shit as the 350.
Which one?
The Infiniti G35.
235?
G35. It was the Infinity version of the 350Z.
Oh, okay.
The same motor, same everything, but it was just like more luxury.
Yep.
That bitch, I took it out in the snow. It was rear-wheel drive, and it had like the like the traction control on it. And I live on a hill, so I tried to go up the hill. And it was my first rear-wheel drive car, so like I'm babying this bitch like up the hill, and it just got stuck going up the hill. It was like an inch of snow on the ground, not even. And the traction control just took over, and I literally got out of my car, and I watched my car do a 360 by itself. Like it took it like a good 3 minutes for it to do the full 360. But the traction control just fed it enough gas, and my car, and it was a stick, so I just got out my car and just watched it.
Wow.
It was going by itself.
Wait, so the rear wheels just locked down?
No, the rear wheels. Because the traction control was just feeding it gas, so it was just going by itself. Nobody was in the car.
Yeah, that's why I like it. That is one good thing I like about the little Civic is it's front wheel drive and it pulls pretty good. Like I drove home in like probably 2.5, 3 inches of snow and ice one night from work. Made it all the way home. Yeah, had to go slow as crap, but made it. That's the thing that's bad about here, like where we live in the middle of nowhere. It's like the roads don't get traveled very much, so when it starts snowing and stuff like that, no one's driving on them. So they just get completely covered and sheeted over.
Hey, what was I gonna tell you, Pink? I think we're gonna do I'm gonna wait till everyone tells me that they have their packages, and then I think we're gonna do like an opening video or something. Keyshawn's dumbass don't even got fucking internet right now.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, the motherfucker moved. He said he's not getting hooked up to like Christmas Eve. I'm like, you're a schmuck.
Oh, gee.
I will say it was nice. It was nice my sister having the 350Z because I got to ride to school with her and it had heated seats and everything. It was pretty sweet. I got to ride it to school every day. That was one good thing about having older siblings. After 6th grade, I never rode the school bus.
Hey, Pink, you heard anything about SHOT?
As far as what?
As far as stuff coming out?
No, I haven't heard anything.
So like I don't know why, but like in the last like 2 weeks, like I've come to realize like, a couple of vendors are actually using our hashtag. I didn't even know it. Like Krebs Customs. They're using our shit right now.
Nice.
Nice.
That's
Who
awesome.
else? Slide Fire used our shit. Seismic.
Oh
Who
man,
else?
let me get him to send us a free slide fire stock.
I don't know, but I got the dude's name, so I can't wait to meet him at the booth. Who else? I can't remember who else. Oh, you know who tagged us in a photo? It was one of my first people that I followed when I got on Instagram personally. Was what's his name? Powered by Mario.
Yeah, yeah. He's
Yeah,
a pretty big account.
yeah. He just hit 80K.
Yeah, I follow him too.
So I'm happy that he's using our stuff. But I'm gonna let the cat out the bag, and I hope people are listening. I heard through the grapevine that Glock is doing MOS models in the 19 and 23.
Really?
Oh yeah.
That's odd. Like, it makes sense. That's one of their popular models, most popular models. I don't think I would go for it, but that's cool.
Well, I mean, like, don't you? I mean, like, don't you get into like a different class by shooting like a smaller size, like a different size frame?
In IDPA, you do, not in
Yeah.
USPSA.
What's bigger, IDPA or USPA?
USPSA is probably bigger. It's been around a good bit longer.
Well, not only that, but they've changed the rules in IDPA. A lot of people in IDPA are going to USPSA.
I'll put it this way: it's USPSA has the least restriction on what you can shoot, but they had the most stringent rules on like safety and like penalties and things like that. But necessarily, they don't have any rules on how you shoot a stage. So you pretty much go up there, and as long as you do everything safe and you don't do anything illegal, like that's against the safety violations or whatever, then you can shoot the stage however you want. You can
By
shoot it
not
all one-handed, or you can shoot it in any order you want. So that's where
by
it
not
differs.
doing something legal, do you mean by not wearing a polo?
Exactly. Yeah, you gotta have khakis and a polo to get in. No, like foot faults and stuff, like stepping outside of the shooting area,
I feel, nah, I'm
things
you
like
weren't
that.
you weren't listening to Edge's chat. I'm sorry.
No, I haven't been listening to it actually. Been here the whole time.
But yeah, so that's what Word on the Street is. I don't know. I put it like this, like, you know what I really thought? Like about a month ago, I thought Glock was gonna drop the single stack 40.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. But then
I
I
wish they
heard through
would.
somebody who heard through somebody that it's looking like MOS's.
I think they'd sell a lot of single stack 40s.
Well, I mean, like if you look on Instagram, there's a shitload of fucking, RMR 19s and 23s out there. More so 19s, obviously, but I'm just talking like mid-size, like compacts.
Mm-hmm.
There's a shitload of people that have fucking RMRs on them.
A lot of people are getting them done.
A lot of people just tricking out their guns now. Like everyone has like either, I mean, like they're either tricking them out because they are competitively shooting, or they're tricking them out because they want like an IG gun, or because they want a tricked out gun, or because they have two 19s and they're like, fuck it, I'm gonna trick this one out. It's gonna be like my lowrider of guns or whatever.
I know. I was kind of into that. Like, I think it's really cool, but I don't have enough freaking money to do that. Like,
I want
I
one.
wish.
I want one with an RMR just so I can try to be like Caleb.
You can get a dovetail mount.
Nah. Well, yeah, no, I would. Well, isn't the fucking
That's what the guy who I shoot with here that shoots the new division. It's called Carry Optics. It's slide mounted optics. He set his Glock up for it, but he didn't want to do it permanent. He didn't want to screw up his slide, so he got a dovetail. I think he's shooting an RMR.
And you know what else is funny? So my boy who has a 22 and he wants a 35. So my friend who looks like George Zimmerman, that guy.
Yeah, I remember him.
He always wants every gun that I have, and I have the 35. So he's like, I'm not trying to buy the 35 because I don't want to jock off you, but I'll buy the slide for the 35. And so like he really started looking into it, and he's like, bro, I can get the slide for like only like $50 less than what I could probably
Yeah,
do.
it's a better deal just to buy the
yeah. And at that, like, yeah, like, so at that, like, he was looking for, like, the MOS 35 slide, because, that shit's out now. So
Right.
he was looking for that shit, and he's like, bro, it's, like, $75 to get a whole new gun with with the actual frame, which is the hardest thing to get.
Yeah, well, actually, the frames are cheap by themselves, but the slides is, that's where all the
But can you buy
stuff is. So
Glock frames directly from Glock, or are you getting them for like Glock store and they're like Bobo brand?
no, you can buy Glock frames. I found a dealer the other day, I think it was Lucas Tactical
Oh yeah.
or something, and they were selling them like $200, $230.
Well, still
Yeah.
that's a lot.
I mean, it's like what the price it should be, because you think about it, you can get a slide for like 400. So for like I was looking at 34, 35. So you're thinking 400 for the slide, plus for the frames that's 600. But it still brings you to the price of a brand new gun, if not a little over. It's like you said, it just makes more sense to buy a new gun.
You'll definitely come out on top if you're gonna replace every single part interior wise, like like the way you do for competition.
Right, and that's why I bought mine the way I did. I did buy my slide separate, but it already had all those parts on the inside already in there that I needed, so that's why I bought it. If it would have been stock, heck no, I would have bought a 35 separate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it had like the striker that I needed, the striker spring, and it had the firing pin safety, the sights that I wanted, and all that. So I was like, yeah, it works for me. Because I mean, it came with I got like it's like a set like $120, like $100 pair of sights that are on there. Then the striker I got in there is like a $40 striker, plus the spring for it, and then the firing pin safety came with it. That's another like $15.
Can you see my screen, Caleb?
Yeah.
That doesn't have a rail on it, does it?
No, that's not.
So that's Gen 1.
No, it could be Gen 2.
Could be Gen 2.
Gen 2s don't have rails either.
Okay, it's got finger grooves, so it's Gen 2 then.
Why does it got that weird slip thing on? Is that like a slip-on grip?
That could be like that could be like a Packmire or something.
Yeah.
I don't think Gen 2s have finger grooves either. I'm not sure.
I thought they did.
Well, I mean, put it this: like Gen 1s are so rare that you can it's almost safe to auto assume that's a Gen 2, because like Gen 1 was out for such a short period of time, and by
Gen
the time
they don't have finger grooves at all, do they? None of them do.
Gen 1s definitely don't.
Right.
I think Gen 2s do.
They did for a while. Or
I think I think maybe like the early Gen 2s didn't, but the majority of the Gen 2s do have finger grooves.
Yeah, that was that one in the auction, $275.
Wow, that's cheap.
I remember like a year ago I went to the range, and this young kid, probably like just turned 21, showed up there, and he showed up with his friend and just pulls out the fucking Glock Tupperware, and I'm like looking out the corner of my eye like, right? And then like he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, and like he was like loading it wrong, he was like putting the mag in backwards, like just typical. So I was like, hey bro, like, you need some help? And he was like, yeah, blah blah blah. And then I was like, bro, you should probably hold on to this. He's like, yeah, my grandfather just gave me this. I was like, shoot it, but don't shoot it a lot. And he's like, why? I was like, that's an early Glock, and it said it was like from like super early 80s. I can't remember.
Yeah.
He had like the original receipt in there and everything.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
That's awesome. You should definitely hang on to that. The receipt, having that receipt would make it worth a lot more. Yeah, so right here they got $200 flat. I can get a Glock 19 frame.
That's good.
And a 17 frame.
So what's that, man? Like $20 for shipping they're gonna get you for. Yeah, and your FFL's gonna get you for like another I can't even imagine what you guys pay for FFLs, but what, like $30?
25, yeah.
Yeah. So that's another $50 on it. So you got it in your hands for like $250.
Yeah. And I was actually thinking about buying one so I could have another frame for my other slide.
Good to have.
But I'm not shooting my 35 anymore anyways. I'm going to get an STI, so I've already changed my Glock over. In fact, it's a 9mm configuration right now.
Oh, my bad, Playboy.
I got a new rig. I got 2 rigs now. I got one set up for production class and one set up for limited. I haven't shot production yet though at a match. I've just put together the stuff and kind of in the off season right now, messing around with it. I'll shoot it at the next match or two. I might shoot it for a while so I can save up to buy the STI, because it'll be a heck of a lot cheaper shooting 9 that way, and I can shoot my own bullets too, like my lead bullets. If I can get them to hit right. The only thing is my freaking lead. I had some leftover ammo, so I don't know how hot it was, like powder charge or anything. This stuff was hitting so freaking low through my Glock. It's consistent, but it's low.
Yeah, Moon said that Gen 2 never had finger grooves.
Okay. Yeah.
Really?
Well, I guess the only thing I'd tell is the stippling difference.
Wonder why it didn't have a Picatinny rail though.
There was, NC Star hadn't created the light-mounted weapon yet.
I don't
Oh, and
understand why they don't put.
speaking of that, the highlight of my Instagram career so far has been that NC Star uses our hashtag, and I repost them every time. I get such a laugh out of it.
Nice.
It really makes me laugh.
Why does it make you laugh?
Because it's NC Star, bro.
Oh, who cares, man?
That's what I'm saying. That's like
Exposure's
Utaj's
exposure.
brother.
It's like whose brother?
It's like Utaj's brother.
So, what company? Whose brother? What?
You don't know who Utaj is?
Oh, Utat. UTAGE, right?
No, UTG. Just like you know that stupid like El Cheapo company.
Yeah,
That half of their stuff is like airsoft.
Right, yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
I've heard
like
Walmart
play
brand
this.
stuff.
Good guy buys NC Star.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
know they're low. I know they're lower end, but there's nothing wrong with them using our hashtag.
I love the fact that they use our hashtag.
Hey,
You know,
the only restriction we have to use the GunChannels hashtag is you gotta be wearing a polo when you use it, right?
Exactly. Gotta wear a polo so you look acceptable. You have no rights until you wear a polo. You're not an American citizen until you wear a polo.
I'm not crazy about like buying a bunch of Glocks, you know. I'm just gonna get mine. Probably get a 19 for carry, and then that'll be. I don't know. Maybe. I wouldn't mind having the long slide 10mm maybe. That'd be kind of fun to have, I guess. But
Especially because you reload, so it's doable.
yeah, exactly. It'd be fun to have to like screw around like hunting with it or something. But I don't know.
I already got my eye on my next gun.
Well, yeah, what's that?
I want to get the Masterpiece Arm DMG 930. It's the Mac that takes the Glock mag.
What's it called again?
I think it's the DMG 930, if I'm not mistaken.
And it's a Mac, like a Mac 10 that takes Glock mags.
Yeah, so you can put a 30 in it, you can put drums in it. It's side charging too, so I can put like an RMR on top of it, make this shit super gangster.
Oh, it's Masterpiece Arms.
And what I was really thinking about doing was fucking getting like a little fold-out stock tube on it and putting like, so like, you know, not the SIG brace one, but you know that little shark fin, you know, pistol one? Like,
I probably would if I saw it, but
it like this. It almost looks like a buttstock, but it's super narrow and just goes straight down. And it's hard plastic, not rubber.
Okay.
Ralph has, I know Ralph has one. It's all over Instagram. Like, if you ever look at, like, you kind of gotta look closely because, like, if you really don't think about it, it just looks like a really narrow and short buttstock.
What's the name of it? Do you remember?
I can't remember the name of it. Let me see. I will go to.
This thing looks freaking awesome.
Yeah.
How long's the barrel on it? Like.
I mean, like, it's a barrel shroud, so I don't know, probably like 4 inches.
3.5.
It's good enough for
her. Got a threaded barrel. Heck yeah, I get a can on that thing, man. I wouldn't mind having something like that, like something small like that, just for fun.
Yeah, I need a chopper in my life. I don't have a chopper.
Exactly. I don't know. I gotta shoot that Tommy gun. The Iraq veteran shoot. I think it was awesome. I like MP5 better. The MP5 was sweet. It makes me want one. Like I wouldn't mind having an MP5. I mean, I wouldn't have any application for it other than just like for fun. But the thing was sweet. It did not move when you shot it. I mean, I'm talking about like full auto, just bring, bring. It's like a nail driver. The Tommy gun was weird though. The weight's all on top of it, like it's not very balanced. Like the balance wasn't very good on it. But I mean, the weight helped with the recoil. It didn't recoil at all, hardly. It was really good for a 45. Pretty much any pistol caliber through a rifle is going to be, you know, nice to shoot.
I'm trying to see.
I'm thinking about selling one of my guns, Marco.
Which one?
My M&P 1522.
I'm looking
Tactical
at my
22 rifle.
MP40.
You're selling your M&P 40?
Yep.
What are you gonna? Are you gonna buy another gun with it? When you sell it?
No, I mean, like, I already made up my mind to sell it earlier, and I ended up buying. I don't know if you saw my Instagram, like when I bought like 16 Glock extendo mags.
16? What, like 33s?
I bought 833s and 822s.
Nice.
So it was like $600 in mags.
Oh my god.
It's like $550 in mags. So then,
how much does a 22 rounder cost?
Same as a 33 rounder. Would I get it for like? I got it for like
$30.
30. I got it for like $31.40 or something dumb like
That's
that.
pretty good. That's not a bad deal.
So I got that joint, and I just never recuperate. I mean, I figured I was like, okay, I'm gonna sell this, and it's been sitting on consignment at my LGS forever.
Yeah.
So I just haven't recuperated the money for it, honestly. But
oh, is that where your MP40 is at? Now it's on consignment.
yeah, because I mean I can't fucking privately sell it, so gotta this shit sit.
Wait, you guys can't do private sales at all up there?
Oh no.
God, that sucks.
Yeah.
When are you moving, Marco? When are you gonna get out of there?
I got 3.5 semesters of part time to go.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're still in school.
Yeah.
Where you going for business? Something, aren't you?
Real estate development.
Nice.
With a concentration in finance.
Gonna sell stuff.
Hell no, I'm gonna build a fucking apartment building and put my name on it.
All right, there you go. Then just collect the money every month, right?
And sit back and wait.
Yep.
Age chat is over, so there will be few people.
How many people? How many of them were wearing polos?
If you're not, you need to be wearing polo or an Every Second Matters shirt.
No, Every Second Matters t-shirt isn't classy enough.
What? Oh.
Yeah.
Dang.
You won't be. If it doesn't have a collar, like you just can't be
Don't we have an option? Can you buy an Every Second Matters collar shirt?
Damn, I wish somebody was in here that could tell me the goddamn name of that fake me out brace.
Oh, you want to get jealous, Marco?
Nah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I just bought 2 rifles today.
Okay.
No background check.
Oh.
Private sale, yeah.
I thought you were gonna tell me like it was an FN rifle, you know?
No, off on it.
Fuck you.
Got some moisins.
I swear to God, when I moved to Virginia, I'm gonna make like a whole production of it. I'm like rent a canoe. I'm gonna hold the American flag and the Maryland flag and like cross the Potomac River. I'm gonna wave a place like when I live in Virginia. Like my Virginia residency is gonna have a flag in front of it that says Maryland refugee.
There you go. Yeah, my neighbor texted me, said that his cousin needed money and.
But you got a Mosin though?
I got an M44 and another SKS.
Good pickup. I'd want me an SKS, but the problem is like I don't have the room, the time, or like or like the supplies to I guess redo an SKS. Did you see that last picture that I posted? There's a beautiful SKS. I don't have the time to take one that's dipped in fucking Cosmoline to make it look like that. I'd rather pay like $100 more to get one that already looks like that.
Well, this one doesn't have any Cosmoline on at all.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'd want to buy one off of somebody that's already done all the shit work for me.
Yep, $150.
Oh fuck you!
SKS for $150?
Yeah, I paid $300 for both of them.
Dude.
Yeah, the M44. Dogs, you got an M44 for $150?
Yeah.
That's good. They're going for like 240, like 253 right now.
Oh, they're going for 350.
Really?
That's a really good deal. Oh shoot! I just knocked that over. That's a really good deal for the SKS.
So you got 300 for both of them. You should have been
Really
like,
good.
oh man, like I already took out $20 out of the ATM today. And they're like, they're only gonna let me pull out 280. I gave you 280 for them.
Yeah, I mean, he had all. I mean, Jesus, you should have seen all the guns that he brought up trying to sell.
Oh, so he was trying to like, so basically he was trying to FFL you. He was trying to sell his what was it? His armory or?
Yeah.
See, I think I would rather have an SKS than I would an AK.
Oh no, you take that back.
I don't know. I want my AK platform. I want the CMMG Mutant. Ever since I freaking shot one.
Yeah, I was hoping he had.
that thing.
I was hoping he had an AK.
What'd you say?
I said I was hoping he had an AK, but he didn't.
I forgot that you got to shoot one.
Yeah, the thing was sweet. I got to shoot full auto one, SBR, and then I got to shoot the regular semi-automatic regular barrel length. And they're both awesome. I was like, this thing is sweet. Like, it's not like a 30 caliber round.
Yeah.
Somebody mute Caleb.
Huh?
Okay, you were there and you got nice rifles to shoot. Okay, we have heard that. So please.
I guess no one wants to hear about it anymore. I'll stop talking about it.
Yeah. Yes, please do not speak. How wonderful place that was, and how nice big YouTube guys you met, and etc.
I'm just talking about the gun. It has nothing to do with the event. I'm just talking about shooting the gun.
All right, hey Pink, do you have your phone near you?
Yeah.
Go to somebody named Baseball, Cats, and Guns. That's the
On
first picture I could
Instagram?
find. Yeah, that's the first picture I could find of the dude who has it.
Okay.
Of that stock?
Yeah, baseball, cats, and guns.
Can't you just tell us the name of it? Then he didn't put the name of it in his post?
Nope.
What? Well, ask him. Put it on there. Like, what's that stock called?
Yeah, but I'd rather you fucking look at it than me have to wait a day for him to respond to my ad.
Baseball, cats, and guns?
I'll never go back to his pick dogs. Like, you have no, please don't ever at me in anything. People are like, oh, here, I added you on this like a week ago. It's like, bro, I don't see it. No way. Your ad is gone in like 4 minutes.
That's considered a brace?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So technically, you still can't shoot it the way like you're supposed to shoot it, but
right. But if you're on your own land.
So imagine getting the Mac with the fucking fold-out stock and that bitch on there and an RMR on there. Oh, bro, the streets are wild.
You want me to ask him what kind it is? I'll see it.
All right, yeah. So ask him to find out what it is. I can't remember what the fuck the name of it is. And I like that way better than like the fat one, you know what I'm saying? Like the one that kind of bulges out.
Yeah, the SIG brace?
No, like the other one that kind of like that's kind of like a triangle shape where all it is kind of, you know, like those Magpul stocks that have like the cheek the cheek swell on there?
Yeah.
It's basically nothing but a cheek swell.
Yeah, so what? But it's just bigger to accommodate for your wrist, right?
No, it's put like this, like there is no down portion. It just here, I'll find another one.
Yeah, it's like a half cylinder.
Yeah, kind of.
It's a cheek riser, but it has to obviously be a little bit more open on the bottom so your arm will fit into it, right?
No, like your arm does not fit into it at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Where the hell is it? Ralph has it on his. If you go look at Ralph's Instagram, he has one. Here's another one that I just saw. RXM86. He has one on there.
So the very last picture that he posted, that's what you're talking about?
I don't know if it's his very last one.
Oh, okay.
Where the fuck did it go? Did I lose it already? Fuck my life.
Oh, I see it on RXMs. It's pretty big. I mean, it still gives you some shoulder contact.
Oh my god, I lost it.
But it's a lot. It'd be too big for the Mac though, because it's so long. Like it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like that one bulges out. Like so, I wouldn't get that one.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the one that's on baseball catch. Where the fuck did? Oh my god. Life is upsetting me. All right, here. Let's go to his page. Yeah, so it was his last picture that he posted. You see that? So that stock is a brace. And put that on a fold out stock. Awesome. G-Webs, would you know what this is? It's like the shark fin or something. I can't remember what the fuck it is called. And another question.
Oh, CAC blade brace.
The what?
KAK blade brace is what Moon says. CAC.
Really?
KAK. I'm gonna Google it out.
Yeah, no, because I have a CAC buffer tube. I know what it is. Blade brace. And that's a funny. So I got another question. When they put out that letter, wasn't that letter specifically for the SIG brace, or did it say all arm braces? Because that design is not even like the SIG brace.
Exactly.
So unless there's a letter for that product, you probably could shoulder that. I don't know.
Yeah, here it is. $95. It's called the CAC shockwave package. It comes with the brace,
the tube,
the tube and the spring and everything, the buffer.
Well, first I need to find out what fold-out stock I can put on the back of the Mac that'll give me an AR, buffer tube connection. I like the planning that we're doing. I need to come back from SHOT with some money so I can make things happen.
Here's a link to it if you need it.
So
it's like halfway down the page. Not even halfway.
But I need to go back and reread the brace this letter because I can't remember if it specifically said the SIG brace or all.
Let's see.
Pistol
brace letter. I'm back and just look it up. There it is. SIG. Well, it says SIG. When you type in Google, it says SIG pistol. All right. What's this? Okay, here's the open. It's just an open letter, right? It says this refers to your recent correspondence and accompanying sample sent to the ATF for evaluation. You are asking if the addition of the sample, a buffer tube forearm brace, would convert a firearm in a manner that cause it to be classified as a rifle and thus a firearm, regulated by the NFA.
No, you can just stop right there. They just said it right there. It's a forearm brace.
But I don't know if this is the letter that's allowing it, because this is the one from 2012. This is the old one, never mind.
Okay, yeah, so that's the old one.
That's the first one.
Well, keep in mind because that's a letter directly back to one individual. What they did, they just released a statement, so it's not an actual letter. Pink kicked G-Webs out because he wasn't wearing a polo shirt.
Okay, I think I found the next letter. A date.
G-Webs was not in his Sunday best, so we kicked him out for being not an American, and he has no rights now.
Check that link out. I think that's it. That doesn't have a date on it. Oh, maybe it's on the second page. No.
He's having hangout problems.
But it doesn't say anything about. It doesn't say anything about the SIG brace in this letter either. It says because the NFA defines both rifle and shotgun to include any weapon designed or redesigned, made or remade, and intended to be fired from the shoulder, any person who redesigns, quote unquote, a stabilizing brace for use as a shoulder stock makes an NFA firearm. Okay, so that's...
Yeah, so they worded it exactly that. So anything that's considered a stabilizing brace.
Yep. When attached to a pistol with a rifled barrel under 16 inches in length, or a handgun with a smooth bore under 18 inches in length. I guess that's to cover shotguns, I'm assuming. Or something.
So that's why I was trying to get that high power.
High power what?
It was an Inglis high power.
What the hell is that? Is that a shotgun?
No, it's the pistol, high power.
Okay, okay. Like I thought you were just trying to like say like a different brand or something like that.
Well, it's the ones that they made up in Canada that had the shoulder stock built into it.
So the other day on Instagram, I saw a motherfucking gold-plated 1911, which I don't care about, but it had like a built-in metal foregrip that flipped off like the underneath of like the
Like the
frame of it
Beretta.
with a fucking drum on it. Oh my god, savage!
A drum.
Yeah, it was a drum. I posted it like 2 days ago, maybe. Good luck trying to find it, cause I kill feeds. Where did it go? It's beautiful. If I find it, I'll tell you who originally posted it.
Dang it.
Here it is. Here, well, this one wasn't gold plated. Oh no, so never mind. It does have a metal one built into it. That's just like a Mako one. Because the other one didn't have a. Oh, they're assholes too. They post a lot. Let's see what they have. If you go to firearms photography and go down a little bit, you'll see two 1911s that. Well, no, like one's a Beretta, and the other one's just a 1911.
Well, that's a
And
good
they
deal
even
right
got like
there.
a mouse. What the fuck is this? Like a Mauser with a drum?
Dang, that was a good deal. This guy sold 5 magazine pouches for $85. Like adjustable mag pouches, like the ones that you could change the inserts in them, like for competition. That was a pretty good deal.
What brand were they?
They're CR Speed.
Kristen Joy Weiss used gun channels.
Yeah, she's been using gun
Yeah,
channels.
she's been on
Shit.
that hashtag for a while.
I don't even know who she is though. Tori's next, bro.
You don't
I'm
know
gonna
who
go,
she is?
I'm gonna go to Shot and spread that DMV love on Tori all over her.
No, man,
We're,
Kirsten's the real deal.
no, we're and me and Tori are gonna have a local connection.
All right,
Make
well,
it
that's not how that
happen.
goes. I'm waiting to hear back on that.
Sorry, I'll let B be the Godfather.
I'll take care of all the guns. It's fine with me. I'll clean them and shoot them. Make sure they all work.
Yeah, Kristen Joyce Weiss uses us. Who else uses us this week? Somebody else.
For a while there, I haven't been posting. I've been kind of slacking off because I had finals and stuff going on, and I just got kind of.
Dude, I finished on Wednesday. I'm so excited.
Yeah, man, I finished last week. Pretty good. I came out with 3 A's and 2 B's, so I was pretty happy.
I got an A and a B.
Nice. But back when I was posting a few weeks ago, Burris Optics.
I noticed like
They
yeah,
were
like they sized you.
Yeah, and then also had Zeiss. Zeiss, how we say it, the German scope company. They
I like Burris. I don't like a lot of like their pictures because a lot of them are like commercial generated. You know, like you've seen the ones
Right.
like where like they're looking at like across the mountain and it focuses into like the the reticle for you. I'm like, oh come on, it's not necessary.
It's like high grade stuff.
Yeah, it's like that belongs on TV, not on your IG, bro.
But I mean, they're selling products, so yeah. I mean, you guys should do that
Obviously,
mindset. That's what they're there for.
obviously. Did you guys see the new well, it's not new, but the Performance Center MMP?
No. What is it?
Dog, do you guys talk guns or no? I mean, like I know I haven't been on a chat. You don't even talk about guns anymore, bro.
I just
Come
came
on.
back yesterday, like within like 2 or 3 weeks. So I've been out for a while too.
The last chat I listened to was nothing but polo shirts and wearing your Sunday best. No, but so apparently M&P put out the Shield in a ported model.
Oh yeah, cut slide. Yeah.
Wait, just a slide?
So put it this, like that was my question. That was my first question, and they never fucking answered it because I just watched the YouTube video of it, and all they said it was ported shield. They never actually showed you the barrel or like through the ports to see the barrel. So I don't know if the barrel's ported either.
It's called Ported Shield, and it's Performance Center.
So
MP9 Shield.
So the fucking slide is definitely ported. I don't know if the barrel's ported though.
Okay, let me screen share. Verify.
The slide has a big open cut on the top of the slide.
This is it right here.
I saw 3 little slits on the side. I didn't see a big open cut.
I just see 3. Yeah, that's right here. See, 3 little cuts.
Not showing your picture yet. Yeah,
there you
that's all I saw were those 3 little cuts. I didn't even see the opening on the top.
They don't have a picture of it. What the heck? Are they released yet? Can you buy them?
Yeah, they're out.
I was gonna say because my local shop has a shield with this top.
All right, so this looks like a. Well, this is the long slide. That's a 40L.
Well, play this, and they in the fucking commercial, they actually said that they're coming out with 3 new products, but the commercial was only on the M&P Shield ported.
Look, there's Dano's picture, but changed a little bit. The skull's in it. I'm trying to find a picture of it ported that's not. Every time you get up all these results that are aftermarket ported stuff, there's a factory one. That one isn't. I don't see holes in that one. It wouldn't make any sense to port a 9mm, though. There's not enough.
Glock did it.
Yeah, but it doesn't. With what, the 18? That was it. They only did that because that's different. It's a full auto gun, but you don't get enough gas.
Bro, you never seen the 19C? The whole C series.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's 19C, and I'm pretty sure like they had a 17C.
Yeah,
if anything, just the 9mm were ported. I've never seen a 40 ported.
No, my friend has a 23 ported.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah. Okay, yeah. So I did see the 23s ported. You're right.
That's the only ported gun I've ever shot. Glock.
But also keep in mind, Glock also did cancel all their ported series. So if the barrel is ported, that's kind of dumb because you just saw another major manufacturer pull it back.
Yeah, ported barrel and slide to
It
reduce
is?
muzzle flip. Yeah.
Yeah, that's stupid. I don't want a ported barrel.
But is the upper part cut? Because if the upper part's not cut, then like all you're doing is just searing like the top of your slide.
No, that's on the cut thread. It's to let the gas out.
Yeah, off to the sides. But I mean, like as long as you have a cover on top, you're still gonna.
Oh, here we go. Here's a picture of it.
The top of it.
Oh yeah, it'll definitely make your front sight black and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right there it is. There's a cut. There's only probably one on the other side. That's it. So you got 3 holes on the side and that one cut there.
Weak.
That's dumb.
They needed something though.
I mean, it looked cool. It looks cool, but like I don't see any point in having it for me. See, okay, there we go. There it is. There's where it closed.
They just did it to have something, different than what they already have to compete again with the smaller Glocks that are coming out.
I really don't understand ports on the.
And it's got an RMR on it.
Pistol. No, that's just another picture. I don't know. That one does. Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah, it's got an RMR. It's got an RMR on it. The slide's cut for an RMR.
That might be one of the 3. So one of the 3 models might be one with the RMR plate, one without.
Check that out. That's custom.
That's ugly.
I don't know about that color scheme, but I like the port holes on it.
What's it's like the Blue Angels or whatever. That's like their gun.
I guess.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, there's a cut. You can see the cut for it right there.
Yep.
I've never shot at M. I've only shot like an MP once. Never really gotten into them. Really didn't care for them that much, anyways. I don't like the mag release on them. That thing right there, that freaking bump, that thing bothers me to no end. I can't stand that crap. That little ridge right there. I don't know why. I don't like it.
I know I've cleaned M&P quite a few times, but
And the triggers suck on them. I can't stand the triggers on there. Horrible.
I can't stand their grip angle. I constantly
Yeah,
shoot
that
low with
too.
these
The
bitches.
bore axis. Yeah, that's the three things. I said this in the other chat last night. Three things I don't like about the MP is the mag release style, the bore axis, and the trigger. That's the three things that keep me from ever like wanting to get one. I
You know
mean,
what I don't like is that I find the slide release to be so fucking stiff. And I've actually shot mine. I probably have like a 500 round through mine. Not even. But still, like it never loosened up. It's so stiff.
you could probably what is it attached to though? Like a wire spring though? You could probably just clip it.
I don't know.
Probably just clip it, make it easier to push. I mean, if I would shoot one, like the bore axis and the magazine release aren't as much of a deal. Like the magazine release is not that big of a deal. That's probably the least problem of the three, because I can train for, I can train for that and get used to it. Bore axis, it might take a little bit longer to get used to, but I don't want to put another trigger in the freaking gun. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know why you mad about that. You did it for your fucking Glock.
My Glock's got a Glock trigger in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I have a pre-travel and over-travel screw, but that's it. And I can shoot it without that in there. It doesn't matter. I can adjust it out and shoot it. It's the same brake. Like my Glock trigger is not like all like crazy light. It's crisp. It's definitely crisp because I worked on the trigger bar, and then I got the pre-travel and over-travel, so there's not a lot of extra movement in there. But it's not like freaking like some crazy single competition trigger. Like literally the trigger kit the trigger that I bought for it, the trigger bar, it came with the trigger shoe and the trigger bar, and it comes with it had a pre-travel screw in it, and it had been polished, and that was pretty much it. Like reprofiled a little bit, like sanded down. It's like here's my Glock trigger. I know I've done this like 100 times. Oh crap! Oh, there it goes. Okay. All right, so it's not that it's real short, right? Because it has a pre-travel.
Seriously, we didn't ask you for this, bro.
But it breaks really crisp. It gives me a good reason to get this thing out. God, I haven't held this gun in like 2 weeks. I don't like these sights as much as the ones on my 40.
Pew pew pew.
So yeah, I think that's the goal for my next gun is to get my masterpiece arms. I need a chopper. It was either gonna be that or an AK pistol, and George Zimmerman already has an AK pistol.
One thing I like about my Glock too, about Glocks in general, is that there's not like a bunch of crap to get in your way. It's like smooth. I mean, you got two things going on here: your mag release and your slide lock, and they're both like very minimal interference. You can just grab it, boom.
Hey, your video sound games are getting better, bro.
Thanks. I'm practicing.
Good.
No. Oh, the big.
Hey, so Pink, were those the only two guns that your man was trying to let go, or?
Oh no, he had. Well, my neighbor bought.
You know what we call that? Like on the streets, we call that a plug.
Yeah, my neighbor bought 9 of them.
9 what?
Dogs. Hey, listen. So when I graduate, just let me use your address as a resident. I'll just have everything FFL chipped up. I will drive to Ohio if I could fucking pay your FFL rates just for that. So, hey, we can't be talking about things like that on gun channels. That's breaking the law. That's a straw purchase. But that's not really even a straw purchase because that would be an infringement upon your state residency, I guess.
Yeah.
No, well, not an infringement, but a charge against.
But yeah, I think he had 245 high point carbines. He had a 9mm high
Dog, you
point.
could have got one of those for like $50. If he was letting him go for that, you could have got one of those for like $50.
Nah, he wanted too much for those. He was wanting 500, 600 for
For high point carbines? Don't they sell for like $350?
Yeah.
Did he have like an aim point on it?
Yeah, he had a couple aim points on him.
But think about having a freaking loophole red dot on there.
No, really, no. Like this fool really put an aim point on a high point.
I don't know what he had on him, but he had a couple scopes on him, or a couple sights on him.
I give you 500 for the 2, and you gotta give me like a Glock.
Well, and because he was, my neighbor was like, yeah, he said he's bringing up a couple ARs, and as soon as I got over there and looked, all he had was a DPMS, and he was wanting, I think he said 800 for it, and I was like, no.
That's funny how you can get like the old like com block shit like on like slutty prices. and then people want to overcharge you for a fucking DPMS, like right?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like that shit to me is funny.
We got a new member on
And that's how it happens too, because that's how com blocks have like like that's how you catch deals. Honestly, is knowing what com blocks go for and then just catching one luckily.
Yep.
We got a new member in GunChannels. Hope
I saw that.
Hope you got his polo on.
Who?
Some guy's named Sig Brimson.
Brimson, yeah. They're trying to get him in the chat.
Yeah, hop in, man.
Ask him if he has an IG.
Talk some guns. He can hear us.
No, well, hey, bro, post your IG account if you have one.
Instagram. That means Instagram.
Well, if he didn't know what IG was, he probably didn't have an account.
Well, he might be a new Instagram. You might not realize that people refer to it as IG.
All right, so tell me this. So tell me, what did your plug go home with?
Do what?
What did your plug go home with? Like, what did he not sell to either you or your neighbor? What did he have to take back with him?
The 245 high point carbines, and then the DPMS.
All right, so he went home with that. What did your neighbor pick up from him? And did your neighbor have first dibs on you, or did you both show up at the same time? Or like?
Well, it was his cousin, and he knew what I wanted. He kind of knew what I wanted.
Okay.
And
so did your neighbor pick him clean? Basically, it sounds like he picked them clean before he's like, "Hey, come over. There's a few pieces left."
Oh no, he the only one that he really wanted that he grabbed before I got over there was it was a side-by-side 12 gauge. Because he wanted it. I don't know what he gave for it. But I know he bought it. He bought a Mossberg 715 Tactical 22.
Oh no, you didn't let him buy that. Come on.
What?
He got a 12 gauge.
Hold on, no, like what Mossberg Tactical?
The 715.
What the hell is that?
It's a 22 rifle, like a polymer 22 rifle, like an AR kind of style. But
Okay. I have seen the polymer Mossberg AR rail. Yeah, I have seen that one.
Friends don't let friends buy that.
I would get the high point over that, but not. I'm like, how much was that?
I don't know. I don't remember how much he paid for those. But I know he ended up because he had picked out 4 and I had picked out my 2, and he was going to end up taking all these guns back. And his cousin was like, "I tell you what, I'll give you these 5 guns for $400." And so he just went ahead and grabbed the last 5 guns.
What were they though?
Let's see. There was I'm trying to think. There was a 12 gauge single shot. There was a nice. I think it was a Mossberg. 12 gauge pump with had a fucking light and all kinds of fucking tactical shit all over it. Had a adjustable stock on it and everything.
Really?
There was a little stubby 12 gauge. No. What do you call it? Buttstock on it or anything.
Okay, you talking about just the pistol grip?
Just a pistol grip.
Those suck. Those are super annoying.
Yeah. Let's see what else.
Like, if anything, you buy the shotgun just that way so you can just have, like, the action in the barrel.
Yeah. See, there was a Savage 22 250. A couple other ones. But yeah, he ended up with 9 of them, and he didn't bring up any of his pistols. He's going to be unloading a bunch of his pistols too. So
Was he getting divorced?
no, Christmas, and I think his neighbor said he had child support he was going to have to pay or something like that. So he's getting all this money for trying to get unload all of his guns for
That sucks.
get a whole bunch of cash. So as soon as he sends my neighbor a bunch of pictures for the handguns, I'll see what I want of them.
So you know how you close the terrorist gun buying loophole is you buy all the guns. You as a non-terrorist buy all the guns.
Yep.
Yeah, you go out in the market, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get them off the streets.
Exactly.
That's what they've been talking about the whole time, right? Getting them off the streets. That's the move.
The government should subsidize them for me to be able to buy them.
Yep.
We'll get them off the streets.
And the thing is, that's what I was talking to Foose about. That M44 that I bought has no Russian markings on it. There's no Russian stamps or anything.
You guys can hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Marco.
Yow.
What up?
Shit, I'm about fade. It's 2 o'clock.
Well, I just woke up.
I know, bro. I got work tomorrow,
Hell, I haven't been asleep yet.
All day?
Yeah.
Shit. I ate a sandwich and passed out.
Caleb was about to put me to sleep earlier with the car talk, but Marco jumped in and saved us.
You can't talk to Pink about cars. Have you seen this man? Shit. He's like, oh yeah, your 350? That was cool. Let me pull up my Charger. My real one from like 1967. That's your...
Hey man, I never claimed to be a car person. That is definitely something I am not. And that's fine with me. Guns are much more cheaper, I'm sure.
I don't know about that. Goddamn, I'm gun poor right now.
All right, we're gonna do a good old fashioned left to right. What's your favorite chopper? Well, what chopper would you buy if you could buy a chopper? So it has to be a pistol, for the big pistol.
Wait, what? If I could buy what?
A chopper.
I got my Scorpion.
That's true. There you go. That's a chopper.
MP5.
That's a chopper.
Hell.
Has to be pistol caliber, right?
Mm-hmm. No. You get like an AK. I mean, like a PAP is definitely a chopper.
Yeah. It's a fire-breathing mofo, but it's definitely, I guess, same class.
What about my AR pistol? Does that count?
I have to go with the Tech 9 just because it looks so cool.
Yeah, but it's gonna jam.
But not when I'm in video game mode. I'm good. When you reach that peak of excellence of, making shit work, it happens.
I heard they were coming out with it again, but it's gonna called the Jam Master 9.
I look at them and they're just so big for what they were. Like they didn't need to be that big.
Yeah, my stepdad had one. Two faux suppressors, two different ones. One had like holes in it, like a muffler, like a weird, and the other one was just solid.
One was like a heat shield. The other one was just like a
fake suppressor.
Do I be?
I'm talking about these nuts.
Go ahead. Hey, ain't you on the job right now, bro? Or you on break?
I'm on the job.
Hey, dogs, why you look like you robbing somebody's house right now with your little skull cap on, young? Look like a cat burglar, young.
Your ass, motherfucker.
You gonna get shot, bro. Live on the chat, you break into somebody's house, somebody can walk out and shoot your ass.
I got backup, man. I got backup. Hey, have you seen those fucking clear Glock mags? You gonna get some?
I want one. I want the 30-rounder one.
I might just get them for like collector's value, but I'm not. It's not something I'm stocking. I'll get like one of each.
Yeah, I'm about to get one of each. I'm gonna get one of each. Like I was about to order it today, but I was like, "Fuck, man!"
What you getting them for?
Huh?
What you getting them for?
What you mean? What I'm getting them for?
How much did you see them for? How much were you about to order them for?
They're only selling like you only can get them like on their website. They're
not expensive.
They're not. They're under what whatever like regular ones are.
Yeah. The regular mags are like $16 a piece, and I think the 30-rounder is like 20 something.
Like 28 or 29, something like that.
Oh, no, they're not expensive at all. They're way cheaper than factory mags.
See, so for example, for all those that want to learn slang, Gurk would kind of be my plug for magazines.
Why?
Because I can't get them in Maryland.
Oh yeah.
That makes you my plug.
Yeah. Well, you got the other ones.
So he would smuggle them in his butt to get them.
Who's the plug for the other ones?
I'd have to go to his house and pick them up.
Who's your plug for the Instagram unboxing?
And Instagram unboxing what?
The man.
Oh, that was my best friend who lived out in West Virginia. I had to drive all the way out to West Virginia.
Why the fuck you ain't just send them to my house?
Cause I wanted to, cause like I love seeing my nephew. My nephew loved me to death, bro. Like I really made that little like he sees me and like his whole life lights up. It's pretty funny. So I make an effort to go see him. He lives really far.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't buy a single little kid a gun this Christmas. I can't believe that. And I always buy little kids guns.
Hey, I'm a little kid.
You sounded like one there.
Yeah, you could be, Caleb.
Hey, I'm a little kid. I didn't get my kids guns this year either. I feel bad.
I know. I really do feel bad. I need to go. I need to pick a kid and buy it a gun. I should buy a toy gun and then go take it to like a church. You know, a church always gives away like gifts or whatever.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Fill up the toys with Toys for Tots with.
Yes, that's perfect. That's like $100. Get like 12 of them. I know you can probably get it for less than that. You can probably get like 30 of them for like $100, and just go fill up like two bins of Toys for Tots.
I tell you, the Family Dollar has like the realest looking cap guns. They still have like black.
Nah, I don't want little kids to get shot now. Go ahead.
They got orange tips.
Well, that's cool. I would probably rather buy the most functional. I guess I don't want to say functional, but the one that has the most mechanics to it. I guess. No,
They got the ones that are like orange and green, where the slide reciprocates. Or whatever.
I used to have the best all orange joint that was like hard plastic too, and it had like the rubber band on the inside, so you just snap. You double tap that joint super fast.
All right, I'll be back.
piece.
Trying to help Dano. He's asking what. Well, I have my Glock trigger. I'm trying to help him out. Dano, you should just join the chat if you can. It'd be a lot easier.
Is he asking questions?
Yeah, just help him out with the where I got my Glock trigger from. Because you know the over travel. I don't know if you guys know how. I mean, have you ever seen the over travel things by Lone Wolf in the ejector housing?
Oh yeah, with the screw in it.
Yeah. So it's different. You know, it's not part of the trigger. You got to buy that separate.
Yeah, I don't like it. Don't like it.
You don't like the over travel?
Dana's talking about for like a carry gun though. I wouldn't.
Yeah, but you can adjust it out. I mean, you don't have to have it like super. I mean, you can adjust it what you want. You can adjust it where it's not even touching it if you want to, and it'll be like stock.
What I'm saying is I don't want an extra screw in my carry gun.
Oh my gosh, you be kidding me. Look, I put 10,000 rounds through the gun with it in there, and it never even moved. It's a screw inside polymer. It's not going to back out. Now don't go sitting there loosening it and tightening it a bunch. It's going to wear out the polymer. But
you ready?
Yeah. What's up?
Got a Glock 23. It shouldn't matter that I have a 9mm conversion barrel, and it runs just fine. Okay. I want to keep everything set for a 40 because I still have 40 ammunition that I still want to be able to run both. So I want to keep it as a 40. Okay.
So you carry it as a 40, right?
I carry it as either. I usually carry my 26, but I shoot both out of it. It's just I have to change the recoil spring and the barrel, obviously, in the magazine when I go to 9mm.
Right.
But anyway, the trigger control group is what I want to see if I can modify the over travel and the.
All right, so let me put my screen share on here. Actually, let me just take my. That'd be easy if I just show you on my gun. Turn my camera on. All right, so let's see if you can see this. All right, so you see this is the ejector housing right here, right?
Okay.
So you got to buy that piece separate because that's what has the over travel screw in it. Because you see that little gap right there?
Yeah.
That screw comes forward and it pushes on this trigger bar and pushes it forward so it doesn't come back all the way like it normally would. That's what eliminates over travel. So you got to buy that separate. It's not part of the trigger. And then the trigger itself, the pre-travel screw for it, you might not be able to see it. You see that hole right there?
Yep.
That's the pre-travel screw, and it blocks the trigger bar inside here, and doesn't let the trigger screw go all the way forward.
Okay, so shoot me both of those links again. Good.
Okay, well, you know the second one I sent you, you can actually get the over travel from them, and it's cheaper, so you can get it both what you need from their site. But here it is again. I'll put it inside here.
I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right one.
Yeah, that's Gen 4. That's a smooth trigger face. You can get the grooved one if you want. And it's $40 just for the trigger. That comes with it's a polished trigger bar, and it's been kind of profiled a little bit, so it'll be nice crisp break, and then it has a pre-travel screw in it. And then you can just pay $18 on top of that for your over travel, and that's all you need. You don't have to buy any of their special springs or anything like that.
I'm trying to look at which option is that.
The third one down. So it's add
okay, over travel. What's OC enhanced supposed to mean? Or what is that?
Okay, you know the little trigger tab in the trigger, the quote unquote safety on the Glock.
Yeah.
They've taken that and they cut it so that you can't feel it on your finger when the trigger is decompressed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's
feel it anyway.
Exactly, for $20. No. Yeah. I know. They just came out that not too long ago, and I saw that. They didn't have that whenever I bought mine, and I was like, really? They're charging? Like, I don't even think it's worth the time to do, but apparently people wanted that, so they did it.
I guess I'm just surprised that, for that part of the trigger control group, why there would be any difference between the 9 and the 40.
No, it's not. It's just the ejector, because the ejector on the 40 is straight, and the 9
so that I understand.
So you can shoot 9 with a 40 ejector, but you can't shoot 40 with a 9 ejector because the way it's curved, it's possible the 40 will come out. It's happened before. It's not just like something that somebody's scared of. It's been documented that if you're ejecting a live round of 40, because the ejector's curved, it can hit the primer and detonate the 40 round while it's out of the battery.
So as far as the mod style, I just want to make sure that it says with pre-travel adjustment, because they have a couple other ones like pre-travel, duty carry. I don't know what the hell that means.
Oh yeah, for the color, yeah, just do black polish with pre-travel adjustment. That's what I did.
Yeah, because I see red, OD green, dark earth, gold, silver, and blue. I don't see a black. Oh wait, there it is.
At the very top.
At the very top.
And
Black.
it's $5 off because it's just.
You know you want the silver, Dano.
Anything.
No. It
Why
ain't
not?
porn time.
It could match your disco suit. You're that old. Hey, Dano, tell me about the disco days, Dano. You were talking about you're old. I want to see a picture of you in your disco suit.
Actually, the only picture of a disco suit that I have was when at my 8th grade graduation, and by the time I was able to sneak in the bars when I was, let's say a sophomore, junior in high school, most of them had stopped with they still had the big ball in the middle, but a lot of that music, for the most part, had started fading out. Because I graduated from junior high in '76. But yeah, I have a polyester. I had a polyester leisure suit with a cheetah print silk shirt.
You're a beast. Where's the picture of that?
My mother has it from wherever she put the graduation from junior high school pictures.
Can I Instagram that, please?
And then my hair, if I grow my hair out, instead of being flat, I get like what I call a white man's afro. Very curly.
No way.
And so I got this kind of like curly, because I let it grow out. I mean, I would comb it, but then it just kind of does its own thing after about, 5 minutes. And it gets that loose afro kind of a white man look.
No way. You don't have like a chew fro.
But you know what I mean? How some white guys, their hair's not kinky, but it's still curly enough that it kind of has a rough afro-like look. Which is also why I have really short hair now, because it's a pain in the ass when I grow it out because it doesn't want to cooperate.
Can I Instagram that, Dano?
No, you can't. Like I said, I don't have it. My mother has it someplace.
Right,
So
well,
ballistic.
When you see it for Christmas, get it for me. I'll Instagram it for you, please.
Yeah, I'll be sure to do that. That'll be on the top of my priority list.
Send me your number.
Ballistic, you still there?
I'll text you to remind you.
Did Ballistic drop out?
Disturbing.
He did. He went to his 8th grade dance in a polyester suit with cheetah print.
I'll wait till he gets back. I just want to make sure because they have like 6 or 7 different options on this thing, and I don't want to pay for something that shows up and it's like I can't even use it.
How much is it going for, Dano?
Oh, it's not all that expensive. It's like $53 plus shipping.
$53?
Yeah.
That's pretty expensive for a Glock for an interior Glock frame piece. I mean, like everything else is like $10-$20.
Well, yeah, but you're
it is the most important
just
part,
getting
though.
like 2 screws, one for travel in one direction and one for travel in the other. But yeah, I also picked up about a month and a half ago a 42 new.
Oh yeah.
For when I'll just say for when I drive, and we'll leave it at that. Because I need to have the ability to get access to it while I'm driving, and my seatbelt's on.
Okay. When you're getting head in the whip?
When I go what?
When you're driving, Dana. When you're driving.
When I'm driving. That with one hand on the steering wheel, I can take my foot off the gas, reach down to my ankle, and pull it out of a holster. I mean, it's a very niche kind of use. I mean, otherwise I would never want an ankle holster. This is
Which ankle holster did you get? Did you get like what does everybody get? The Galco is what everybody gets. Them shits are
Well, I
expensive too.
was
Them shits are
gonna
like
get that
$100.
one. I was gonna get that one, and then G Web suggested a different one that was like half the cost, but it's also not quite as nice either. So, but I'm trying it. It's working. It's just that it's
Now that you
made out
have
of,
it, you can actually see where where like the dollar value went.
well, it's made out of a different material, kind of like the same material that like diver suits are made out of, that stretchy rubber.
Neoprene.
Yeah. So over time, it's gonna stretch out and then have to be replaced. But if because of it, it's relatively low cost. I want to say it was like 45 to $50, something like that. And the Galco one is closer to 100.
Yeah, it's like 80, 90.
So if after a year, if I still need one, if I like it, I'll get another one. If I don't like it, then I'll upgrade. But it'll do for now.
That's what's up.
Yeah, because I carry either my 26 or my 23 on my hip, but in a car, and I'm a lefty, so that's just not an option to protect myself that way. And I don't need any night sights because the maximum distance would be 3 feet.
That's true.
So I'm not talking about outside the car.
What did you say you had? Like you said, it was the 42 or the 43?
I had the 42, and the reason I got the 42 was because it may not sound like much, but dimensionally, in all dimensions, it is a little bit smaller, quarter-inch here, quarter-inch there, sort of a thing. And because I'm going to ankle carry it, the chance to make it easier to get out from underneath the cuff of my pants, it's just a little bit easier to get out.
Well, let me ask you this: in your car, while you're wearing your seatbelt, like, aren't you worried about 380 not making it through the door?
Oh, you mean going through the criminal and then also exiting the car?
Well, is it going to go through the criminal? I mean, it would go through the car and then the criminal, right?
Okay, how do I say this?
We're
on air, so I'm sorry I have to watch my words, but we're on air.
It's cool.
Keep in mind the distance, and then draw your own conclusions as to where the criminal might be.
I feel you.
3 feet or less, including direct contact.
They're on the side, Marco.
I got you. I figured that out.
Yeah. Because I do a lot of that on weekends, holidays.
Okay.
Good times will be had. People liquored up.
I smell you.
Beer muscles. So, and I work in a town that's dangerous.
You're a dangerous dude, Dano.
So.
In that polyester suit that you.
I'm dangerous to the eyes.
Hey, cool out, bro. I'm here to size you.
Since we can't see if Ballistic's back in his chair, Ballistic, you there?
Yes,
I guess
am.
not. Okay. I just wanted to confirm that. So on that website, you got the first one selected, the
black.
The black, and then dropping down to the add the over travel eliminator, which adds I guess 18. So that brings it to like $53.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I also have the minus connector, which is the stock, one of the stock Glock connectors, the minus connector.
Oh yeah.
That's what I have in mine.
I also have a minus connector, and I have it in my 26 and my 23. I don't have it in my 42.
Might as well get it, Dano.
Well,
And then the only other thing I
I
do
don't need
have,
it. I mean,
But
because of the distance. I don't even need sights on the gun.
I feel you.
I mean, that's what I said. I don't need night sights.
Dano, are you
Yes.
just gonna? You can paint like a plus symbol on the back of the slide. Take the sights completely off, like the Taurus curve.
There you go.
Yeah, I didn't think about putting night sights on my 42 either.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be from belly range to to basically 7 yards. It's like, I mean, now I've shot it accurately further. It just that so it's just if I need it for self-defense, that's something that's not the kind of gun to go further distances. And it's for further distances, I got more time to get my regular hip piece out.
I like that hit piece. I'm gonna have to use that. I like
But if I'm close enough to touch someone, then it's time for the 42 in the seating position.
No, yeah. One thing I'd also do have, Dano, is the trigger spring, which is the one that's got the two hooks, like a S hook.
Right.
Shape. I do have like a reduced one in mind, but I don't think it's going to affect it a whole lot for you not having it. I wouldn't change it.
I'm not looking to reduce the trigger weight or anything.
Right. Yeah.
So the weight of breaking the wall, I'm okay with the minus connector. I don't, and because it's a Glock minus connector, I feel okay making that change. And I'm just going to do one of my guns for now and kind of see how I feel about it. If I don't like it, I'll put the old one back in.
Yeah, well, one thing too, you can always just change one of the really good thing about that is you can change like the pre-travel or the over-travel. You don't have to do both. Like if you want pre-travel but you don't want over-travel, that way it's still kind of you've got a lot of a little bit safer, I guess, quote unquote.
Right.
You have more travel before the gun goes off, but whatever, you can mess with it and see what you like.
So it'll be a flat trigger then?
No, this is a factory block trigger.
Okay, for some reason I thought it was a flat versus a serrated.
No, it's smooth faced.
Oh, well, that isn't that a flat trigger when you take the serrations off?
No, it's the same profile.
Okay, it just doesn't have those grooves in there.
Right. You can get the grooves, same price.
Oh no, I'm not looking. I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's a factory trigger.
I mean, the only time that those serrations ever bothered me, like in your training class where you're doing 500 rounds in a day.
Yeah, I've never really cared for them either.
My finger would, at the end of the day, it just gets a little red and a little sensitive. But I mean, how often? It's not like you're doing that on a regular basis, so it really doesn't matter. And when I go to the range just by myself, I usually only run through maybe, 200 to 250 rounds, per range session. So I don't hit that level where it even bothers me at all.
Right.
Now I got to go get a piece of plastic and make it happen, make the magic happen.
Yeah, so $53 is a pretty good deal in my opinion. Like, you could do technically you could do it all yourself, but you'd have to drill and tap the polymer. It's just too much trouble.
Well, it's also on sale because I'm getting $10 off. They must have some sale because the regular base price is $40, and this add-on is $18, but it only brings it to $53, so I'm getting some sort of discount.
Oh, I guess for the holidays I didn't even look.
Okay, where's the add to cart button?
See another ad down there.
Click buy, click buy.
That's the enhanced safety down there. You can see if you want to look at it, which they charge you $20 to do. I thought it was ridiculous, but it is in California, so it might take a while for me to get there. A few days, anyways.
Dano, what do you want an OC custom trigger on your Glock 23 for anyway?
My Glock 23 is not one that I normally carry.
Just for range?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I mean, I have a conversion barrel that I use, but I want to keep it in 40 configuration because I still shoot 40 occasionally. Not very often, but occasionally. So if I were to sell it, not that I'm planning on it ever, but it would still be 40 ready to go. Not some Frankenstein gun.
Yeah, and it's pretty much as close as you can get to factory and still get pre-travel.
Do I have to register before I can buy this thing?
I don't know.
I'm not getting a button that says add to cart or anything like that.
Scroll down to the bottom, and you see the last thing says add OC custom trigger logo shirt. Like right below that, it'll say availability in stock.
Also, don't they make it so that that little safety tab doesn't poke out on your finger when you're pressing
Yeah,
it down?
that's one of the add-ons you can do. But you don't have to do it.
I would do that though.
Why?
It's like a benefit because I don't like that little nub.
Can you actually feel that when you're shooting? Like,
Yeah.
I've never noticed it myself.
You notice the ridges, but you don't notice that.
Yes. Well, I only noticed the ridges. Did you hear when I said when I shoot 500 rounds?
Yeah. I only ever
Which
got
is only
bothered.
during a training session.
I only got bothered by the ridges on the 30S. That's why I switched it to a Glock 21 trigger bar and trigger with a smooth trigger.
Uh-huh.
But I can still feel that stupid safety tab.
well, I guess if you're shooting bullseye or something like or groups, you might kind of. But still, I'm not mentally thinking about that anyways. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect the trigger pull.
I mean, once it's depressed, the trigger's giving you far more feedback pressure than that little tab is.
I don't know.
Well, it's just like if something's giving you 4 pounds of resistance and something's giving you 1/8 of a pound resistance. Once you put your finger on it and give it press it, what I'll call bring it up to the wall, but not break the wall. It's like how can you feel that tab in that position? Maybe you can't. I mean, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just trying to figure out what you're.
No, it just like hits like a pressure point, like right on the tip of your finger. Not the tip, but like right in the middle of your fingertip.
Yeah.
I tell you what, 1,500 feet per second. That stuff is smoking.
What are you looking at?
The 380 from Liberty.
That's what I got.
Is it?
That's what yeah, that's my defense ammo. It's the Extreme Penetrator from, but not from Liberty, but from Underwood with the Liberty round in it.
50 grain.
No. Do you have a box of what you're looking, or you're looking at it on the internet?
I'm looking at it. Should be on my screen.
Okay.
I think Dano, you're talking about that bonded. It's heavier.
The stuff I'm talking about it's a solid copper projectile.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a different projectile made by Liberty.
Okay, Liberty. Yeah, it's not Liberty Defense. It's Lehigh Defense.
Yeah.
Lehigh. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, those two names sometimes I get flipped back and forth in my head. Yeah, it's the one that Tim from Military Arms Channel, as well as the guy that does Shoot the Ball 410, did reviews on. And it's just basically trying to overcome the weaknesses of the 380 as well as create something larger of a wound channel than, let's say, a full metal jacket, because a full metal jacket will overcome the penetration issues, but then you got, the wound channel size, which is going to be minimal. But the stuff that I bought, whether you get it from Underwood or Lehigh, is expensive. It's over $1 a round. You get 20 in a box, and it was like $30. But I mean, it's a compromised load. or a caliber that has known issues. I mean, if I could get a Glock in this exact same size as the 42 and 9mm, I would much rather have that. In fact, I assumed that the 9mm was going to be based off the 42 frame, but they didn't. They bumped it up in size, in every dimension. And for ankle carry, I need something that's very easy to get out.
I have a shit ton of this Fiocchi 380, but it doesn't have any information on what the speed is or muzzle velocity.
Oh, it doesn't have it on the box?
No. Full metal jacket, but yeah, it doesn't have any of that info.
Hold on a second. I can go to my safe and get out a box because I know it's on the box that two boxes that I bought. You want to know? You want me to get it or no?
Only if it's not a inconvenient.
It's only 10 feet away.
Yeah, go ahead. So I still have old boxes of critical defense 380. So I never went out and bought any defensive ammo for the 380.
Right.
Okay. You're all going to be shocked because I'm going to turn on my camera in a minute.
You got clothes on, right?
He's turning on the camera. Hide the children. Hide the children. Okay. This is the box that comes in. There's 20 rounds in there. I'll show you the close-up of the box, but it's 90 grain, 1,200 feet per second.
Plus P.
Plus P. But, of course, there is no SAMI plus P for 380. But generally, as far as performance, at least with my very limited looking around at ballistic tables, most plus Ps are about a 10% bump in muzzle and energy and feet per second. So, and it also has, and this is not going to show up because this is a webcam very well. Try to open the box without ripping it into a thumb. Where's my knife? Just a minute. In fact, I'm going to the range tomorrow. It's got these serrations. It's an all copper jacket, but see those serrations in there? Try to show it to you this way.
Yeah. Like a star shape.
Yes. It's kind of like a Phillips screwdriver, except it has much more as a flat cross on it.
Yeah, I see it now.
And this, when this goes in, these little channels in here throw energy out to the side as it's turning and going through, thus creating kind of like the butterfly effect. Now, because it's energy and not what do I want to say? It's not like a jacketed hollow point where you have metal cutting through tissue. This is energy that's finding the weakest spots in the cellular walls to split them. So, the videos, either one, Tim's video or Shoot the Bulls video, picture's worth 1,000 words. But I'm willing to spend $150 on a round that gives me a little bit more confidence. Now, it's not brand new, but it's not been on the market all that long, and it doesn't have street credibility from police usage. But then it's a 380, so it never will. Please don't carry 380s except as personal backup guns, and those are used very rarely.
All right, so I very recently adopted these for 380. the Hornady critical defense.
Those are good.
And I did it really based on. I have always had a problem with using 380. I don't think it's a good round. I still have some trepidation about even carrying this thing, but I use it as a church gun.
Right. And mine is, although not for church, it's kind of the same thing.
But if you look at, there was a recent ammo test done by Lucky Gunner where they put up just about every round you can think of and did pretty much the FBI ballistic profiles on all of these rounds. And this particular round did nearly as well, if not better than some of the 9mm rounds. It was enough to make me rethink my general philosophy on 380. And, well...
How many feet per second are those?
The box says 1,000.
Okay.
I'm going to the range tomorrow. I'll be putting them on a chrono, and I'll have more to report after that. But after looking at the recent test, and we all know that over the past few years, ammunition has gotten way better than it's been in the past 100 years.
Oh yes, that's kind of like what revitalized 9mm in a lot of people's minds for that exact reason.
Oh, exactly. You would catch me dead carrying a 9mm. Basically, after the Miami shootout. Now, I have no problem with 9mm. I bought my wife a 9mm. She carries it. I generally carry a 45, but I have a 9mm that I sometimes carry. This has become, this little Ruger LCP has become my little pocket gun. I carry it just about always, usually as a backup. Occasionally, if I'm just throwing on a pair of shorts and going to the corner store, so sometimes this is actually my primary. Haven't had any problems with the gun. It works, and it fires these little Hornady 90-grain critical defense rounds. And at least the testing that I've seen on these show that they're doing a good job out of these little bitty short barrels. But like you said, you're not going to get the real kind of street performance numbers that you would off of a lot of other calibers, because, well, they're a backup gun. But as a backup gun, I don't expect to go to war with the damn thing. I expect to use it as a keep away from me gun.
Exactly.
Where'd Z go? You got scared? Jumped out?
Who?
I'll also throw up the awesome little pocket holster that I use with this, made by Panther Concealment. This little kind of jumped up edge really kind of catches in your pocket when you go to draw it, and it just pops right off. Awesome
Yeah, I got a Glock 42 holster for my birthday, but they fucking got me a left-handed. Like, what is this? So they're sending it back, and I have to wait for the right-handed one.
Well, and the cool thing is it pops right off, but it doesn't fall out of the thing either.
You'd always carry it behind the back, Moon.
I know. I was thinking about maybe I should just leave it left-handed, but then I'll try it left-handed on my 26. Carry my like 26 on my left side with the left-handed, and then my primary on my right side. Be one of them crazy guys that carries two.
I carry two.
I carry two, but I carry the 42 in my cargo pocket with the DeSantis pocket holster. This fucker. It's like cloth and rubber. Works though. It stays in your pocket when you draw it.
Yeah, and that's kind of what made, being that I wanted something kind of like that is why I went 42 versus 43. Quarter inch here, a quarter inch there can make the difference between coming out when you want it and suddenly, getting caught on something you fight in your pocket.
Yeah, if it was a 43 in my cargo pocket, it would be a little too big. It would be like this big giant pad on my leg.
Yeah. It's not that the 43 is big, it's just a little, even the 42 is big for a 380. But the 43 is just a little bigger, just enough that on some pants, depending on your body type, it is going to snag. I mean, I can fit my 26 in my pocket, but it sticks out like a banana.
I mean, the width of something like this compared to even the 380 Glock and just the overall size, I couldn't get turned on by the Glock at all.
Well, is that like a 0.9 width? That LCP?
I don't know.
I mean, before I bought it, I looked up the specs on that. Of course, but I can't recall.
It's smaller than a 42.
Oh, it is.
The thing's insanely thin, and it has cutouts for your thumb, which make it even feel thinner. But let's take a look at the slide width.
You think it's thinner than the 42? I think the 42 is like skinny as shit.
Well, I'm thinking it's either the same or maybe a little thinner.
I know it's definitely smaller, like the barrel's a little shorter and the grip's a little shorter.
Alright, let's see here.
But that's about it.
Apparently the batteries are dead in my digital caliper. But, well, hang on. I was just going to use the manual scale, but I've got an extra battery, I think. Or maybe not. Alright, well, I guess we'll use a manual scale. 7/10 of an inch.
Okay.
I don't have
So it's a 1/10 of an inch smaller than the. Actually, is there 2/10 of an inch smaller? I can't remember whether the 42 is 0.8 or 0.9.
Yeah, that's the widest point I can find on this.
But it's definitely thinner than the 42.
Now
I tried to make the LCP work for me, but because it's the size of my hands are just too big because you got to bring the trigger all the way back.
It's definitely. Let me clear this.
I mean, I was working the trigger at the gun store, and I couldn't, with it, the striker set to fire, and I couldn't get it to fire except once out of every 3 times.
I mean, without the little extension magazine on it, it's really a one-finger gun, and this is with me and the trigger. It's really a one-finger gun. I can't even get the other finger on it until I wrap around the bottom. But I use the little piggy extension magazine, and that does give you the second finger on it. The trigger pull is.
You see how you got your finger pulled out a little bit to get a hold of the trigger? That was the only way that I could get it to fire.
My finger sticking out like that is actually pretty universal for me because I have very long fingers. But actually pulling this trigger is really not a problem. It's way better than the Smith & Wesson Bodyguard, which I've actually had a problem with on the range pulling the trigger on that gun. This is smooth. It's not overly, it's not incredibly smooth, but for what it is, it's smooth enough. It's not overly heavy. But even the full size gun, and look, let's go with the one of the biggest guns I've got, Smith & Wesson 686. My trigger finger's the same way. It sticks out. I just have long fingers.
I don't even shoot my 42 with the pad of my finger. It's on the crease.
Yeah, I just use 2 fingers on the 42 because even on my Glock,
I shoot too much rifle to convince myself to ever shoot on the crease.
I have the same results. Just shooting the 42. No other gun like that. But it's so tiny in my hand that that's the only way I can shoot it without shooting hardcore to the left.
A gun like this, I mean, look, this is not made for long-range accuracy or anything like that. I mean, I go here because that's just where I naturally go. But I don't care if I've got my whole finger in this thing. As long as I can snap a round off, it doesn't matter because I'm using this at incredibly close range for, oh shit, I have to defend myself at bad breath distance.
Right.
Yeah. If that trigger was, let's say, 3/8 of an inch a little bit further away from the back of the gun, I think I could have got it to fire regularly. But I just couldn't bring the trigger far enough back to have it pop.
Yeah,
consistently.
I had the same problem with the Smith & Wesson Bodyguard. That gun really gave me problems. This one, the trigger's light enough that I haven't had the same issue with.
And the Bodyguard.
I was hoping it would work out because it's cheaper.
I think that Bodyguard 380 has like the worst trigger in the industry.
Oh, it's horrible. I was teaching this concealed carry class, and one of my students had one, and she was having an awful time with the gun. I'm like, well, let me see this thing, and I had trouble with the gun. That trigger was so bad that it actually hurt to shoot just from pulling the trigger. you know, she was having the same problem. I recommended that she replace the gun with something else. She went out and got herself actually she got herself a shield, and she's been very happy with the shield. Not my personal choice, but I can't say anything bad against them. I've shot them; they're good guns.
Oh no, it's just it's a larger form factor.
Just a little bit, though.
Larger, and even for a 9mm, the shield has less recoil impulse than that bodyguard. In 380.
Yeah, that I've handled this.
Well, obviously the shield's a 9mm, and they have a 40 cal. You know, in that size class, I mean, I generally carry a SIG 938. Love the gun, not something I recommend to most people, unless you are really familiar with 1911 Manual of Arms.
Now, do you have trouble with the ammo in that?
No, none of this thing's been ultra reliable. Now, okay. I've done a lot of work to this gun, though.
Okay, I was going to say, because oh shoot, the Hornady critical defense, that's the only one that...
There's a stainless steel trigger in this. This is obviously not the standard trigger. I've done quite a bit of work to this gun. As soon as I got it, I mean, I replaced the trigger. I went all through this gun as soon as I got it. So the 938 bone stock, I have no experience with, because as soon as I got this gun, I started working on it.
Yeah, the critical defense was the only ammo that was actually feeding reliably through mine.
Now, I haven't really done any work that would change the way it feeds. And I've shot gold dots, just cheap range fodder, and federal HSTs for that gun, and I've had no problems.
But that brings up a point that some of us take for granted because we think it's so basic, or we've known it for so long. But I in videos that I do, I always try to encourage people that whenever you change ammo, especially defensive ammo, make sure you run it through your gun, and your gun will run it. Because although you may have seen in a video somebody with the exact same gun where it ran fine, is no guarantee that it will run fine in yours.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 1911 is a classic example. I have a 1911 right now that will feed anything I give it. I have had, and this is a Springfield 1911. I've had Springfield 1911s that I had to send back to the factory because I had a couple of hollow points that just would not feed properly in that gun. Now, Springfield absolutely stood behind their product and fixed it in spades. They did all kind of work on that gun. It went straight through their custom shop instead of their regular line, and they gave me back a beautiful fix on that gun. But yeah, you've got to test your guns with anything that you're going to carry.
Yeah, I even carried or bought the SIG branded ammo for it, and it wouldn't even feed it.
Yeah, that
is SIG getting out of the business of ammo? Because I noticed that SIG ammo at Gander Mountain was on sale, which is what I originally bought for my 380.
No, they're just getting into really making ammo.
The reason I asked is because they had it on a heavy discount, like they were trying to get rid of it.
No, they had it on a heavy discount because it hasn't been selling, because no one trusts it, because it's new.
Okay.
And it's overpriced.
Right. It was literally cheaper than the other, what I'll call typical range name range ammo
Now, I'll say
makers
this.
out there.
Based on all the data I've seen, the new SIG ammo, generally speaking, there's a couple of dogs in there. But in most calibers, in most weights, the new SIG ammo is good ammo. There were a couple of underperformers, but most of the calibers and most of the weights that I saw test results on, and I put that in the side. I put some of that in the side chat. This latest Lucky Gunner test was really phenomenal. They went through a lot of rounds. That new SIG V Crown stuff did very well overall. There were a couple of dogs, but check out, go to luckygunner.com, look at their ammo test. It is a good reference point for kind of an apples to apples comparison of ammunition.
Yeah, I ran that through my 42, as well as the I have some Underwood with the Lehigh Defense round in it.
Not a fan.
I've
never been a fan of
that fed and ejected. Oh, I understand. It's new and it's not to everybody's. It's not something for everybody. I realize there are conditions with over-penetration, but because of the issues of 380, it was either...
The Lehigh and stuff like that is not an issue of over-penetration. It's an issue of it being a frangible versus a standard round.
What I bought is not frangible.
Have their place.
But Lehigh and the other one are two different companies. This is not the frangible stuff. This is a solid copper round.
Hang on. You're not talking about the Lehigh Defense, like...
You're probably thinking about the Liberty.
Yeah, you're thinking Liberty Defense.
Oh, I might be. Okay.
That's
what's going on, everybody?
Okay. I think I'm tracking what you're saying. Yes, I'm thinking about the Liberty frangibles. You're talking about the Lehigh solid coppers. Okay, the solid coppers, I see a lot of promise in. I'm not completely sold yet, but I'm interested.
And the only reason I would not go to it in my other calibers, at least yet, but in the 380, which I think needs a little, you have to find something that works well because it's a problem round. But between improvements, like you mentioned in the past, just 5 years alone, that there are some things that make it a viable backup.
Right. Like there is only one caliber that I like the Hornady critical, the Hornady critical defense in, and that's the 380. I don't like their 9mm rounds. I don't like their 40 cal rounds, and I don't like their 45 rounds. But they have really good test results. And again, these are lab conditions, but they have really good test results with their 380s as compared to the other 380s. So that's why I went with that round.
Yeah, there's in addition to what I purchased, there's about 3 other rounds which I'd be happy carrying, and what you're carrying is one of those 3.
All right, what's your other 2 choices for a 380 self-defense round?
Unfortunately, I can't remember the name, but they were jagged hollow points, not old school hollow points, but where they were somewhat serrated, and then gel blocks with 4 layers of denim. They were able to at least get between 10 and 11.5 inches of penetration, which in a jacketed hollow point 380 is often a problem, trying to get that kind of depth once the parachute pops.
All right. Well, here, check out that link I put in this, on the side.
Okay.
This has basically all of the best ammo from 380, 9mm, 40 cal, and 45, where they did basically 5 shots into ballistic gel through 4 layers of denim and put out the results of all of them.
You know, I heard that Lucky Gunner did testing, but I didn't realize that it was with ballistic gel as well as 4 layers of denim and temperature controls, and I thought it was just
they
like
did a very good data point here. It was a very controlled test. They tell you what gun they used, what length of barrel, what ammo. It was all at standard temperatures. It was all using clear ballistics gel. It was all done with 10,000 frames per second high-speed cameras. You can actually watch the video of at least the first round of every string they fired. And it shows you what expansion they got out of all the 5 rounds. It shows you a picture of each of the 5 rounds that they shot of each type, and it shows you what penetration, what expansion, what muzzle velocity they got out of them, because they threw everything through a chrono. It was a really well done test.
I'm definitely glad to see that somebody, because most of us who have YouTube channels realize that it's just a little side thing that we do, and we don't necessarily have the money.
Oh yeah,
to
they
do it.
spent some serious money on doing this.
And that's really nice to see, because the other channels that do ammo testing, they're very limited because of money and time and things like that. I just hope that they, whether it be once a year or something like that, that they update these tests as new things come on the market. To kind of keep as a one-stop shop for defensive ammo information, real-world information. Yeah, that Liberty defensive 50
It really wasn't
that was 9.6 inches.
It really wasn't until this test and me seeing the action of these Hornady rounds that I decided, okay, I'm comfortable as kind of having a church gun carrying that 380 round. I still don't think it's ideal. Obviously, I'd like to have at least a 9mm. But
for ultra concealed, we're gonna have to make sacrifices.
Pocket carry. I mean, look, I've got one of the smallest 9mm on the market. It's just, and I do kind of pocket carry it occasionally. It's just not. It'll work in my blue jeans. It's not going to work when I'm wearing shorts, and I live in Florida. I wear shorts a lot. Depending on what shorts I'm wearing. But sometimes the 9mm, even one of the smallest ones on the market, is still a little too big. And I was carrying my little NAA 22 Magnum. And I felt like I needed something with more punch than that little single action NAA 22 Magnum, and especially something that I could shoot a lot faster than that little NAA 22 Magnum single action.
The other thing that I'm noticing, I'm just kind of reviewing the Lucky Gunner test right now, And I certainly like their setup and what they're everything going through. But since they're larger than what I'll call any individual with a YouTube channel and have better resources, that they would add more to the mix. Like they don't have the Liberty defense line. They don't have Underwood. I mean, Underwood shoots gold down.
Those are still considered kind of wildcat rounds. Look, they don't have Ranger T's on there either.
And they should be, because they've been around forever.
Right. They are shooting the most popular rounds that are out today. Yeah, there's a couple of rounds that I wish they had shot too, but they shot a lot of different rounds. I mean, God, count up in any caliber how many different types of rounds they shot. And they did go to the old standbys. They went to to the Hydroshocks. They went to the Silver Tips. I think they did a good representative job of what's out there on the market right now.
Right. I guess all I mean is that I hope in the future that they have a little bit more money to make it an even more all-inclusive. I mean, you can never catch everything. I understand that.
Well, I don't think there's any reason they couldn't, okay, let's add to what they've already got and say, all right, we're going to shoot a box of Liberty today and add that to the results.
I'm not talking about retesting what's already been tested. That can stand as it is, as long as they haven't changed.
But yeah, I'm sure they can continue to add to what they've got there. But what they've done with this, I think, is the widest spectrum testing I have seen since, the 80s. At least put out there for, public consumption. I'm
right.
Sure
it's very good.
Done a lot of testing of a lot of stuff, but nothing where they put it out like it's been put out here.
Oh yeah, it's very easy to read. Find your ammo of choice. I like that graph they got. The average 5-shot depth. Pictures of what when the pedals folded back, exactly what those things look like.
Right.
Well,
and you can
average diameter sizes.
Like, oh, it looks great on paper. Then you look at it. It's like, oh yeah, you had great penetration. You had good penetration depth to 14, 16 inches, but none of your ammo expanded.
Now, I do. It's indirectly an ammo question, but I had heard. You're familiar with 3A Super?
Yeah.
That I had heard, but never seen. It was in a radio program out of Tucson, and that they had just referenced in a conversation about how there was such a thing as 45 Super. Now, they didn't go into any details, but I had never heard anything about that. And I tried to look up a little bit and was not really able to find anything.
There are a lot of weird rounds out there. That's one of them.
See, when I think of Wildcat, I think of something where you have to modify the brass cases, whether it's trimming them, stretching them, something like that, in order to get the projectile to seat properly.
Yeah, like a 300 black.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll give you an example.
Versus something you can just buy.
Somebody decided they were going to take a 10 millimeter round, chop off some length because some people had trouble wrapping their hand around the grip on a 10 millimeter, and it was just a little bit too powerful, being kind of a ACP Magnum round. And they said, "Oh, look, we've come up with something new." They went to Smith and Wesson and said, "Hey, why don't we market this?" And it became the 40 Smith and Wesson. We also had weird rounds that were like, "Oh, look, let's take this this 38 special," and we're talking way back in the day, and let's just extend the cylinder, make it a little bit longer, put some more powder behind it, and we can up the bullet weight a little bit if we like, and all of a sudden we have the 357 Magnum. We've got example, and let's go to one more example. We had the 300 Whisper. Okay, let's take a rifle cartridge, cut it down to pistol cartridge length, or at least length where we can take this big honking bullet and stick it into a 5.56 case, and we're going to fill it with pistol powder instead of rifle powder, and fire it out of a rifle. I mean, it's crazy talk, and all of a sudden we have the 300 Blackout, which was originally the 300 Whisper, which the 300 Whisper didn't do very well, but then all of a sudden everybody went all tactical and decided they wanted a rifle caliber that was subsonic because cans are cool. And so now we have a 300 Blackout. And don't get me wrong, I have a 300 Blackout SBR with a can on it sitting right next to my bed, just in case anyone ever kicks in my door. I think it's ready for what it's made for.
The reason I mentioned Lehigh Defense and Underwood is just two examples. Is there something that you can just, through your keyboard, go on the internet, buy it, get it delivered? You don't need to do anything more than that.
Well, my point in saying this is the best Wildcats become mainstream ammo.
Okay,
Wildcats that remain Wildcats because, generally speaking, they really don't offer an advantage over what's already out there. See, for example, the 357 SIG or the 45 Gap. On
well,
paper,
the 45 Gap is a bastard child.
Look, the 45 Gap on paper is an excellent round. And you know, Florida Highway Patrol carries 45 Gap. There's not a damn thing wrong with the ammunition, but it really doesn't solve much of a problem. It lets you stuff one more round into the magazine. But that's it. It actually doesn't let you stuff one more round in the magazine. It just gives you a slightly shorter grip 45, and the 45 wasn't like a 10 millimeter. It didn't have this insanely long grip. It's for on the Glocks, which is why Glock made one so that they could use a shorter grip. But you know, the Glock length was always far exaggerated.
The other comment I have is again for a future test that they would include, because there are a number of people that own both of what I'm about to say, and that's 357 SIG.
The RIP. They didn't include the Gold Dot 2.
No, I'm not talking about makers of ammo. I'm referring to calibers that are carried by a decent number of people, and that would be 357 SIG and 10 mil.
Yeah, I'd like to see 357 SIG. I'd like to see 357 MAG. I'd like to see 38. I'd like to see 10 mil.
Yeah,
I'd like to see
exactly. 38 special,
44 MAG, and 44 special.
Yeah, so it seems like they missed at least a handful.
But
it's a good start.
I really wouldn't expect them to go to those kind of less popular rounds.
Yeah. Well, I can always hope.
They took. I'm surprised they even did the 380s. To tell you the truth.
I mean,
because really, most of us consider, if you're talking about a gun that you're going to bet your life on, there are only 3 calibers to think about: 9mm, 40 caliber, and 45.
True, but after you have that first gun and you're thinking about whether it be something bigger or something smaller, it's nice to because I look at what kind of caliber and munition and the power it brings to the game, and then look towards what platform I want to shoot that out of, rather than the gun and then the caliber. I mean, and then you can compare a 357 SIG versus a 6-cylinder revolver of 357 Magnum, or a revolver of 38 Special plus P. Because it would also, it would reduce a lot of the rumors, like 38 Special plus P is a very good defensive round and has some real power. It's not like the weak, inept sister.
Look, a 38 plus P is as good as any 9mm.
Yep, but a lot of people don't know that. At least that's been my experience in like chats and so forth.
But the difference being that a 38 plus P is usually in a 6 or 7 round revolver, as opposed to a 6, 7, 10, or 14, or even 20 round 9mm. My wife's gun. She carries she has an XDM 3.8 compact 9mm that has a compact 13 round magazine and a full length with little extension thingy on it 19 round magazine. So she's got 20 rounds with one of the pipe of 9mm sitting on the bedstand, and when she concealed carries it, she's got either the 19 round mag in it or the 13 round mag in it. That's a whole lot of 9mm coming out of that guy. And I have trained her well that anything worth shooting once is worth shooting until it hits the ground.
Yep.
And you would be amazed how fast you can pop off 20 shots when somebody's trying to kill you.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Me personally, I generally carry 45s because I like big bullets. And
Speaking of
bullets, and I cannot lie.
Yeah, speaking of big bullets, by the way, guys, I have a giveaway going on my Facebook page, facebook.com/BigGunner81. There's details on there. We're giving away a $50 gift certificate to Extreme Bullets.
Does Extreme Bullets carry cartridges as well, or just bullets?
They're more or less bullets, but I don't know if the gift certificate would be at all valid with Freedom Munitions. I think they're kind of like one and the same company, but I don't know.
He was picking on you.
What's that?
Cartridges versus bullets. Projectiles versus actual full ammo.
No, yeah, I understand that. I was saying, right. My point being that they also they also are part of Freedom Munitions, though. So the certificate might work for that. I don't know, though, for sure.
Yeah, because I know Fusa's ordered from them many times and been very happy with their products.
From Extreme Bullets?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, of course. They make good stuff. There's a lot of good manufacturers out there for projectiles, but this gift certificate was donated to me by Madeline and Thomas Stewart. They're 3-gun shooters. They're on my show a couple weeks ago, and their sponsor, Extreme Bullets, basically on behalf of them, they were able to get that for me. Really awesome people.
Very cool.
So right now the odds.
So go to the website, sign up, and win.
Exactly. Go to facebook.com/BigGunner81. Follow the rules. You know what you gotta do, and get entered, because there's only like 3 or 4 people right now that have signed up for it, and we're doing the drawing Tuesday, so chances of winning are pretty good. Last week we gave away a bolt carrier group from American Defense Manufacturing, and there was only about 14 people or 15 people that signed on to do it. So the odds are pretty good for
Did you post the information? So throw out the Facebook one more time.
Facebook.com/BigGunner81.
Now, did you put this information on the main page of GunChannels?
I did. Well? I posted it up there earlier, and you know what? I'm going to post it again right now.
What I would suggest, because things are always getting pushed down, is let's say once a day, just go ahead and repost it.
Yeah.
Because some people may hop on and may not see it. It's just an easier way of popping in. And
going on.
And even if you're in a chat, post it to the internal, and then post it to the live chat when there's a decent number of people in there. I mean, right now I think we just got maybe 2 people in there.
Exactly. I did that earlier, and I did it when I first came in here too, so you guys know about it, because it's a good deal for somebody to get that,
Yeah. And then, when you're in a chat once an hour, put it back in the outside chat.
Okay.
Because especially the outside chat, there's always people coming and going. Not at this time of night, but earlier.
Right. Yeah, I was a little bit tied up earlier, but.
And it'll help, obviously get you some greater exposure, which is what you're looking for. And then also, not feel like, you're giving something away and didn't really get much in return because only 10 people signed up.
Right, and I want to try to get as much exposure as possible, because, when it comes down to it, if we want to get more cool things to give away, we got to get people to participate.
Yeah, I mean, you can never become bigger if people don't at least go to you once.
Right. Now, I did have a pretty good response from last week from the American Defense Manufacturing Bolt Carrier Group. I mean, it was a small amount of people that signed up to win, but we had a lot of people come to the Facebook page and sign up to join the Facebook page. So that was pretty cool. But I don't know if that was coincidental or what, but it seemed to be a pretty good increase in coinciding with that giveaway, regardless of the amount of people that signed up for the giveaway. So, speaking of your defensive calibers and so forth, I actually did pick up my concealed carry gun yesterday.
All right, I'm going to give you huge exposure. Hang on. Let's see.
I picked up my Glock 19 yesterday. I actually got to shoot it today for the first time. Put 100 rounds through it. So when I got it, it had 3 10-round mags with it. Slightly disappointing, but I was like, okay, this is what it came with. I'll just buy a couple mags for it. And I posted up a picture of it with the 3 mags, and one of my friends goes and jumps on and says, why did you get 10-round mags with it?
You in California?
I'm not in California, no. So it's not a restriction here at all. I don't know. What we found out was My dealer, he misordered it. I didn't have him order it. He had it in his inventory, but he didn't realize that it had 10-round mags. He thought they were 3 15-round mags. So he goes, right away, he jumps. I didn't even say anything to him. I wasn't worried about it. I figured I'd just get some new mags for it. And he jumped in. He goes, "Oh my gosh, I didn't realize I made a mistake." He goes, "I'll take care of it. I will get you mags for it." So, literally, I mean, within 2 minutes of me putting a picture of the 10-round mags up, just because I had a picture of the gun with the 10-round mags loaded up next to it, and when my friends called it out, he's like, "Yeah, I'll take care of it." So, he goes, "Yeah, you want your choice? I'll get you a couple of the 15-round Glock mags, or if you want 3 of the Magpul, 17-round mags and an X grip to go with it. Just let me know. I'll take care of it." So then somebody posted up they were selling 2 brand new Glock 15 mags in one of the forums for like $20 a piece. And he's like, "I'll pay for them and have them shipped to you. That's a good deal. I'll get them. They're brand new." I'm like, "Okay, fine." So instantly he took care of it. He doesn't have to ship it, doesn't have to mess with it, just had to send money to the guy. And I'm like, "I'm happy." I go, "Do you want these other 10-round mags?" He's like, "No, I don't care. Keep them." He's like, so I look at it like I got 3 10-round mags to practice mag changes with and just drop on the ground and abuse if I want to.
So how much did you have to pay the guy?
I didn't pay anything. My dealer bought the mags for me for like $40.
Oh, okay. So he made it right for you.
He made it right for me, yeah. Which like
I'm surprised you didn't keep the other mags, only because they're nice to have when you go into the range. Obviously, not that you would ever carry them, but at least it's a couple of magazines to practice, mag changes, and it's that much less reloading you got to do.
Right. That's what I was just saying. Like I asked him, I go, "Do you want them back?" And he's like, "No." And I'm like, "Okay, cool, because I'll use them for doing mag changes, and I won't care if I drop them on the ground because they're 10-round mags, and that kind of sucks anyway." So I'm like, "That's a good practice mag." So basically, I'll have like 5 mags out of it, which I'm like, cool,
I mean, I've got some mags that are literally for range use only.
Right.
And because I like to load as much of my mags, or I load all my mags before I actually go to the range.
Me too.
So the first thing I do when I get there, after I set up my target, I don't have to start putting bullets in magazines and wasting my time.
Exactly.
That can already be done, and whether it's somebody's got some Korean mags or whatever.
That's my question. Have you had experience with those? Because I was looking at them and I'm like, I don't know if I'd carry that for a carry mag, but maybe for a range mag.
Well, definitely not as a carry mag.
Yeah.
But as range mag, if you can get them cheap, because they will forever be just a range mag, I would say yes.
Okay.
And then do some sort of identification marking so that there's no doubt that these are always range mags.
Oh, right. Absolutely. And then so I was gonna say is my dealer, he's a super awesome guy. Barry from BAT Arms. Website's batarms.com. You can see he's been on my show a few times already. If you go to my YouTube at youtube.com/BigGunner81. Super awesome guy. Like he said, I didn't even ask him for anything. He just offered to make it right for me, even though I wasn't even complaining or worried about it at all. And that's why I deal with him. That's why I like having him as my sponsor. It's not like I get a free ride with like shooting events and stuff like that, but I get some help here and there with things, which is really awesome. And I don't mind, putting the word out for him, obviously, because he's an awesome guy to deal with. So yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say about that. But yeah, really happy with the Glock 19. I was testing out some new steel targets that I got as well from a fairly new manufacturer called Gunfire Targets. They got a website, gunfiretargets.com.
Are they in Illinois?
No, they're actually in Wisconsin, believe it or not.
Okay. The reason I asked is because I got mine from Artisan Targets, and I was able to drive, which is in Rockford, drive and pay no shipping.
Right on. I didn't pay any shipping
because
either.
The weight of those things, shipping is a decent cost.
Let me tell you a story about it. So, the way I came across these was when I was down in South Carolina. I was picking up. I brought back some targets that had to be returned to Gunfire Targets as a favor to a friend of mine, and that's how I met the one of the partners from Gunfire Targets. And I was actually asking him, "Hey, can I do a review on your targets since I have them?" And I found out the ones that I had were actually prototypes. So, he set me up with a couple other targets when I was up there. He gave me that I could have to do a review on and check out, and that's what I was playing with today. They make some knockdown targets that are hinged. So they're rated for like up to 40, like pistol caliber up to 45 ACP, and like birdshot. So they're really good for like doing like 3-gun competitions and stuff. Where usually a 45 is like the highest caliber you're gonna have, and birdshot is what you're using most of the time, other than once in a while slugs. But they're really quick reset because the steel stays attached to the posts and all that, and they're rebuildable in a sense, so you can take the hinge apart and replace the steel if it gets all messed up or whatever. And so yeah, super nice guy to deal with, and I was glad that I was able to help him get some of his targets back from a major match that he had sponsored or worked with. So it was pretty cool. But that's what I was doing today. I figured I'd test those out and get a chance to work on the Glock a little bit. I was doing some shots at 25 yards with it, but being how cold it is right now, like first couple shots are accurate, and after that my hands start getting cold, and I'm guessing that's why I sucked pretty bad today. I don't know, but I also maybe I haven't been practicing a lot of pistol shooting lately, and I do shoot from like 25 yards, and I'm shooting at like clay targets as well, so it's a small target. So if you go like indoor range where you're shooting like 7 or 10 yards or whatever, it's gonna look really nice, as far as your pattern. My skill, I mean.
Yeah, I got another question for you. It's about gun shows, radio shows. So how did you, if you are willing to go into it, how did you get involved in the show, the gun radio show?
Oh, like the On Target thing, which is it's not all gun stuff though. It's political.
Well, true, but
yeah, a lot of Second Amendment issues and stuff. How I got involved in the radio thing, which by the way, I'll tell you, Artisan Targets, is it Artisan? I'm gonna mess it up, but that company out in Rockford actually does work with our club a little bit. I guess they have advertisement in our club, and we kind of work with them a little bit sometimes. But anyway, so how I got into the radio thing, it's a long story, but basically, when I became a member of the Aurora Sportsman's Club, shortly after I got into doing the YouTube channel as like a hobby, just for fun and everything, and kind of help get help with some of the bigger guys out there to see some of the gear that's out there for them, and maybe help encourage some people that want to go out and shoot and not suck, because I noticed a lot of people that are even good at shooting will edit their videos and take out all the crappy parts, and I for most part anyway, when I put my stages up for my shooting, I put the whole thing, where even one of the parts that I suck. So anyway, from the YouTube channel, I had a few companies I was working with. The opportunity came up that they needed somebody to help with the sponsorships for our 3-gun matches, and from there, I was able to work with a few different companies, get some sponsorships involved with our club, and that caught the attention of our club president. So he wanted to meet with me. He said, "Hey, I've got this radio show that I do. I'm looking for someone to help with advertising sales and stuff." And I said, "That's really awesome, because I'm really interested in radio, because I have taken 3 years of it in high school, and I had a radio show in high school, and I wouldn't mind getting some experience back into that just for the fun factor of it." So I started showing up to the studio, and then I started doing like the intro for it and some of the reading, like the commercials and stuff and whatnot. And that's how it kind of went from there. And I've been trying to sell advertisement for it, and I haven't been able to sell anything. That's been a real difficult road for some reason. Maybe just my skill set. It's different than selling like sponsorships for 3-gun. But that's kind of how I fell into it. And I started doing the other thing was, while I was there, I said, "Hey, I looked at their online presence, and I'm like, yeah, your Facebook's not bad. You got 800, 900 people or whatever on it. But I go to look at like their YouTube channel. I'm like, this hasn't been updated since 2013 or 14 or whatever it was. I'm like, that sucks. And all your stuff that you got on here is not even videos. It's just the audio with a picture, and they're broadcasting on Ustream, and the Ustream I'm watching it at home, and I'm like, this sucks because when the commercials pop up, it interrupts anything they're going to say, and you got to go back and wait till it's done to watch it all over again to try to get to that part. And I'm like, let's try to do this on YouTube. So I got them set up with the YouTube. They were saying they really need a 2-hour program, but we need sponsors to be able to make that happen because it's a brokered show. So we buy the airtime from the radio station, and so needless to say, there's room to get a 2-hour program because there's an infomercial on before us, and we just don't have the funding to do it. So I said, well, if you've got more topics to cover, more things that you want to discuss that we don't get done on the regular program, how about we do an after-show segment, like a post-show like video that we can stream it live, and it's already uploaded to YouTube then right away. So we started doing that. So after we get done inside the studio, we basically take over the conference room at AM 560 and do our little broadcast on YouTube from there, just to kind of recap anything we got to go over, or cover anything we didn't get to go over. And we have special guests and stuff. We bring them in with us too and talk with them for a little bit, because sometimes they don't get to say everything they want to say because there's only an hour-long program. You get like 30 minutes or whatever it breaks down to because there's so many commercial breaks.
Okay.
So,
the other question, which you can go ahead and summarize it, is how did that show get started in the first place? Because this is an anti-gun state, as you well know.
Yeah, David started it. He had I guess I wasn't involved with it from the beginning, so I can't answer all those questions. But basically, from my understanding, he wanted to create a company, and I may have an interview with him that I did early on when I first started talking with him, meeting him and everything. Kind of interviewed him about Safer USA. Safer USA is like the parent company for all the things that he does. So On Target Radio, On Target Media is like a part of Safer USA. Safer USA is like a training company. He does firearms training and concealed carry and all types of different aspects of firearms type training and stuff. And his whole envisionment was to kind of create he wanted to be, I guess, how do I put it? In his words, he said something like a community resource in a sense. So people would call on him and ask questions, and he could help them with firearms related stuff. And so from there, he decided to get into the radio thing because he was into broadcasting with with journalism and whatnot. I don't know how he picked AM 560 or whatnot, but it's the #1 conservative talk radio station in Chicagoland. They have one of the nicest radio studios, believe it or not. And so it just kind of went from there. I think they started out more with gun topics than anything, and then they kind of started transforming it. And he had a different co-host early on. I think his name was Tim. You can hear on some of the earlier episodes, on the YouTube channel, the very early ones, he was on there because he was managing the YouTube and all that at the same time. And then his girlfriend Gretchen, later on after Tim was done, became the co-host of the show. So that's, I don't know if I answered all of your thoughts on it.
No, you did. How does he know Gretchen from outside of her coming to the show, or how did she? Because I know she used to be Illinois State Police.
That's correct. As far as I understand it, several years ago, I think the story I heard was something like she took a class with him, and then David's synopsis was something like she took a class with him, and one day she showed up with cookies at his door or something like that. And I don't know. I don't know the full story, except that they're basically boyfriend-girlfriend kind of, in a sense.
Oh, they are? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Well, that explains a whole lot.
Yeah. It's a different dynamic than I can really explain. She's in her mid-40s, he's in his 60s. But they seem to work really well together, so... Yeah, and she's into politics too. She was on the Will County board or whatever too, and stuff like that, which is a known thing.
Is that the signal does not really get out to Rockford because the transmission antennas are just over the Indiana Illinois line, so they're basically
Right.
coming from Gary.
Right.
And I don't know if the guys running the show realize that Rockford it's very weather dependent, and then you have to be on the far east side to get anything, and then it's kind of cuts in and out.
Right. No, that's why we try to do the YouTube thing. We've had some problems recently with the cam though for some reason. I don't know. We may have to switch to the other camera or something at some point that we have, but see, the broadcasting we do with the YouTube for it, and you can watch that anywhere, and you can also go to AM560 and listen to the live audio stream, which is even better quality.
I'm thinking of I'm in my car or people are in their cars.
Yeah.
Because most people listen to the radio when they're in their car.
That's correct, yeah.
And so that part of the, what I'll call the north center or northwest part of Illinois is, I don't think the vast majority are aware, because I've asked like gun stores in the Rockford area, they never heard of you.
I know, that's the tough thing. Like, there's a lot of people who don't know that we exist.
But if the signal
what are we doing?
The signal would reach, some people would just stumble over it, and then by word of mouth.
Yeah, nothing I can do with that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I know what you're saying. I mean,
because there's three main areas. I mean, other than the Indiana one, you got the Sears Tower, you've got the John Hancock, and then on the far west side there's WGN used to broadcast out of. They had some freestanding towers out of there, which obviously would reach Chicago, because you don't really need to blast the signal all over the lake. Which unfortunately, antennas that are down there, you half your signals going over to a place where there aren't anybody.
Right.
So the further out it is, the more people you actually get and still serve Chicago. Hey Darren, can you mute yourself while you're sorting your ammo?
There you
Thank
go.
you.
That happens all the time. It's like sometimes I forget.
Darren, can you hear me? You must not be able to hear. I'm just going to mute him. Can you hear
now
me, Darren?
I can.
Oh, okay. Can you either mute yourself
Yep,
while you're
I will.
sorting your ammo?
Can you still hear me now?
Yes. You didn't hear my question, did you?
Who, me?
No, Darren.
Oh.
Well, let's see what he does.
Well, it being pretty quiet, I think you got the message.
Yeah, that's what I was guessing too.
Well, he doesn't have to stop. It's just it was so loud I can't really have a conversation.
Right.
So how many years has the gun program been on?
I'm not exactly sure. I want to say I know how long it's been on. You know how I know? It's I think it was like in September, October. It was 3 years.
Okay.
That's right, because I had to change my thing to say that because my ad was like, for over 2.5 years, the On Target Media Group has been helping small businesses grow. And so yeah.
Come February, do you guys for free push iGold?
I think, yeah, because we work with ISRA too, so
okay.
I know we mentioned it, sure.
I mean, as far as like either a website to go to, or whatever, for like the bus runs. I mean, I know how to do it because I've been on them before, but there's always people that don't know or forgot and their computer fried.
Hey, you see my video I'm sharing to you right now?
Yep.
Yeah, this is it's only a 53-second video I made just I don't know, yesterday or something, or whatever it was. Me loading up shot shells.
Yep.
I was actually pretty proud of that because this is only the second time I've actually practiced like that. I did it once before the match, and then at the match I kind of messed it all up, but I didn't get any sleep the night before. I was up and stuff, but
yeah. Performance anxiety is a common thing.
That, and like I said, I didn't have any sleep, and I drove 2 hours in the morning to get to that match too.
Well,
so it kind of messed me up.
I mean, you can get performance anxiety long before the event.
True.
I mean, I'm assuming it was the event that caused your sleep problem.
Yeah, good
No.
advice for any 16-year-old. Gentlemen, it's 3 in the morning. I'm going to bed. Y'all have a good
All right.
night.
Have a good night.
Alrighty.
No, it wasn't. That wasn't what caused my sleep issues.
Okay. Well, we'll leave that one alone then.
Yeah. We'll leave that one alone. It was a very fun time. Just say that.
So, as far as conversations you overhear from the radio show as well as the guest, do you think there's any chances in the spring legislative session of the loosening of any gun zones that are not federal?
I don't even know. Honestly, I don't even know how.
Public housing, buses, trains.
I haven't really heard
always
anything that I can. I haven't really heard anything that I can say that on.
It's always bothered me that the people that need the right the most statistically have the biggest speed bumps to getting it between the cost, where they live.
The other thing too is with the trains and whatnot. I think you wouldn't be able to conceal carry with a loaded gun, but you can still transport your firearms on a train. At least from my understanding, anyway. I could be wrong, I'm not the law, but we had a kid one time, even before the concealed carry enacted, that was staying someplace in Chicago and coming out to the suburbs here to work in the shop I was at, and he brought his shotgun with because he was going to work on it at the shop, just he'd take it apart and paint it and stuff, and so he's traveling on the train with a rifle and a shotgun in a case, a padded case. And he's like, yeah, I'm just transporting it. It's not loaded. They don't care, I'm like, okay. But
I know personally I'd want to verify that before I took the jump.
Yeah, and I know he didn't have a FOID card because he was from out of state and he was visiting and working part-time or whatever for us, like a friend of the boss, But no, I mean I've seen that. There's transportation laws too, I guess, from my understanding, which is different. Just if some of the places they know concealed carry, well, yeah, if it's unloaded and you have it in a case and you're allowed to, transport a firearm in that place, then you can do it,
Yeah, I just I would very much like to see public transit be eliminated as no carry, and
I would just like to see basically constitutional carry and let you do it.
Well, yeah, and I was part of me was hoping that they because they didn't want it in the first place. The only reason they did it is because they had no choice.
Right,
so
I was hoping that
so
too.
Madigan wanted to set it up to make as many speed bumps as possible, and then make it as great of a revenue stream as possible.
Right. And you know
which
what?
is why it's $153.20.
During that time of when we were waiting for the law to take place, and they were like, "Oh, it's going to go constitutional carry." My friend who was a law enforcement officer told me, he's like, technically right now you could carry a firearm loaded on you, and they might arrest you, but technically it's not illegal right now. He goes. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. Just for the time period between that.
I mean, there's a lot of technicalities and stuff, but I never want to be the test case to pay just to prove I'm innocent. And yeah, I'm innocent, but I just spent $50,000 or got into debt for $50,000 just to prove that I wasn't.
Right. I got you.
And that's in an earlier chat we were talking about Texas and having open carrying after the 1st. And I had just made a suggestion that maybe some of them might want to wait a few weeks because the general public, I'm sure the vast majority are unaware of this big change coming. But once it makes the local news that, man tackled in Walmart for open carrying, which is now legal, those sorts of things, which are inevitable.
Right. Well, I thought it was interesting too. In South Carolina, their laws are different too. Obviously, and you can have like a loaded rifle in your truck if you want. You can have a loaded pistol in your truck, and you don't have to have concealed carry to do it, I guess. But you know, obviously they have different concealed carry laws there. Like my Florida, Utah, and Illinois, I guess, is not valid in South Carolina. You have to have theirs.
Right.
Because it's funny, my friend I was with, you know, she's got she has a Glock 19 also, and she had it with her when we went to I think Charleston, and she's like, "You have your concealed carry permits and stuff on you too, right?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, but they're not valid here. But I have something that might help. Yeah, sure, I guess."
It would help in your defense. And,
Right.
And the only way it actually helps is by trying to give the jury the impression that you are a safe, qualified person.
Exactly.
Technically, shouldn't help at all.
That's my point. It's not gonna legally. It wouldn't really help, but it would be like the impression type thing. Like,
yeah.
Well, he has
This
this
is a
here.
good guy.
Why isn't it valid here? And you have like some reason behind it. As we're like, if she doesn't have one at all right now, she had it in the past, but I don't know what the deal is. There's some circumstance with it. But yeah. Yeah, I just thought it was kind of interesting. We just need to be able to use our Second Amendment the way it was intended to be used. Let us be free and not do this shit.
The biggest win that we got was what I'll call shell carry with an asterisk.
Yeah.
It's not 100% shell carry, but it's close enough that it kept us from becoming a New Jersey.
Right. You know what? It's interesting too. Speaking of like the different states, the culture down there is different than here. Like, I've never been to an out-of-state competition or a match before, and I learned a few things about how they do their stages and different things like that. But one of the most interesting things to me was, like, at our club, you have to have a chamber flag. You know, if you're going to preload your shotgun before the stage, everybody goes over to a berm and points their shotgun in the berm and loads it all up in the same time and all that kind of stuff. And here it's like, when you load your shotgun, just go to a safe direction over there, you know, point it at something safe and go ahead and load it up and then, you know, point it up in the air, bring it over here. They didn't care about chamber flags. I used mine, I think, on all my stuff. But, yeah, I mean, other than like unloading your pistol at the end of a stage, of course, because they don't want someone shooting themselves in the leg or whatever. But it wasn't like nearly as strict. And I said this to my friend. I go, yeah, it's a little different. And she goes, yeah, everybody's a big boy and girl down here. The other thing was they didn't have a waiver. Like our club, any of our events, you have to sign a waiver. You know, in case you hurt somebody or hurt yourself or whatever, you don't hold anybody liable. And there it was like no waiver, but if it's a major match, they have waivers. But for regular club match, they weren't worried about it. It was just totally different.
The most common reason for that is the insurance company that insures the property requires it.
Right, but even so, you would think that like they'd be worried about their own liability regardless.
Sure.
But everybody was like, you know, no accidents, no problems. Is what it is. It was really cool. In fact, they're having a match tomorrow. I wish I could have been at it, but I'm here in Illinois, and it's just how it goes.
Yeah.
And my friend's not going anyway. But another friend of ours is going that I met when I was down. I made a lot of friends when I was there. It was kind of cool. I mean, a few friends, I should say. Some of them I already knew online. Like, I met them in advance, and I didn't know I was ever going to shoot with them. I just kind of somehow picked them up as a friend on my Facebook and was chatting with them and stuff, and lo and behold, like one of the ladies that was on my Facebook, I ended up being on her squad with her and shooting with her, and she even lent me a I was gonna say, like, they call it like a pinwheel, basically, like a shot shell carrier.
Mm-hmm.
I had one. I actually had two. I had like one where you can do like doubles, pull them off of there, like double shotgun shells, and then I had one where they were like stacked inside there, where you can do like you pull them two out, but you have to play around with them to get them straight. You can slide them in or whatever, but it's more effective to have the pull the doubles off. So she had an extra one, and she let me borrow it, and I was like, cool. And so that like helped me out a lot, just so I had extra shot shells on me for these stages and everything. And everybody was just really nice, and I was glad to go do it. And like I said, I made some new friends, and some of them I didn't get to talk to as much. I still have on my Facebook too, and can talk with them in the future and whatnot. And I have a great appreciation for how they run their matches. I think it was a great experience, and I learned from it, regardless of being tired and kind of like really shooting pretty poorly.
Yeah, my hesitation as far as like getting into pistol type competition is what I call it public humiliation of being DQ'd.
You know what? That's different though. I'll tell you what. Here's the thing. I've come to understand by being around people. I've seen people get DQ'd. I've seen a couple negligent discharges that happened like into the ground and stuff like that. But it's just everybody's attitude about DQs is kind of like everybody does it. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen to you. Don't feel bad. As long as nobody gets hurt, obviously, it's no big deal. And everybody's supportive of it. Like, you got DQ'd. Oh, okay. Well, we want to hang out with us for the rest of the day and whatever. Or it's not like a big deal.
Yeah, but it's you're right. But it's how people take it. Like
the people who did the DQ or the people that see you do a DQ?
The people that did it.
Oh yeah, like you might feel bad about it because you screwed up.
No, I don't feel bad. I feel embarrassed.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. Like, you have a negative connotation with it. You feel embarrassed, or you feel upset that you screwed up, or whatever it is. But I wouldn't worry about it. So, if you guys want to see my video from that match too, if you haven't seen it, so you can see what it's like. I'm playing it now, but basically, it's just my Big Gun 81. It's the Upstate 3-gun at Clinton House, and yeah, I made a lot of mistakes when I shoot. Like I said, I do a whole commentary on it so you can hear everything I have to say negative about my shooting. But I mean, like I said, there's people out there that are even like, really good shooters, and you'll notice when they cut their stages, if they made a mistake on a stage, they don't always show it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm transparent. If I suck at something, I'm going to show you that I suck. And don't feel bad if you go out and you suck. Just go out and do it and have fun. That's all there is to it. And if I can get better at it, I'll get better at it and learn from it.
Self-depreciating humor is one way of battling other people's troll comments. Because if you mess up and you say something about it, you stole their thunder to point it out.
Yeah, that's
you've
very
already
true.
done it.
That's very true, and like I find myself wanting to battle the trolls when they do come up and do their trolling, but one of my friends said, yeah, just let them go. Don't even comment on them. Don't give them that power. And I'm like, well, yeah, I don't have to comment, but I just kind of like to anyway. I don't know why, but I get people like, I've had someone say like, oh, you're obese. Yeah, no shit. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, I wouldn't have noticed that.
Yeah, like you get like stupid people write these stupid comments, and I'll write it back to them like sometimes because I kind of laugh at them anyway. Because you know what, I'm out here doing this stuff. So like I'm shooting out of the Suburban here in this video, and I like my grip. If you notice, I put my thumb over the back of my wrist, and I was trying to figure out why I did that. My friend was telling me, he's like, he didn't see the video, but he's like, you probably did it because we're big guys. He's bigger than me. He's taller than me, bigger than me, heavier than me, all that. And he shoots competitions too, but he's not as good about crawling around on stuff because he's got back issues and being much larger than me. And so he says, yeah, like us big guys, when you're in a car, and I've never shot from inside of a car before, that basically, normally you're squared off when you're standing and shooting, like to the target. Your shoulders are kind of squared off to your target in a sense. And there I'm kind of twisted in the seat. And so my arms are not at the same distance they normally are, and it was really screwing me up. And so I just didn't shoot the way I would normally shoot. But it was a lot of fun to do this, nonetheless. Getting to shoot from inside a car, and we're trying to get a car at our club too, but it's going to take some time. And one of our biggest things right now is we're trying to get the money together and stuff to be able to open up our back corner of our ranges so that we can expand our 3-gun matches and have more shooters and stuff. And the thing is, like, when you do a major match, it'll probably take up all of our ranges or most all of our ranges, and we can't do that because of our membership. We have to leave ranges open for members. So we can take up to 6 ranges right now. And so it is what it is. This stage right here that you guys are probably seeing the pictures of, you'll see what happens on it. It's just I replayed in my head because I was like, it was fun, but I totally blew the pistol part of it. I was having trouble with my pistol shooting at this point. And I think what really flustered me.
Cool.
What's that?
That looks pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. So, like, I was hitting the paper. I put like 3, I think, into it because I want to make sure I got it. It took me a couple shots to get that one steal. Well, then this dueling tree screwed me up bad. I hit like the first one, flipped it. I go to hit the second one, couldn't hit it. And at one point, maybe I can't see it in this video, but that top target, I actually shot it twice. Like it flipped the one way, and then I flipped it back the other way, and that totally screwed up my mind on the whole stage. And I'm like, man, I went through 20 rounds already, did my reload. I'm going back to the dueling tree. I'm like, I'm going to get this plate, just hit the dueling tree. And then I'm going to go for, like, the papers, and I go back to the dueling tree again, and I'm wasting all this time. So I'm like, I'm not going to finish the stage. I'm going to time out. So I ground my pistol, and instead of running, I'm just like, forget it. I'm pretty much done here. I mean, I probably blew 2 minutes shooting those friggin' targets with 2 mags. I mean, I could have kept going. I had tons of rounds left, but it wouldn't have made any sense. So I'm like, forget it. I'm done with that. But I pick up the shotgun, and this is the clip that you saw in my shotgun loading video. And that star, you have to shoot like a little arm, and it makes it rotate. And I just blasted away at those things. I think the very last one, it took me about 3 shots, or the third shot to hit it. And then I had to do a reload, and I'm flipping it, twisting it around, doing it all wrong, and I'm setting the hot barrel on my hand. Just like, yeah, it wasn't hot enough to really cause me any pain, but you could tell it wasn't like real comfortable. But I got it loaded up fairly quickly for my standards, I guess, regardless of my poor technique. And I'm like, oh, cool, I whizzed through that friggin' stage, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna run to the rifle part of it. You know, and I'm not like the super fast runner because I'm a big guy, but needless to say, I got to it, and I'm like, all right, and I had to shoot my iron sights because my scope I put on isn't zeroed properly, so I learned that on the first stage, and I'm like, forget it, I'm going to pull it off, shoot my iron sights, which my friend asked me, why do you have iron sights on it if you got a scope? And I'm like, because what if my scope's not right or I mess it up? I need some way of being able to shoot. I didn't bring a backup rifle this time because she had tons of rifles anyway, so I had other people that even offered me gear and stuff to use if I needed it while I was there. But then we had a house to shoot off too, by the way. Which my pistol skills got slightly better on this stage for some reason. But I still, I said slightly better. Yeah, so what was I going to say about that? This was interesting. The shotgun I was shooting wasn't mine. I normally shoot my MK 1919, which is a mag-fed shotgun. And what happened was a friend of mine who actually tomorrow I'm probably going to go to, not tomorrow, I'm sorry, Monday, I'm going out to a pistol match, actually, an indoor pistol match for the first time. That's the tentative plan anyway. And, by the way, I'll mention this too, with the shotgun part. There's one steel target that takes a slug, and I had 2 slugs, and I dropped one of them. And I'm so glad I got it. You'll see it. Well, maybe you'll be able to see. It's kind of hard to tell without the audio. But when I think I loaded some shot shells into it to finish off the clays, and then there had 2 shot shells left in it. I could have blasted those off, and it would have been fine. Just blast them off of it, whatever, outside. But instead, I just ejected them on the ground, and then I threw the slug in, and I nailed my steel target with the slug, which is cool. On this one, where I'm leaning against the door window frame, like it took me 2 shots at that one clay because the first time I hit it, it kind of bounced the shotgun off the edge of the door, or the opening, the frame. So it threw my shot a little bit. That's the one where I'm hitting the slug now. So, what was I saying again about the, before I got sidetracked with that and the match? I don't know. But shooting with the iron sights, I didn't do too bad with them because I've had some practice with them for a while. It just sucked that my scope wasn't set up for it. There's only 5 stages to it. Let's see.
What kind of pistol are you shooting?
Oh, I'm shooting a 226. 6-hour P226, which is not like the most ideal probably for this stuff. Which thanks for mentioning that, because that's what I was gonna say. The shotgun. So I before I bought my scope right before this event, right, and I literally like zeroed in as best I could with the time I had, and it was pretty close. And I think I didn't have the rings tightened down enough, and I think it shifted. I'm pretty certain it shifted on the rings. And we didn't get to zero it to check the zero when I was down there. We were gonna go to her range that she is a member of to do that before the event, but it didn't happen. So I just said, well, we'll go with it, try it, and see what happens. And of course, it wasn't zeroed. But I was looking. I was talking to a friend of mine, and I said, yeah, I'm going out of state to do this match. And he's like, what do you need? Does he need anything? Anything I can help you with? And I'm like, well, I need an optic, but I don't know what I'm gonna do about that yet. And he's like, well, I got 4 to choose from. I got a Swarovski, I've got a Burris, whatever it is, and this and that, whatever. And he's like, well, he goes, if you want my Swaro, he goes, take my whole rifle. It's $7,000 rifle. Just take it, and when you come back, bring it back. He's like, I go, what kind of ammo does it need? And he's like, well, you can use this or this, or just come on over and let's crank out a bunch of rounds on my press for you to take with you. And I'm like, that's pretty nice of you. But I don't know if I want to take your $7,000 rifle, because, long story short, I would have had to leave it someplace for 2 days, and I mean, not that I didn't trust where I was leaving it, but I also don't have control over it for 2 days either. So anyway, I posted up on my Facebook. I said, I'm like, I'm so impressed with like the generosity of all my friends and everything. My friend just offered me a $7,000 rifle to take with me on this trip. Well, then my dealer that's the sponsor of my show, Barry from BAT Arms, goes, hey, I've got the Noveske team rifle with the Swarovski on it. Why don't you take that with you? And he's like, and you should take, instead of shooting that stupid MK 1919 because he doesn't like it. He's like, take my SLP comp, F&H SLP comp with you, and use that. He was like, I got shot shell carriers and this and that for it. He's like, just take that with you, and like with your pistol, I know you got your 226. He's like, I got this elite, stainless elite 226 and all this. And he's like, then it'll work in your holster, but we'll just have to take the grips off of it because they're like rosewood grips, whatever, and whatnot. I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah. He's like, I'll give you $9,000 in guns to take with you. I'm like, I don't need $9,000 worth of guns to take with me. I appreciate the offer. So I went over to his house because he talked me into taking the shotgun with. And I said, well, let me come over. I'll think about the shotgun. I got like 1,500 rounds of, or 1,500 pieces of 223 brass. I need a trim, and I don't have an electric trimmer. He has a Dillon press with a case feeder and all that stuff. So it doesn't take nearly as long as me trying to trim them all. So I went over to his house and we trimmed them, and he talked me into taking the shotgun. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll practice the shot shell loading and stuff with it, and got that all down. And he was still trying to give me his Noveske team rifle and the 226 and everything to take with. And he's like, you sure? You sure? I'm like, no, I'm sure. I'll just take your shotgun because I know you really want me to take it. And I also figured it would be a good opportunity to practice something I haven't done before and learn something. And it worked out pretty well with the shotgun. I didn't have much issue with that other than just like making a few mistakes here and there with things. But that was probably my best portion between my rifle and my pistol work at that match. But yeah, that's pretty much how it went. It was just it was a lot of fun. It was a long ride, 14-hour ride down there.
Where was it?
In Clinton, South Carolina.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and I say 14 hours because my friend lives kind of like in the country, but out away from Charleston. So she's 2 hours, kind of like southeast, sort of Clinton. Because we had to drive up we had to be there at like 7 o'clock, I think, in the morning. So we had to leave at like, I think we got up at like 3 or 4 in the morning, something like that, and then drove the 2 hours. No, because we had to get ready. So it had to be like 4 o'clock that maybe we got up. I don't remember, but yeah, it was a long day. A lot of fun though. I enjoyed it.
So, is there any reason that for the winter you don't take that part off so you don't have to do these 14-hour rides? I realize it's fun, but a 14-hour ride ain't no fun.
Well, here's the thing. So, no, that kind of sucked. Next time it'd probably be better if I just flew, comparing the cost of fuel and airfare. This is the first out-of-state match, and for me, like shooting locally too, it's like we do practical rifle. They're actually having a practical rifle match tomorrow at Roar Sportsman's Club. I thought about going, but then after being out in the cold today, because I went out there today to shoot the new Glock and test those targets out and stuff, I was like, yeah, my hands can't take the cold very long. Once they get like frozen, it's really hard to get them warmed back up, and they just hurt. I don't know if I got on frostbite at one point in time or what, but so if I do an outside match, I have to like keep them like in gloves and have little pocket heaters and stuff like that. Try to keep my hands warm. And when I go to shoot, I take my gloves off because even though it's a couple minutes long on the stage, I take them off because I need to be able to feel everything. But I'm not like a professional.
So you can't shoot reasonably with what I'll call inexpensive tactical gloves.
I probably could. I personally just like to feel my trigger and stuff,
No. I understand.
Yeah, I mean,
it would always be a preference.
You're talking about cold and what climate?
What's that?
I said you're talking about cold and what climate?
And what climate? I'm in Illinois.
Oh, okay. I'm in.
So we're like, cause I wasn't talking about South Carolina. That wasn't cold at all. But I forget what the temperature was today up here.
It was 31.
Oh, thank you. So yeah, I figured it was in the 30s, but
it was like -1 Celsius.
Nice.
31. That's it.
I was out there
with
with
a Canuck in here.
What's that?
We have a Canuck in here, so I got to do the Celsius thing.
You're right.
-1 C. Oh, that's still a nice warm summer's breeze.
So as far as taking the winter off, though, like
we're at 7 in Minnesota.
What's that?
We're at 7.
You're at 7? Yeah, that sucks. But
yeah, but your hands are one of the most sensitive things and one of the most critical when shooting.
Yes, and that's why I was having trouble with my pistol shooting today. Like the first few shots, like the first shot, I nailed my 6x6 plate at 25 yards instantly. It was the first time I ever shot my Glock 19. But then after my next couple shots, then my hands are getting cold and I'm having trouble with hitting stuff. So I had I ran through my mags and then I went in my truck, warmed my hands up for a little bit, came back at it. First couple shots did pretty well. After that, it's like again, I don't know if my hands are just getting cold and I'm not keeping my pistol straight. But yeah, as far as the off-season thing, this is like the first really full year of getting more serious in the competition side of things. I've had some people offer to take me out to, I gotta pay for the match, obviously, but for the travel part of it and stuff. There's one coming up in May out in North Carolina. There's one in February down in Florida. That's like a 3-gun match. The one in Florida is like a 3-gun nation regional series, I think. And I'm like, that'd be a lot of fun, but you're talking like $300 for your entry plus all your ammo and stuff and food and whatever. And if I can stay at the same place they're staying, that's helpful too. Otherwise, I'm paying for a hotel. So I'm trying to. I have some friends that do this stuff, which is cool, and that helps with sharing the costs.
I mean, short of a sponsor that would willing to help out with the travel stuff, I'm assuming that you don't have something that would cover that yet.
No, I'm not at that level at all. My sponsorships are very minimal type stuff. They're more almost like a bartering type thing.
Right, to help pay for the ammo and the fee to get in, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm hoping for that, but I don't get that yet either. I've gotten a little bit of help with projectiles and some ammo, but I'm not at that level yet.
And that's why I meant by another reason to take the ammo this winter off is not just because of the cold, but also giving you the chance to save money for summer and spring and events that you can go to.
Right. And that's like this match on Monday night. That's the first indoor match I'm gonna do if I get to go to it, and it's like it's like $20 for the fee, and I'm probably not going to go through like 100 rounds of ammo. I don't think. So it's not very expensive at all for that. And on top of that, my friend is picking me up, so I'm not even paying travel any fuel to go there. And he also basically said that his company ends up picking up the tab when they go out to dinner afterwards. So I'll basically get a meal out of it.
Who's putting on an indoor pistol competition?
I guess Maxon. I don't know who is actually putting it on, but it's going to be held at Maxon and Des Plaines.
Okay.
That's what I've heard. It's like not really a USPSA type match, but it's based kind of loosely around it, from my understanding. I don't really know because I've never done it before. So I'm just going to go with what my friend kind of told me and go with him and check it out. I think it'll be pretty cool. But like next month, for example, next month is like SHOT Show. So between this and then holidays and then SHOT Show, that's going to take up a lot of my resources. And then after SHOT Show, I'm taking classes again and figuring out what I want to do with my career next. So we'll see what happens.
Academic classes?
What's that?
Academic classes?
Yes, I'm working on finishing up my degree that I started a million years ago, and I basically am not working right now full time anywhere. It's a long story, but this year was kind of a year of multiple life-changing events, and one of them was me basically walking away from my career, which is not really the best thing to do in the world, but for my own mental health and stability, I had to. That's all there was to it. I was going through a divorce, and I was working with my ex-wife, now ex-wife, and dealing with that and dealing with a bunch of stuff in the company that I wasn't happy with. So I decided in the meantime, this would be a really good opportunity while I can have health insurance and still have money to do it, to go back and finish my degree because I wanted to have that done, and also kind of look into some other different areas of study to try to figure out what I want to do outside of the automotive industry. That's what I was an auto tech for like almost 16 years.
Mm-hmm. Now, is that something for what I'll call side money? You can do for friends, family, and neighbors, do side work to make a little pocket cash?
Yeah, I could. I used to, and believe it or not, from 2004 to probably close to 2014, I had a side business that I ran at home nights and weekends. My boss knew I worked on like Corvettes and stuff, basically. So it wasn't really a conflict with him, which, you know what, if it was a big deal, I probably would have just started doing that on my own, because I made more money working at home a few hours a night than I did working all week for someone else. And I was not overcharging people. I was charging them less than a shop, so they were happy with me. In fact, I was charging them like less than like a dealer or like a shop, but more than I made it work. So I was happy, they were happy, and I've had customers that would give me like sizable tips because they appreciated the amount of time and care I put into the vehicle. So it was a cool thing. I like doing it, but there's downsides to it and stuff too, and ultimately, I don't think I want to go back to that as a full-time career, but as maybe like, something to make some money during the downtime. That's a possibility, sure.
Yeah. And all I meant was, like, as an example, if you were to take the winter off, fill a couple of jobs during the winter would help pay the airfare or the transportation cost of some of those spring-summer competitions.
Right on, exactly. So that's very valid. I mean, more or less, yeah, the competition cost is what I need to get covered, but if I'm going to do that. But right now, the other part is, I think most of these ones that are coming up are already sold out almost. So I'd have to make that decision now if there's any openings, and also make the contacts with the people that are planning to go shoot these events to see who I can carpool with.
Right.
Which it seems kind of funny to think that way, but it's like it's a way to do it on a budget, and a lot of people do apparently do the carpool thing.
Well, I mean, I'm going to give you an analogy. Of like whether it be the Daytona 500 or whether it's the Indy 500, those guys had a very meager beginning at dirt tracks type racing, where they had to get there, they had to go out of state, they had medical expenses because of accidents, they had all sorts of things, and they question of would they have enough money to pay their bills because of this love of racing and so forth. Is you can't expect your first race to be at the Indy 500 or the Daytona 500. It takes time and money over time to build up to that level.
Right. And in the three-gun world, it's like, from my understanding, because I'm still learning all this stuff, so I could be wrong on any of it, that basically, you've got like club series events, which anybody can do. You've got regional series events, which usually you need to be like a Three Gun Nation member, I think, if you're going to do a Three Gun Nation series, regional series event, I think. And then there's like pro level series stuff too that you have to be a pro to do. I mean, that's how I'm kind of seeing it. I could be wrong. I'm sure there's things I'm misunderstanding or don't know about yet. But basic synopsis from what I kind of gather, there's also like pro-am events where there's like pro and amateurs where regular people can do it too, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to keep talking to you, but I got to get up in 5.5 hours, so.
Yeah, I know. I know you're saying it's getting late, and I'm thinking the same thing.
So, all right, we'll catch you later.
Hey,
nice
by the way, I put something in the side chat. Did you see that for you?
Yeah, I just answered it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't look at that because I was on another screen.
No problem.
All right, man. Okay. Have a good night. We'll talk to you.
Catch you later, Rick.
Yep. I'm going to take off too. Bye, guys.
All right. Catch you later, Darren.
Catch you later.
Bye.
Bye. Who else is still up? No, there's the face. And a roof.
Oh. I didn't have too much background noise, did I?
Nope.
Okay. My German Shepherd was bothering me. I don't want my face on there.
Minor detail. Daniel gave me crap earlier for making too much noise. So.
Where'd they go? They were here just a second ago.
Yeah, I know. They all fucked off. Apparently just Daniel's got to get up in like 5 or 5.5 hours for work.
Oh, it's like 3:13 for me.
Yeah, it's 2:13 here.
So you're in Canada, huh?
Yep.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Cool.
Hear you just fine.
I tried to get on my computer and I can't get on, so I'm on through a tablet and I'm watching it through my computer.
Yeah, no, been there, done that. Yeah, no.
I just joined GunChannels tonight.
You just joined? Well, congratulations.
Well, I probably should have done it a long time ago. I was watching, like, Never Enough Ammo when it was, like, just him and the comment bar. Like, what the heck did they call that? Blog Talk Radio or something?
Yeah, no, I can't remember.
I've been watching for a while.
So this is your very first chat, or?
No, I was on a chat about a year ago when I was in school.
Right on, right on. So, when you were in school, what were you taking?
I'm a paramedic now.
Oh, paramedic. Oh, right on. Very useful skill. and trade.
Yeah, learned a lot.
No, I'm just one of those Canadians that pop up periodically.
I've seen you on here before. So how far is the lag behind on YouTube? It's got to be a couple minutes.
Between GunChannels and our Hangout, it's a couple seconds. On YouTube, I have no idea. I know back in the day, the lag was almost 5 minutes, if that. Anything on air on my gun or on my YouTube?
Well, it's probably like 20 seconds. That's what I'm thinking now. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I'd say 20 to 30 seconds. Hey, there's 7 people watching on YouTube. Cool.
Mine says
Hello?
6.
Oh. I don't know, but hello from YouTube.
So where are you at in Canada?
Just north of Edmonton, Alberta.
So you can have long guns, right?
Yeah, we could have long guns. We could pretty much have whatever you guys want, except for fully automatic and silencers.
But you have to have special permits for pistols?
Special license, yeah. A restricted license for pistol and AR. And
But AK is okay?
I'm not an AK fan, so I can't quote anything about AK. But majority of AK variants are prohibited firearms, so we can't have. But certain CZ firearms we can have.
So does it go by like
How it looks.
How it looks.
Yeah,
like California.
I think we're a little bit more lenient than California. But yeah. We don't need special tools to take magazines out of our firearms. We're allowed butt stocks on our ARs. We're allowed pistol grips.
You guys got cooler shotguns though, right?
Actually, I think our shotguns are pretty much the same.
Yeah, but I think you guys get shorter barrels. Like,
well, we're allowed sawed-off pistol grip shotguns as long as we order them through the manufacturer.
What about barrel length?
The shortest barrel for shotgun I think we're allowed to have is 12 inches.
Yeah, you need to have a special whatever.
Yeah, pretty much like when it comes to a rifle, if it's under 16 inches in barrel length, you need a restricted firearms license. Um, Overall length, oh crap. I need to read up on laws more often here. If it is a 12.5-inch length barrel with a full buttstock, I believe that is a non-restricted. But if it's under 12 with sawed off, you need a restricted firearms license.
So are you in a populated area or?
No, I live out in farm country.
Right on.
Yeah, moved out here not this November, but last November.
So how unpopulated is your area?
Well, the county I live in, I think we're somewheres around 5,000.
That's probably about like where I'm at. We're not far from populated area.
Now let me see here. Population of Westlock County. As of 2011, Westlock County was a population of 7,644 people. Of 3,170 square kilometers. Or 1,223 square miles. Yeah.
So what do you do for fun besides shooting?
Work. Work in my house. I don't know. Relax. Right now, I'm working on rebuilding my AR-15, which almost after a year, I finally managed to find a low-profile gas block for my AR to fit a proper forward handrail. That didn't cost a fortune.
Can you import stuff from our country or what?
I usually I have to go through either a gun store or a gun runner's operation.
I built a AR pistol last winter, just before last winter. Yeah.
No, yeah. Yeah, no, because the AR I got right now is the DPMS Bull Sweet 16.
Right on. That used to be built in a town in the county I used to live in, St.
right
Cloud,
on.
Minnesota. I have a DPMS pistol. Well, I bought the lower. And
Yeah, no, because I bought this so I could, this low profile gas block, which cost me $45 through Troy Industries.
Oh, Troy's good.
It's what I've heard. They seem to be the cheapest manufacturer I could find in Canada so far for anything with AR. And let's see. I ordered up a Daniel Defense Omega front forearm for my AR, for my bull, because I'm not I like the front grip of my AR. I just can't put anything on it because I want to put fold down sights. I like my scope, but I can't have my iron sights and my scope on at the same time. And with the grips on it right now, I can't put a bipod. Like, I'm more into tactical shooting or
close range.
Not close range. Far. What do you call it? I don't want to say sniping, but I want to say controlled shooting. And the way that the upper was, I couldn't take those kind of shots without massive modifications. So I want to get a better foregrip so I can put a bipod on, iron sights and a scope, or iron sights with an optical or something like that.
So you got like a 16-inch barrel or longer?
Yeah, no, the Bull Sweet 16 is a 16-inch stainless steel barrel, which weighs a ton. Super accurate barrel. Oh my god. I could shoot a penny at about 100 yards with it.
I used to have a DPMS 308.
Oh, 308. That would be nice.
Well, they call it an LR 308.
Yeah.
This is a pretty cool gun.
Yeah, LR, that'd be the long rifle.
Yeah. Just wait, I'll be right back. I'll show you what I built out of my DPMS lower.
Yeah.
I'm back now.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, no, because it on the side chat, if you're able to get it, that's what mine looks like. And if you can't get that, I'll put it on the external chat as well for your computer.
Okay. I used to go to the DPMS. They had like a zombie shoot every year. Oh, it was so cool. We used to go there.
Oh, I'd love if some firearm manufacturers came up to Canada and
Well, I
would
think somebody bought
demonstrate.
them out, right?
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Magazine
Check.
trigger. Ooh. What kind of foregrip is that?
Well, there's no foregrip. It's a
Or
pistol.
your front handguard?
It's an upper. Gosh, I don't even know. To be honest, I don't even know.
Because that's your